The tale of the protagonist unfolds within the confines of a classroom. In the midst of his classmates' inconsequential chatter, he remained seated in silence, choosing to disregard their conversations. Without warning, the door swung open. A young man sporting a smug grin made his way into the room. As he entered the room, his friends welcomed him warmly, and one of the female students inquired about how his sales were going. The conceited man believed the answer should be clear, as he disclosed his impressive monthly sales figure of $48 million. Her mouth fell open in surprise, as his friends eagerly anticipated him preparing for a celebration. The man informed them that this time, their destination would be doom. His friends appeared to be filled with excitement. The man unexpectedly shifted his demeanor to one of seriousness and moved closer to the main character. With a forceful motion, he drove Park's head onto the table, confident that his actions had effectively communicated his message. The young man persistently bashed Park's head, warning him that he'd better make the purchase next time or face severe consequences. Park accepted everything without a word, restraining his emotions. The observers cautioned the boastful bully, warning him that his actions could lead to consequences if he continued. He pointed out to them that the teachers were nothing but worthless scoundrels, easily swayed by the smallest of bribes. The consequences slipped from his mind as he relentlessly continued to pummel the protagonist. Park cast a frosty gaze in his direction. The man failed to understand the subtle cues and continued to agitate the young protagonist. The bully was well aware that seeking help from the police was not an option for him, as his pockets were empty. Despite this, he persisted in his efforts to harass the protagonist. Park's expression bore evidence of clear frustration as he recalled the unforgettable events from 2 years prior. A high school gang unexpectedly captured the attention of the entire nation. This group was known by the name Nexus. The young hero had bravely faced the gang leader, and entirely on his own. Just as Park believed that everything had finally come to an end. Ultimately, he was unable to overcome the false but persistent evidence, resulting in his defeat in the case. His father was forced to part with his beloved gym as a means to handle the settlement expenses. Park was overwhelmed with a sincere sense of guilt and frustration as he grappled with his emotions. He had vowed to himself that he would never resort to using his fists again. His father offered forgiveness and comforted him, advising him not to shed tears over the matter. Park felt a deep sense of devastation wash over him as the harsh realization struck. Without money, he was nothing. The protagonist began the journey back to their home. 3 young men noticed that the person in front of them was Han Park, the infamous individual who had previously instigated a confrontation with the well-known gang. A figure from the group moved closer to the main character. A muscular man with a shaved head proudly displays his ring. Park found himself being pulled into a dubious alleyway. Without warning, the man unleashed a flurry of blows upon Park, seemingly without any justifiable cause. In the midst of the assault, he mockingly referred to him as Wimpy. Park restrained himself, choosing not to engage in a fight. The brawny individual struggled to comprehend how someone so seemingly timid had dared to oppose Nexus. The individual continued to kick Park while also mentioning Park's father. The boy seized his own foot and directed a chilling, intimidating gaze at him. The muscular individual appeared bewildered. Park immediately expressed regret and released his hold on the other person. The bullies were drenched in nervous perspiration. One of the individuals wondered aloud why his entire body had suddenly become immobilized. Although it seemed unbelievable to him, he conceded that Park's intense glare was the cause of his paralysis. The brawny individual failed to catch on and seized a wooden plank. In a moment of lost patience, he shattered the wood against Park's face. The man persisted with his actions until he felt content. Feeling a wave of boredom wash over him, he decided it was time to leave, prompting his gang to follow suit. A mysterious man emerged, his mind swirling with curiosity about Park's intentions. The man pondered whether fear was the true reason behind his hesitation to settle. He is convinced that Park should no longer restrain himself after enduring such a harsh defeat. The enigmatic man is already aware that Park has no money at all. He reached into his bag and pulled out an enormous stack of cash, tossing it aside without hesitation. The individual refers to the amount as sufficient for hiring legal representation, yet he finds it more entertaining to watch the protagonist take down the brute on his own and deal with the settlement cost afterward. He wonders aloud whether 3 minutes would suffice to dispatch the thugs. Park listened attentively to the words being spoken. Curiosity piqued as he pondered the identity of the speaker. The enigmatic figure disclosed his intention to ruin's life. He implied there was more he could reveal, but first, he instructed Park to manage the sizable crowd. The bald man spots piles of cash scattered across the floor. The group, led by their leader, made their way toward Park once more. The muscular individual started speaking incessantly once more. With a single blow, the boy managed to knock the very breath out of him. They were taken aback when they witnessed their leader in such a pitiable condition. Park, his eyes filled with a malevolent glint, informed the enigmatic stranger that all he required was a mere 4 seconds. Approaching he finally decided to unleash his full strength. The bullies attempt to justify their actions. With only a few powerful strikes, he swiftly dismantled them. Having completed his quest for vengeance, he felt assured that they could at last engage in a meaningful conversation. In a towering structure, they found themselves seated in a different location. The wealthy gentleman appeared confused by Park's complete lack of recognition. The young man reached into his pocket and retrieved his phone, ready to use it. The character unveils his identity as the renowned O, celebrated for being the country's youngest self-made tycoon. The man starts boasting, yet soon after he feels a pang of regret and chooses to rein in his behavior. The current state of his life is unveiled. He stands out as a model student, serving as a role model for his peers, and is a prominent figure in the Korean gaming world. Dismissed the situation as utter nonsense and felt a surge of frustration. Despite having a troublesome history, continues to manage the affairs of the back alleys as a secondary occupation. Park, once on the receiving end of a harsh defeat, now led a difficult existence, resembling that of a beggar. Believed that with money, he could accomplish anything, yet he hesitated because he wanted to ruin the villain's life on his own terms. In a manner that was both disgraceful and repugnant. He aimed to drive, and his cronies to their absolute lowest point. From that day forward, was prepared to handle all of the protagonist's expenses, including tracking down the villain and seeking a more comfortable life. He was also ready to compensate for the gym business that Park's father had lost. Longed for the boy to offer his strength, as it was his sole desire. Park inquires about the reason behind his pursuit of. His face transformed in an instant. He thinks it's unnecessary, yet he reassures Park that over time he will gradually understand everything. The following morning, Park strode toward his classroom with newfound assurance, relieved that financial concerns were no longer a burden on his mind. As he threw the door wide open, the sound of the Nexus underlings' threats filled the air once more, targeting everyone inside. Mogul instructed everyone to invest $300 in his latest product line once more. Meanwhile, Park found themselves united against a shared adversary. Instructed Park to start by clearing out the lesser threats from the Nexus at his school. Meanwhile, Mogul opted to review the list of orders and cautioned the students that he intended to be more stringent this time around. In that moment, his friends burst into laughter, savoring the fun, while a few students nearby reacted with fear. Park moved closer to Mogul, pondering deeply whether wealth truly governed the world. With his fists clenched in preparation, he acknowledged that all of people's desires were rooted in money. In one powerful move, Park completely obliterates Mogul with just a punch. The unexpected news left the entire class in a state of astonishment. He ultimately comes to terms with the realization that wealth itself equates to social standing. Mogul recalled a time when he was unafraid, confident in his ability to defeat anyone who stood in his way. One day he encountered the protagonist. Observing Park engage in a physical confrontation, he was taken aback. He recognized that he had no chance of competing against someone so formidable. Park's movements were almost inhuman, his fighting style reminiscent of a ferocious wild beast. He experienced a stroke of misfortune upon crossing paths with. The gang leader overwhelmed Park through a barrage of lawsuits, stripping him of everything he owned and leaving him helplessly on his knees. It was at that moment that Mogul finally understood the incredible power of money. He realized that wealth had the ability to resolve any problem. He started developing his online store and pressured his classmates into purchasing his low-quality products. Upon acquiring wealth, Park transformed into nothing more than a domesticated creature. With his financial prowess, Mogul ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain. In the present moment, as blows rained down upon him, Mogul found himself questioning the reasons behind his current predicament. The man attempts to protect himself, yet Park shows no mercy and relentlessly overwhelms him. Mogul couldn't believe what was happening. A sense of humiliation washed over him as he realized his classmates were all witnessing his defeat. With a forceful motion, Park thrust him against the door. In a burst of frustration, Mogul rose to his feet, attempting to find the right words to express himself. Upon observing Park, the character perceives a frightening expression etched across Park's face. Upon realizing his predicament, he understood that his fate was sealed. Mogul, feeling desperate, reached out to his friend, pleading for assistance. Overwhelmed by fear of Park, the chubby character resolves to disregard everything entirely. Mogul's sense of despair started to deepen. He took out his phone to show proof, emphasizing to Park that he was utterly penniless. Despite the words directed at him, the young man paid them no heed and relentlessly continued to kick the other person's face. Mogul's fate finally caught up with him as he began to experience intense and overwhelming pain. The young man clung to the hope that he would make it through the ordeal. He surprisingly succeeds in unlocking and pushing open the door. In a desperate attempt to preserve his life, he made a quick decision to flee. Taking a deep breath, the man steadied his nerves and sought to approach the situation with a clear, logical mind. Park trailed closely behind, driven by a murderous intent towards the pitiful figure ahead. Mogul doubted his chances of victory against someone who frequented the gym. Then, a realization struck him. He knew the ideal person for the task at hand. Mogul pushed open the gym's door, desperately pleading with Young to help save him. Mogul, in a desperate attempt to evade Park, scurries behind the gym enthusiast and demands he confront Park and halt his advance. The gym enthusiast considered the offer carefully before declaring that he required $2 million to take on the task. With no other place to turn, Mogul consented to the arrangement. Young set the weights down and, with a preemptive apology, explained that he needed money to prepare for college. Park realized his own desperation. He retrieved a bundle of cash from his jacket and recommended to the muscular individual that it might be wise to refrain from overexerting himself. He instructed to refrain from getting involved, and without any resistance. Mogul let out a piercing cry, his voice filled with the raw edge of frustration. Park seized the scoundrel and hurled him out through the window. Mogul stumbled and landed at the feet of a teacher. The elderly man wondered aloud about the unfolding events. Upon realizing that Park was responsible, the teacher began yelling at him. As soon as the school day concluded, both students were summoned to the teacher's office. This time, the teacher was not willing to overlook their actions. 2 years ago had been a pivotal moment, and the reminder of it caused Park to stiffen. The other person made it unmistakably clear that there would be no intervention to prevent Park's expulsion this time around. Mogul sat with an air of confidence while the teacher discussed Park's struggling father. The main character's patience finally snapped, leading him to deliver a devastating punch to Mogul, one that seemed to crush his very soul. The teacher's frustration mounted as they attempted to intervene, yet Park relentlessly continued his aggressive assault on Mogul. The once intimidating bully eventually comes to realize the error of his ways. A man stepped into the room and suggested to Park that it was time to cease his actions. The teacher wondered aloud about the identity of the mysterious figure before them. A mysterious man revealed his identity as an associate lawyer working at KR. The teacher notices the familiar student and is puzzled about his unexpected presence. Upon arriving at its building, Park found himself pondering the methods had employed to achieve his feat. He recalls the moment when the principal, having concluded his discussion with the lawyer, began to grovel at his feet. The despicable bully faced immediate expulsion, considers the situation straightforward, and is convinced that the man faced consequences for his unpleasant actions. Park felt a growing curiosity about the principal. Juno admitted that looking after him had been an easy task. In recent days, the elderly gentleman had been lurking about frequently, prompting to utilize the proof he had gathered to silence him once and for all. Reveals that his dealings with the principal are far from over. He intended to manipulate the old man to ensure the bully ended up in juvenile detention. Once that was accomplished, he aimed to have the principal imprisoned too. He was resolute in ensuring that no one escaped accountability. Shifting the focus away from himself, he inquired if Park was experiencing any relief. The main character remained discontented. Realizes that it's premature to expect any gratitude from Park. Came to the understanding that it was he who owed Park a word of thanks. With this realization, he expressed his appreciation ahead of time. Mogul's frustration reached a breaking point, and he could no longer keep it in check. He was resolute in his quest for vengeance against Park, intent on bringing an end to Park's existence. The following day, he set out on foot and eventually arrived at a dubious location. A man cautiously opened the door just enough to survey the visitor and inquired about their identity. Mogul discloses that his presence is to assess how things are advancing. The man remarked on the timeliness of his arrival, describing it as impeccable. The door was opened to allow him inside, and it was mentioned that had arrived. Mogul observed a group of men attacking the gym enthusiast with baseball bats. The leader granted permission for the man to enter. The man was. The gym enthusiast suddenly recognized Mogul and realized that he was the mastermind behind everything. The group silenced him and relentlessly struck him with their bats. The leader instructed his subordinates to remove the unwelcome gym enthusiast, as their important client had arrived. Pondered the reason behind his decision to visit in person this time. Mogul discloses that he has an additional favor to ask. Found him absolutely adorable, which sparked a burst of enthusiasm within her. Mogul expressed his readiness to offer 10 million won for the item. The minion with yellow hair was taken aback. The advisor suggested to his leader that accepting the request would be wise, and then prompted Mogul to provide further explanation. Swung a bat with force, striking his lackey's head, and then commanded him to remain silent. He suspects that this time, Mogul is targeting a major player. The unscrupulous man revealed his desire for Park's demise. Fixed him with a frosty gaze and commanded him to depart. He was far too clever to tolerate someone like Park, even for the tempting sum of $10 million. Mogul declared his readiness to offer an initial payment of $10 million, promising to provide an additional $10 million upon the successful completion of the task. Felt a surge of excitement and agreed enthusiastically to the proposal. Juju stepped into a house nestled amidst towering structures, its entrance marked off with police tape. He made his presence known and expressed regret for not being able to visit more frequently. He arrived with fried chicken in hand, puzzled by its unexpectedly small size. Was abruptly reminded of the fried chicken his father used to make. He began to yearn for it, recalling that the last occasion he savored his father's incredible fried chicken was 2 years prior. His face underwent a transformation as fury him, bringing back memories with such vividness that it felt as if they had occurred just the day before. After a brief pause, he makes up his mind and chooses to walk away. He explained that his hectic schedule would prevent him from visiting any time soon. As he approached the culmination of his long-sought objective, anticipation welled up within him. Upon stepping outside his home, noticed his lawyer already there, waiting patiently for him. Cher observed as the ambitious man, whom she often referred to as a mogul, started to take action once more. He sought guidance on how to proceed. Made it clear that he no longer had any interest in playing a fair game. The lawyer's face breaks into a grin as he resolves to carry out the instructions given by his employer. During the night, Park's father received a phone call from the large gym. He agreed to their proposal and discovered that the salary offered was impressive as well. He made the choice to visit the place the following day. As the call ended abruptly, Park's father erupted with excitement, eager to share the good news. He pondered over their sudden stroke of luck, entertaining the thought that they might soon become wealthy. Park rose early in the morning, ready to head to the gym. His father reminded him to be back promptly, as they were planning to indulge in a feast fit for royalty later. Park observed the authentic smile that spread across his father's face, and a sense of happiness welled up within him. As he stepped out of his house, a call came through, bringing news that Mogul was preparing something. Mentioned that he had employed a few runaway students, assuring that they wouldn't pose a significant problem. He suggested that if any trouble arose, a simple phone call would suffice to address it. The protagonist reassures him that such actions are unnecessary. Felt a wave of confusion wash over him and sought clarity, realizing that the aspiring gangsters had already arrived. Park wondered about their identities. A van barreled toward him at full speed, threatening to bring his life to an abrupt end. The protagonist immediately rushed forward, attempting to find a way to protect himself. Park stumbled backward, losing his balance and crashed heavily onto the ground, resulting in a painful injury to his head. The group of thugs erupted into laughter, each of them speculating whether the man before them might have a penchant for pain. Couldn't hide his amazement as he recognized the cleverness of the action. As he observed, the protagonist began to rise again. In a fit of fury, Park prepared to bring an end to everyone around him. The men seized their weapons, preparing themselves to confront him. Observes that even though Park hasn't been in a fight for a long time, he still possesses considerable strength and agility. He feels confident about his chances of victory, given that his opponent is nursing an injury. Residents of the nearby apartment complex became aware of the commotion and began to speculate about the cause of the disturbance. The thug flashed a smug grin as he commanded his crew to climb into the van. He wished for another chance to see Park and then departed. The young boy refused to let the incident go. With determination, he sprinted toward the van as fast as he could. The group of thugs burst into laughter, convinced that he must have lost his mind. Despite the thug's initial assumptions, he demonstrated their error by advancing closer. This unexpected approach caused fear to grip the group. Park leapt onto the van, shattering the mirror in the process. He seized a hold of one of them, allowing the van to depart unhindered. The group inquired of their leader whether they should reverse course to retrieve their colleague. Insisted that they proceed without him, leaving him behind. The unexpected event left everyone in disbelief, as the young man who had tumbled down attempted to regain his footing. Park instructed the person to disclose their destination. The young man made light of situations, often treating them with a casual indifference. The protagonist delivered a powerful punch, obliterating his own facial features. The individual decided to offer the unfortunate man one more opportunity. Despite having the opportunity to speak, the lackey remained silent. Park launched into a flurry of punches, striking his opponent with relentless force. Within the dubious confines of the building, the gang members reveled in their triumph. The leader instructed the group to restrain themselves and avoid excessive drinking. Mogul remained quiet, his expression marked by a palpable sense of frustration. The young man raised his voice, dismissing everything as nonsense. Confusion clouded his mind as he questioned the reason behind their celebration. He hoped that they would make his investment worthwhile, pondering what their plan would be if Park were to discover their poorly concealed hideout. The leader comprehends the message, yet remains skeptical about Park's arrival. He references a Korean proverb related to bear hunting. The man shattered his glass and emphasized to Mogul that they were handling a tiger. He insisted that a knife designed for hunting tigers simply did not exist. Seized Mogul's face with a threatening gesture, wielding the fragments of shattered glass menacingly. He questioned the effectiveness of any knife in comparison to his current intimidation tactic. The character recalled how their forebears once pursued tigers by releasing a pack of rowdy youths and dogs to chase after the fearsome beasts. Tigers are known for valuing their solitude, yet the persistent dogs continue to harass the tiger relentlessly until it eventually succumbs to fatigue. Devised a similar scheme targeting the protagonist. He was confident that his associates would shatter the protagonist's tranquility and relentlessly torment him until he succumbed. Out of nowhere, the door was nearly shattered by a forceful impact. The group felt a surge of fear wash over them as they saw the iron doors begin to bend inward. Instructs his subordinate to investigate. The young man felt a surge of irritation, yet when he glanced outside, he noticed Park standing there, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The group stood in disbelief, astonished that he had discovered their hideout with such swiftness. The leader instructed them to remain calm, reminding everyone that Park wouldn't be able to penetrate the iron door. The group collectively believed that he had departed after only a few minutes. A subordinate suspects that he could be feeling frightened. Unexpectedly, his facial expression transforms. Upon spotting an arm outside the balcony, Park made a swift decision and leaped forward, shattering the balcony window in the process. The leader struggled to accept the situation, given their position on the third floor. Without hesitation, Park swiftly moves into action, taking down each thug in succession. Single-handedly, he managed to subdue the entire gang. Park effortlessly overpowered several men, then confidently turned his attention back to the rest of the gang, ready to impart a harsh lesson. Faced with Park, Mogul's fear was palpable, yet he noticed that maintained his composure admirably. He recalled how effortlessly the thugs had incapacitated. He attempts to calm his own nerves by convincing himself that the leader is keeping some secret strategies up his sleeve. A glimmer of hope sparks within him as he starts to believe that the gang might just have a chance against Park. Commanded his followers to launch an assault. The group rushed forward, weapons in hand, yet Park stood calmly, undisturbed by their advance. He seized one of them by the leg and hurled him against the wall with force. A second assailant attempted to launch a surprise attack from the rear. Park unleashes a flurry of blows upon his opponent, overpowering him with sheer force until he has the other pinned helplessly to the ground. The lackey with the yellow hair swung the bat with force, shattering it against Park's head. He believed his attack had caused significant harm. Park swiftly demonstrated the error in the man's assumptions by hurling him out of the third-floor window. A feeble figure collapses onto the ground with a thud. Out of the blue, a girl on a motorcycle appeared and made her way toward the henchman. As his awareness begins to slip into oblivion, a haze descends over his thoughts. The cute girl wonders aloud if Park is the one engaged in the fight happening above. He cheerfully confirmed her correctness and proceeded to enthusiastically offer more nonsensical remarks. With a swift decision, she swung her helmet at the man, striking him before turning on her heel to make a quick exit. The biker girl relayed the details of Park's situation, too. His voice carried a note of concern, yet the oblivious girl chose to disregard his words. Instead, she began to chatter excitedly about some adorable purses she had come across online. She insisted on receiving money in exchange for any additional details, which only served to irritate. He decided to send the money to fulfill her needs first. She provides him with the address where Park can be found. Upon entering the apartment, found himself standing directly in front of Park, who was the sole person remaining. Mogul lay on his side, his face battered and worn, embodying a sense of defeat and vulnerability. The leader acknowledged his inability to take any action against Park. He speculated that the only reason he was spared was because Park required something from him. The protagonist accused him of being mistaken and made a desperate attempt to choke him. He decided to reserve the most challenging task for the end. Suddenly understood that his fate was sealed. The young man swung his bat with determination, only to find himself swiftly knocked to the ground. Park started to attack his own face with a flurry of blows. While delivering a punch to the leader, Park was halted by a boy whose eyes were brimming with tears. He pleaded desperately, lamenting the injustice of the situation. He expressed his struggles, emphasizing that as an orphan, He was already enduring more than his fair share of hardships and couldn't bear the added financial burden. Park listens to the orphan's grievances, yet the young boy begins to unravel mentally, plagued by thoughts of why he is subjected to such misfortune. Finally arrived on the scene, taking in the disastrous chaos that Park had created. The orphan was filled with uncertainty about his own identity and began to tremble, suspecting that had orchestrated Park's actions. Stepped forward, offering his name as he assured them that he was ready to cover the costs for the damage. The tearful figure finally quieted down and insisted on receiving 10 million won. Brought him joy by offering him 50 million in its place. In a pitiful condition, Jin Song regarded the young man before him as nothing short of a monster, marveling at how no human could possess such strength. He came to the realization that his defeat had been inevitable from the very start. In a quick act of cunning, he attempted to secure his own safety by leaping from the building. Park nearly succeeded in his attempt, but at the last moment he seized hold of the collar and made an effort to lift him up. He still had unfinished business with the guy. Realized that if he didn't find a way to flee, his life would be in grave danger. A man suddenly brandished his knife, hoping to intimidate the other person. Park released his grip, and the scoundrel tumbled miserably to the ground from the 3rd floor. Despite his severe injuries, he surprisingly mustered the strength to rise and flee. Describes it as an intense determination to survive. The battered henchman erupted into laughter, mocking Park for entangling himself in a significant predicament. He brought up's father, unveiling the fact that the man was the chairman of PJ, a giant in the shipping industry. The lackey was convinced that his leader's father had the power to make both of them disappear without a trace. With a mischievous grin spreading across his face, absorbed the information, clearly relishing in what he had just discovered. Upon arriving at his home, is greeted by the sight of his father. The chairman of PJ Shipping felt a growing concern as he observed the injuries sustained by his son. Approached his father with a request to get rid of 2 individuals on his behalf. Hare reminded him that there was no turning back and questioned his motives for pursuing them. In response, recounted the story. His father dismisses him, not giving his words the weight they deserve. The father counsels his son, encouraging him to maintain a confident posture by keeping his chin raised. He emphasizes the importance of meeting others' gazes directly, warning that failing to do so might result in his requests going unmet. Wearing a menacing expression, commanded the other person to plead as though his very life was at stake. Listened intently, a resolute expression on his face, as he declared his wish to witness the demise of the 2 individuals. The father at last found contentment and summoned his men. He instructed them to ready 2 barrels, expressing his intention to pursue a group of bold youngsters. The group arrived at a construction site. Regarded the involvement of a guerrilla troop in a high school dispute as both absurd and foolish. Observed the man's overconfident demeanor and puzzled over his apparent eagerness to face peril. Stepped forward decisively, acknowledging the universal truth that no one desires death. With a determined glint in his eye, he disclosed that he had arrived with a carefully crafted plan. He then challenged to figure out what that plan might be. Upon recognizing, the man's expression shifted from confusion to utter astonishment, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Suddenly overcome with fear, he was startled by the ringing of his phone. Nearly loses his composure upon discovering that the OJ affiliates have canceled the shipping deal, acting on a direct command from. The young tycoon let out a sinister laugh upon discovering that his scheme had succeeded. Without hesitation, fell to his knees pleading earnestly. The leader's men were bewildered, unable to grasp the situation, yet he commanded them to remain silent. Noticing the improvement in his companion's behavior, instructs him to remove the apes as his first task. Without hesitating, the group of men quickly departs. Finds himself pleading once more, for this agreement holds immense significance to him. He questioned whether his company would be able to survive without the alliance they shared with OJ. Was willing to clean up the chaos, but he was determined to protect his company's reputation at all costs. He had no interest in teaming up with the father of a gang leader, as preserving a flawless image was his top priority. Vowed with determination that he would ensure his son would never return to Korea. Meanwhile, attempted to interject during the conversation. His father's fist collided sharply with his face. He started to relentlessly pummel him. Upon witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle, yet he soon instructed the individual to cease, deeming the spectacle sufficient. He thought that sending the child overseas seemed more like a reward, leaving him unsatisfied with the idea. He proposed his own plan to discipline the troublemaker, was determined to do whatever it took for the sake of his company. Informed him that blunder had resulted in a loss of 50 million today, an amount that was significant for many. Hare considered the proposal for his son to work off the debt, but he remained skeptical about his son's ability to earn such a large sum of money. His lips curled into a mischievous grin as he remembered that his family was involved in the business of sea farming. Suddenly comprehends the implications and comes to the stark realization that his situation is hopeless. Faced with no alternatives, the young man starts fishing aboard his father's sea farming vessel. Within the expansive structure, Park found himself seated alongside, feeling certain that carried the aura of an antagonist. Acknowledged his lack of fairness in the situation, yet he suggested to the protagonist to disregard issues that could be resolved with financial means. His concern was to ensure the protagonist remained unharmed without a valid cause. Park attempted to present himself as tough. The girl from the previous day unexpectedly showed up and noticed the bruises on his neck, pointing them out with concern. Introduced herself as their new ally, eager to assist in the mission to dismantle Nexus. She was a well-known celebrity taking on the role of an informant for the group. Upon hearing the label, embarrassment washed over the girl. Her name was. After hearing so much about Park, she had imagined him to resemble a trucker, so she found herself somewhat taken aback by his actual appearance. The girl described their son as being quite stylish. Gently reminded her to maintain some distance. The girl defiantly showed him an obscene gesture, indicating her preference for the company of a trucker instead. Is abruptly reminded of her foolish actions during their previous conversation. Choosing to disregard his comments, she instructs him to focus on discussing business matters. Though slightly annoyed, manages to keep his composure and shares that they are there to strategize their upcoming steps. She was confident that a plan was unnecessary, because Park could effortlessly whip everyone into shape. The young man pointed out to her that Nexus had expanded at an astonishing pace, and he believed that Park, on his own, stood no chance against such a vast army. He chooses to start with assessing their combat strength. A man tossed a file onto the table, hinting that another person could soon become part of their group. The protagonist becomes aware of the high school name mentioned by, and concludes that it must be. Affirmed his companion's observation, and reminded him that it was the same individual who had once stood against Nexus, side by side with Park. Park recalls another detail. Was already aware that the man had hurt his knee in the initial fight, an injury that had completely upended his life. Conveyed his self-centered desire by clearly expressing that he still required the man's presence. The air grew still around Park as he fell silent, but confidently reassured him, suggesting he should relax since they were all experts at what they did. Thought this situation was a perfect chance for Park to reconcile with his former friend while also dealing with the school's Nexus infestation. At high. During a gathering of the gang members, one individual reveals that Mogul has been transferred to juvenile. The relentless bullying and coerced purchases had become the root of the issue, leaving him with no motivation to make any effort on his part. The members erupted into laughter, mocking the pitiable lowlife. One member of the group felt strongly that they ought to give the person responsible for Mogul's predicament a taste of their own medicine, considering Mogul was still a part of their gang. The informant proceeded to reveal that Park was responsible for all of the actions in question. Who held the top spot in the high school hierarchy, found himself unexpectedly surprised by the revelation. The characters recalled the protagonist's vow to remain inconspicuous, while they were in the midst of deliberating the issue. A student hurriedly entered the room and declared that Park had joined their school as a new transfer. The entire group, with among them, felt a wave of surprise wash over them upon discovering the news. Within the confines of his new classroom, the main character steps forward to present himself to his peers. With a calm yet unsettling determination, he declares his intention to bring about the downfall of everyone around him. The entire class fixed their gaze on him. The teacher chuckled at the situation and pointed out an available seat for him. Park made his way to his seat and settled down beside. The young man started speaking, mentioning that he had been warned against interfering with Park. Despite everything, he felt a rising compulsion to continue the battle. The young man explained that he had also transferred to the school just last year, and since then, stories about Park had been circulating around him. His curiosity had grown, and he was eager to discover whether Park would meet the high expectations he had formed. The man hoped for a fair fight, but Park paid no attention to his plea. Annoyance flared up in him, prompting him to slap Park in an attempt to clarify his intentions. The young hero delivered a powerful strike, shattering his opponent's defenses with a single, decisive blow. The entire class was taken aback by the surprising turn of events. Meanwhile, at the batting cage, remained firm in his belief that including in their team was a poor choice. She was aware of numerous capable men suited for the task, and felt that sympathy towards Park's friend stemmed merely from the friend's knee injury. He stated that she was mistaken, and disclosed that, in his opinion, was likely the most persistent individual he had ever encountered. Many overlooked the young man's slight frame, failing to notice the indomitable spirit he wielded so effectively against Nexus. He is convinced that individuals possessing such resilience might shatter under pressure, yet they remain unyielding. She continued to question his ability to be of any help, given that his knee was injured. The man suspected that the individual might lose some of his energy, yet he was certain that the person would acquire a completely different sharpness. The thought struck her, leaving her speechless, that his talents would be better suited for authoring a book. In the bustling school hallway, Park navigated his way forward, surrounded by a group of intimidating thugs. After much searching, he eventually comes across his longtime friend. A man entered the room abruptly, and with a swift kick, expressed his displeasure for taking more than 5 minutes to deliver the snacks. He believed that his money had been completely squandered. He began to pummel the man mercilessly, intending to impart a harsh lesson. The rest of the bullies started to doubt the effectiveness of physical intimidation, yet the ringleader remained convinced that instilling greater fear in would compel him to move with increased speed. He continued to throw punches at Park's former friend. Park observed everything around him, his face a mask of icy detachment. Insofis ultimately decided to welcome into their team. Doubts Park was known for being the kind of person who would reconcile with an old friend. She thought that using money would significantly speed up the process. Disclosed that he was the type of person who was indifferent to wealth. The reminder came to her that the man had battled against Nexus solely because Han had done so. That was the entire reason behind his actions. He considered it utterly ridiculous, yet based on what he had gathered up to that point. To an enemy of a friend was an enemy of his own. He couldn't stand by and watch a friend suffer harm. It wasn't in his true nature. At the school, Dong seized a moment of respite and settled down to relax. Park walked up to the young man and offered a friendly greeting. Dong was already aware of the reasons behind Park's transfer. He harbored doubts about the possibility of any change, given that the gang had amassed significant strength. Not only did they have a large number of followers, but they also wielded substantial financial power. The conclusion seemed inevitable, yet Park determinedly conveyed his intent to secure victory this time around. Dong considered it a delusion, recognizing that his unwavering determination had not prevented him from ending up in such a sorry condition. Park fell silent, yet with a determined look, he issued a challenge for the other to simply observe what would unfold. The leader watched them through the window of the school, noting with disdain how the guy had joined forces with, and labeling their actions as weak. The leader instructed his followers to prepare themselves to confront the protagonist. At the hospital, the doctor expressed contentment upon noticing that Dong was taking things easier on himself. The man cautioned the boy that delaying any longer could result in the permanent loss of his ability to move. He urged the boy to consult a surgeon, emphasizing the importance of doing so despite the potential high cost. Fell into silence, and as he turned to leave, stepped closer to him, eager to learn what the doctor had revealed. Dong found himself puzzled about his presence in that place. The man mentions that his purpose for being there is to see how the former top performer is faring. He recounted that he had witnessed clandestine meeting with Park, and he had arrived to verify if had recuperated. Once more, he was resolute in his mission to ruin Park's friend. Reassured him that if he had fully recovered, there would be no possibility of being defeated on his own. His irritation boiled over, leading him to lash out with a kick at the other man. With a sly grin, he reminded Dong that he had moved beyond being just a sidekick and would not put up with any nonsense. Revisited the events of their previous encounter, dismissing loyalty as nonsense since it nearly left seriously injured. Meanwhile, the other man accused of treachery, claiming he had abandoned them to side with a less reputable gang. Listened to the other man's judgment, labeling something wicked. However, merely laughed it off, allowing the man to hold onto his opinions. He had no desire to be seen as a loyal, timid individual who couldn't stand on his own. He questioned whether the man would be able to maintain his loyalty this time. Within the school, Park seated himself quietly while the announcement started to play. Stepped forward, announcing himself to the entire school. He then revealed that the renowned Park, known for his defiance against Nexus 2 years prior, had arrived with intentions to dismantle it. Dismissing the notion as nonsense, he issued a warning to Park to prepare for what was coming. The entire class rose from their seats, readying themselves for a confrontation with the protagonist. Acknowledged his limitations in a direct confrontation, but showed no inclination toward engaging in a fair contest. A large group of students advanced toward Park's classroom, clutching various makeshift weapons. At the head, their leader commanded his followers to prepare themselves, declaring that they were on the verge of giving Park a stern lesson. Several men were thrown from the classroom, visibly battered and bruised. The individuals in the hallway become frightened, as they realize that Park has already dealt with everyone. The students were taken aback when they discovered that the entire class had already been vanquished. The main character emerged with a sinister look on their face. The character extended an open challenge, beckoning all to try their luck in a confrontation against him. A massive crowd of students surged forward simultaneously. Park confronted each of them with unwavering resolve. In a flurry of movements, he unleashed his strength against the entire gang, leaving them utterly defeated. Dong attempted to disregard everything around him, summoning all his willpower to restrain himself. The battle raged on as the entire school united in an effort to overcome the protagonist. Despite being by himself, he possesses the courage to confront everyone. The men regarded him as insane, gradually understanding that he had been serious about his intentions to destroy them. The group attempted to trap him with a hold, but Park resisted and eventually found himself ensnared. Several men restrained him, unleashing a flurry of punches upon him. He managed to liberate himself in just a few seconds. Park had a knack for causing chaos to everyone in his vicinity. The young man relentlessly pummeled his opponents, showing no signs of letting up. One by one, they handled the entire school with precision and determination. Park struggles to cling to life, just managing to endure the ordeal. As he made his way back inside, he noticed a group of men already waiting for his return. The onlookers felt a wave of disappointment wash over them upon realizing that he was already weary, even though the performance had yet to begin. As the weary tiger faced a relentless onslaught, remained seated in his classroom, attempting to block out the chaos around him. He was skeptical of Park's chances of victory, believing that any effort on Park's part would ultimately be in vain. Emerged, observing Park with a critical eye, suspecting he had reached his breaking point. She then turned her attention to Dong, attempting to make him feel guilty for neglecting his friend. The girl reveals that she works alongside Park. Feeling a deep sense of shame, admits to her that he lacks the strength to engage in a fight. The corners of her mouth lifted into a smile, as she conveyed that she was already in the know. The character disclosed that the protagonist had already suspected that events would unfold in this manner. Despite being advised to simply flee, he chose not to do so. She explains that the reason he continues to fight is that Park is determined to demonstrate something to him. The young man abruptly recalled his friend's advice, causing him to fall into silence. She confidently reassures him that he will have no regrets. Dong found himself reconsidering his decision. In the hallway, Park completes the task of managing all the men. After confronting such a vast army, he found himself utterly breathless. Arrived with additional reinforcements, commending Park on his remarkable strength. He questioned his ability to maintain his performance when facing the 10 most formidable students in the school. Ensures that Park thoroughly understands the situation. Despite the challenges, the young boy's determination remained unshaken, and he prepared himself once more by assuming a fighting stance. The men rushed forward to attack, yet before their fists could land, swung a wiper forcefully, connecting with one of the targets. The narrator described how someone wished that Park would refrain from constantly drawing all the attention to himself. The thugs hurled insults, branding him a cunning rodent, but instructed them to keep their composure, suggesting they easily overpower the duo together. The group launched their assault on 2. Effortlessly, he managed to defeat one of them. A second figure stepped forward and seized him. Despite the pain coursing through him, he managed to overpower his opponent and pressed on with the fight. Park continued to launch a relentless barrage of punches. Together, their combined strength made them an indomitable force. The men came to the unsettling realization that they were in serious danger. They wondered aloud, puzzled by the unexpected strength of their adversaries. Facing the gathered crowd, the protagonist offered an apology. Confessed that he once harbored resentment towards Park due to past events. However, he acknowledged that his feelings stemmed from a need to hold someone accountable. Upon hearing the words, Park's face lit up with a warm smile. The leader suddenly intervenes, disrupting the moment, and makes an attempt to strike at both of them simultaneously. Dodging swiftly, Dong expressed his desire to take on the opponent alone. Park and his friend sprinted in the direction of a door. He taunted them by calling them wimps, and then pursued them with determination. Park seizes the opportunity to grab the other person, hurling him into the room with force. Meanwhile, Dong secures the lock from within, ensuring that his confrontation will proceed without any interruptions. Considered it foolish, while acknowledged that it could appear that way to someone without friends like him. The man, consumed by anger, lunged forward with the intent to attack. In a sudden burst of strength, delivered a powerful blow, forcefully shoving the other individual backward. With unwavering determination, seized legs and lifted him off the ground. In a sudden burst of force, he hurled the other person against the glass door, shattering it upon impact. He successfully shattered his weapon, convinced that was powerless without it. Took off his shirt and wrapped it securely around his fist. Found it amusing, as they both engaged in the fierce battle, exchanging powerful hits. Using the shirt as a makeshift tool, Dong seized the thug by the face. The individual was forcefully pinned to the ground. The young man launched into a furious attack, relentlessly pounding his fists into the other man's face. Seized hold of his leg and pulled him down along with him. After a long struggle, he finally managed to liberate himself. Demonstrates that he has changed from how he was in the past. He applied pressure to Dong's wounded leg. The man cried out in agony and released from his grasp. Once the leader managed to rise to his feet, he paused to regain his breath, vowing to himself that he would one day seek vengeance. Upon hearing command him to halt, was taken aback. He had assumed the other man had finally taken the lesson to heart. Park's friend rose to his feet, determined to stand even though he was clearly in pain. Started to unleash a flurry of punches on him. After a prolonged struggle, he eventually collapses. Felt exhaustion wash over him, prompting him to attempt a departure. Instructed the other person to remain patient yet again, as he started gathering the broken pieces of glass. Overwhelmed by frustration, rushes forward impulsively, his actions driven by emotion rather than thought. Park's friend seized the moment to hurl the shard. The character launched a powerful uppercut, aiming to take down their opponent with decisive force. The relentless assault persisted. The young man felt certain that no one could truly grasp his point of view. Despite his confidence, it was clear that he would later feel embarrassed in front of Park if he failed to win the fight. His eyesight starts to blur as he continually endures a barrage of punches from his relentless opponent. Recalls all the experiences he endured. In a final, decisive move, the protagonist delivers a powerful strike that sends the muscle-bound opponent collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Despite the throbbing pain in his leg, chose to disregard it. He pushed forward, determined to uncover the truth about his friend's unexpected victory. Park reached out to support his injured friend, a grin spreading across his face as they both made their way out of the school. Upon arriving at the school, Dong, who held the prestigious position of chairman of the board, found himself taken aback by the sight before him. The young man discovers that Park is the mastermind behind everything. He surveyed the condition of the entire school, struggling to comprehend how all this chaos could have been caused by just one person. He chuckled and commanded his followers to summon more recruits for him. Upon confronting the individual, Min discloses that they refrain from meddling in their students' issues. They were comfortable managing the adult discussion on their own. Upon discovering the person backing Park, felt a sense of injustice, remarking internally that he resided in a nation ruled by laws. Min considered the situation unfair, yet she went ahead and dropped a few suitcases, hoping that the man would be content with her gesture. Dong wore a mischievous grin on his face. He commanded his men to investigate, emphasizing that only the stacks of yellow could fulfill his demands at this moment. As the lackey lifts the lid, they discover a small collection of textbooks resting inside. Dong found himself puzzled, trying to comprehend what lay before his eyes. Min instructed him to examine the latest headlines. He discovered details about his gang enlisting DY graduates, accompanied by a headline revealing evidence of DY's involvement in subsidy theft, tax fraud, and various other offenses. Min issued a stern warning, signaling his willingness to delve further if necessary unless the other party retreated. Dong's anger flared up as he issued a menacing warning to the man, making sure to remind him of the precarious circumstances he currently faced. He found himself puzzled by Min's calm demeanor, as she remained seated without any sign of disturbance. The character with glasses conveyed to him that his demise would not bring an end to the ongoing events. He expressed skepticism about Dong's chances of emerging victorious if KR and DY were to engage in a battle against each other. The inclusion of a death threat provided ample justification to initiate a deadly confrontation. Dong restrained his impulses and directed his men to retract their weapons. Without hesitation, he directly inquires about Min's desires. The bespectacled individual insisted on taking control of the entire school. Dong was taken by surprise. At the hospital, struggled to comprehend how the protagonist managed to confront the entire school and emerge unharmed. Just as Park started to respond to her, the doctor made an appearance. He shares with them his uncertainty about how the man has been managing lately. Despite the tension in the room, the doctor appeared relieved as he conveyed the successful outcome of the surgery. He expressed confidence in Dong's recovery. As Park received the news, a smile began to spread across her face. In an upscale restaurant located somewhere, waited patiently beside a woman, expressing his gratitude for sparing his valuable time. The woman then initiated the interview with him. Scanned the latest updates concerning his school. He started to smile, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. After the interview concluded, he could hear the woman's footsteps fading away as she departed. Identified and realized the reason behind the cancellation of his team's schedule. He suspects that Juno is responsible for arranging the magazine interview. Was taken aback to discover that someone as significant as was making an effort to locate him. This realization left him with a pleasant feeling. responded with a sly grin, instructing him to dispense with any pretense. He took a seat and proceeded to jog memory about who he was dealing with. The leader of the gang grins and confidently tells him that he has not forgotten a single detail. Although circumstances had shifted, couldn't help but admire the man's remarkable achievements. He regarded himself as merely a gamer, yet he held great respect for the individual who had ascended to such impressive heights. Recognized the deceit and firmly conveyed that he wasn't ready to let go without a fight. His lips curled into a mischievous smile as he disclosed that he had orchestrated the downfall of Dong. Maintaining his composure, begins to walk away since he feels he has said all that was necessary. As he prepares to depart, he extends his hand in an attempt to offer a handshake. Paid no attention to him, displaying no hint of interest. Wished that he would be able to maintain his awkward smile when they encountered each other again. Offered him another warm smile. As he exited the restaurant, frustration was clearly etched across his face. Experienced a slight sense of relief. He had been uncertain about whether the old resentment still mattered to him and suspected he might have found himself feeling intimidated. Now he understands that his previous anxiety was unnecessary, as seeing the expression continues to infuriate him. Within the confines of the car, his driver contemplated whether his passenger would decide to make a move. The young man perceives the school fight as an invitation and makes it clear that he intends to retaliate. Was convinced that this confrontation would stand as the most monumental in all of Korea's history. In an elegant structure, Tai entered a room teeming with men. He wondered about the reason behind being summoned for an urgent meeting, even though the others also expressed their frustration about the situation. Believed that they ought not to be so pessimistic. As the leaders convened for the urgent meeting, discovered that the discussion would center around Park. He recalled that had been keeping a low profile ever since his life was upended by the gang, and the others shared this memory. Found himself puzzled, unable to comprehend the conversation, as he was uncertain about the identity of the person involved. Lee chuckled at his own bewilderment, assuming it was typical behavior for someone as inexperienced as himself. The man ridiculed, yet soon started to elaborate on how Park caused significant trouble for the entire gang. Once he held the position of leader over a modest district. Despite Nexus's dominance over the entire region and several provinces, Park stubbornly retained control of his district, much to the embarrassment of the gang. As more individuals learned about Park, they found themselves inspired, leading to an increase in adversaries for Nexus to contend with. The group invested all their efforts into eliminating anyone who obstructed their path, yet their plan faltered, leading to their current assembly. He revealed that the unexpected had occurred. Despite using all their strength against Park, they were defeated in every confrontation. The entire group, Nexus, found themselves on the brink of falling apart, all due to the actions of one individual. Struggled to accept what was unfolding before him. Believes that everything will become clear to him once he has the chance to lay eyes on the man himself. He refers to Park as a true beast. Erupted into laughter, mocking everyone by labeling them as cowards for being defeated by just one person. The leaders were filled with anger and cautioned him to remain silent, threatening to remind him of his position if he dared to speak further. Intervened, halting the other individual, and acknowledged that statements were accurate. Also concurred, though he considered it outdated, he felt that they were exaggerating. Instructs everyone to stay vigilant, fully aware that his words may hold little significance for them. To Park, their lack of attention could potentially transform into a significant chance. Eventually makes his entrance and acknowledges the presence of everyone around him. He expressed regret for the urgent call and resolved to make it up to them by treating them to dinner at a later time. Disclosed that the protagonist had taken action, making it inevitable. Although the decision had already been made, felt it necessary to meet in person to discuss such a critical issue. Was at peace with his choice, yet he believed that a conflict was unnecessary. He believed that their reactions were excessive for such a mediocre school. The guy felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed the terrifying expressions on his face. He immediately fell silent. He wonders whether he is overreacting to the situation. Nam voiced his approval, asserting that his choice was the right one. He was ready to take care of the situation on his own. Smiled, inquiring whether he was certain about his decision. He disclosed that money would no longer be of any help, as their adversary was now supported by a powerful ally, which meant he would require extensive preparation. Ran his fingers over the scar that marked his face, his voice icy as he conveyed that he had been ready for this moment ever since he received that scar. His face lit up with a smile as he chose to let him take control of the situation. He then inquired if anyone else had any disagreements. The leaders all shared his opinion. Was filled with excitement, recalling how Park had defeated them in their last encounter. Formally instructed the leaders of the chapter to handle the matter and brought the meeting to a close. Let out a sinister laugh, reveling in the moment that had finally arrived for him to exact his revenge. As night fell, a group of bikers came together at an enigmatic location. INSU announced that the moment to eliminate Park had finally come. A large, unattractive biker stepped forward and inquired of his boss whether he had finally received permission to eliminate the scumbag. Led Park back to the charred remains of the house, feeling a sense of injustice that the young boy was unaware of his own history. He wondered about the source of his fortune and the reasons behind his intense dislike for. He welcomed Park into his space and expressed his readiness to share all that he had. As they settled into their seats, disclosed that the money in his possession truly belonged to the owner of the house. He recounted the events from 2 years prior, beginning with a mention of his childhood companion. He shared an incredibly tight bond with a friend he considered to be like family. While seated together in his friend's home, the guy revealed that he had developed an AI designed for stock trading. A program was capable of examining crucial data and formulating a strategy for recovery. Discovered that it had the ability to forecast the market simply by analyzing the results. He found himself intrigued by its concept. Park's defeat at the hands of Nexus altered the course of events completely. The gang took over his territory, and thugs began to intimidate. He was the kind of person who stood firm and refused to yield to insignificant lowlifes. He summoned all his strength and fought back with every ounce of determination he possessed. Shared the same sentiment, and together they confronted the gang, even though neither of them possessed any fighting skills. Thought that the gang would eventually lose interest and release them, but he was entirely mistaken. The group set fire to his friend's house as an act of revenge. He faced the group of toughs regarding the situation, but they dismissed his concerns by labeling his friend as unfortunate. In a brutal act of aggression, he was silenced for good. He felt powerless, and the spark within him gradually diminished. He felt a deep sense of hopelessness in life, leading him to make the tragic choice to end his own existence. He contemplated erasing his presence from the world, beginning with his friend's laptop. He made the choice to close the account and withdraw all the funds. His expression shifted immediately upon seeing the progress of the account. At first, he found it hard to believe. The money failed to ignite any excitement within him, as he had lost interest. He longed for his friend to see the results of his own creation. Was consumed by intense rage, yet that very fury provided him with a motivation to choose life over despair. He had his friend's money at his disposal, and he was determined to use it to take down and his crew. Park found himself questioning the reason behind his openness. Juno decided to be direct, disclosing that the entire situation was merely a tactic to manipulate the protagonist, ensuring he would never abandon his pursuit of Nexus. That night picked up the phone and called, revealing that he had confided in Park about his unfortunate experience. She chuckles to herself, pondering whether he is attempting to befriend her. His face flushed with embarrassment as he firmly told her to be quiet. His expression turned serious as he reminded him that the troublemakers from the Inchan chapter were targeting him this time. She wished for him to stay vigilant, knowing that his adversaries were brutish individuals who relied on their strength rather than their intellect. Acknowledged her accurate observation as he noticed that his car was encircled. He understood it was them, knowing that only someone lacking common sense would engage in such foolishness right in the middle of the road. The bikers launched buckets of paint, aiming to prevent the car from getting away. The driver's frustration grew, prompting him to tell to hang on as he sought a way to break free. Listened to the noise around him and wondered what was going on. Lost consciousness when he struck his head during the unexpected attack. Received a call from, and thinking she was his girlfriend, he instructed her to let Park know that he was waiting with a self-assured demeanor at the JQ distribution center. She attempted to alert him, but the unpleasant individual abruptly hung up the phone. She experienced a wave of frustration after enduring the mockery directed at her. As Park made his way home, memories of his earlier conversation with flooded his mind. He considered it an exaggeration, for he had never intended to surrender. Rode up on her bike and urged him to get on quickly. She updated him on the circumstances surrounding the situation. Gradually opened his eyes at the distribution center, realizing that he was encircled by a group of thugs. The hefty gorilla, second in command of, observed that had regained consciousness. A thought crossed his mind about delivering another blow to. Intervened, explaining that they were merely using the man as bait for Park. Suddenly realizes their identity and bursts into laughter. He criticized them for their foolishness in boldly kidnapping the chairman of a major corporation without a second thought. Despite this, he admired their poor strategy and contemplated the idea of bringing them on board for it. Urged to reflect on his own actions and attitudes, he pointed out to the scoundrel that they were among the least formidable of their group and made it clear that he had not forgotten past behavior. 2 years prior, he had found himself on his knees, pleading with Park for forgiveness in a display of utter desperation. Felt uncertain about their ability to stand firm against Park. The gorilla henchman felt a surge of anger rising within him. Intervened, stepping in front to take charge of the situation himself. Thought that had some understanding of his chapter. He speculated that he was unaware that it was just one coward who had knelt down, rather than the whole group. His face brightens with a smile, as he gently requests that his brother be treated with kindness. He bent down to rescue from his unfortunate predicament. The gorilla goon felt a surge of anger and glared at him, demanding that he keep his nonsense to himself. Continued to speak with a self-assured demeanor. Frustration boiling over, he decides to throw a punch at. A subordinate stepped into the room, and that Park was on his way. Wore a wicked grin as he commanded to reserve his fury for the true danger ahead. Complimented Park on his impeccable timing. Forcefully pushed against the wall. In a fit of anger, he started striding toward the entrance. Discovers that the one who loses lacks patience. Felt no concern for Park and held on to his confidence, knowing that it was the former leader who had knelt, not him. He dared to simply observe. The group had changed completely from what they once were, and Park found themselves fleeing from a group of aggressive bikers. She attempted to shake them off her trail, but her frustration grew as they relentlessly pursued her. Park conveyed to her that they had ceased their pursuit. The girl felt a wave of confusion wash over her, yet Park commanded her to keep her gaze fixed ahead. Swiftly brings her bike to a halt when she and her companion spot along with his crew obstructing their path. The gorilla and the protagonist find themselves staring directly at each other. He restrained himself and instructed them to follow him. He felt a surge of anger and a strong desire to eliminate the man immediately, yet his gang had certain regulations that he needed to follow. Park trailed behind the gorilla, making his way toward the distribution center. Couldn't help but ponder why he appeared so large. As she began to playfully tease him, he remained entirely unresponsive to her antics. She continually ridiculed him for his enormous stature. He finally reached his limit and commanded her to be silent. She struggled to keep her curiosity in check, wishing he could provide an answer to a question that lingered in her mind. She brought to his mind the memory of his cowardly leader, who had pleaded for mercy and vowed to never engage in battle again. With a playful attitude, she questioned why they were still pursuing Park. The young man lost his composure and made an attempt to strike at her. Park stepped forward and referred to the girl as right. Finally lets go of his restraint and chooses to disregard the commands he had been given. He stepped forward, determined to take Park down. The protagonist remained completely unshaken. Was an exceptionally strong infant. After entering puberty, they experienced a remarkable growth spurt that made them much larger. They referred to him as the Man-Wrecker. For the very first time in his life, he soared through the air as the protagonist sent him flying with a powerful kick. The heavy-set individual crashes to the ground, landing on their head. His companions were caught off guard, quickly raising their defenses in surprise. The protagonist walked into the distribution center with exuding confidence. The goons suddenly understood the seriousness of their predicament, prompting them to quickly arrange themselves to launch a coordinated attack all at once. Ridiculed them for teaming up against him. Urged the protagonist to hurry and release him, explaining that his legs had gone numb. Took off his jacket and began to warm up. He intended to manage Park on his own. He welcomed the man with an air of confidence. Park came to the realization that he was the brother of. His expression shifted to one of determination as he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch. Although Park hadn't been struck, he felt a warm trickle of blood running down his cheek. Expressed his deep longing to engage in this fight. Without hesitation, he lunges forward and delivers a swift punch. Park attempted to evade the incoming blow, but despite his efforts, he was struck, leaving him in a state of surprise. Proclaimed that today would be the day he avenged the dishonor his gang had endured 2 years prior. Park dismissed his words and launched an assault, yet his kicks and punches failed to make contact. Effortlessly evaded every strike. Park made an effort to stand firm in the face of the guy. Landed a direct punch to his opponent's face, taunting him for his lack of speed. The protagonist took a step back, a wave of frustration washing over them. Urged him to continue battling, expressing a desire to release much more of his pent-up anger. Commanded him to rise, his expression icy and unyielding. The former leader found himself thoroughly defeated. Dedicated himself entirely to his work, refusing to take any breaks, driven by the deep sense of humiliation he experienced. After discovering that his brother, renowned as the strongest in Incheon, had submitted to Park without even putting up a fight, he was overwhelmed by a wave of disappointment. Decided to leave boxing behind, driven by his desire to become a genuine fighter. Following that, subjected himself to immense hardship, taking down 27 schools and numerous gangs in his relentless pursuit of strength to confront the protagonist. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he pondered why Park seemed unable to stand firm any longer. He continued to feel a simmering anger over the humiliation they had endured 2 years prior. The young man persisted in his assault on Park, gradually forcing him into a corner. Felt a jolt of surprise at his words, filled with uncertainty about his chances of triumphing in the battle ahead. Instructed her to remain patient. He conducted thorough research prior to bringing Park on board. She was taken aback to discover that Park lacked any martial arts experience apart from his fitness training. The protagonist confronted Nexus, relying on sheer power and the ability to adjust to the situation. Was confident that Park would prevail as soon as he figured out his technique. The true problem lay in the fact that was already aware of this. The guy relentlessly kept tearing apart Park. Understood that a punch delivered without gloves could cause significant harm. A true boxer possesses the ability to inflict serious damage, capable of ripping through human skin with their punches. Suspected that intended to exploit his own strength, gradually wearing down Park before delivering a decisive blow to finish him off. The protagonist summoned his strength and made an attempt to strike. Dismissed him firmly, insisting that he should stand up and fight like a true man. Launched an attack, yet Park managed to evade it at the last moment, quickly seizing his legs. Regarded him with disdain, labeling his behavior as foolish and out of touch with reality. Park made an attempt to use his body weight against, aiming to send him tumbling backward. The man looked right through the facade and smiled, revealing that he was far from an ordinary boxer. He struck Park with his knee, making it clear to everyone around that he was a street fighter. He seized Park and hurled him toward a stack of boxes. The goons felt a surge of excitement, convinced that they had secured their triumph. Rose to his feet, ready to assume his position. He referred to his actions as round one, feeling uncertain that Park would succumb so easily. He felt assured that the harm he had caused would hinder Park's ability to see clearly and maintain his balance. Regarded it as his triumph and pressed on to deliver a decisive strike. Park skillfully avoided the blow, which brought a grin to his face. After some time, he adjusts to the situation and delivers a strong punch too. Struggled to comprehend how Park had managed to see right through him. He attempted to resist, but Park landed another punch that left his face battered. The chaos persisted as she relentlessly took him down. Recognized frightening speed, yet he referred to Park as a true beast and questioned whether anyone could defeat him in a battle relying solely on speed. Was still puzzled by Park's lack of effort to avoid the punches, wondering why he continued to take them without trying to evade. Clarified that Park was attempting to gauge his opponent's intentions through his body language. The protagonist managed to grasp every detail of fighting technique. Narrowly evaded Park's swift kick. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he realized that Park could see through every tactic he attempted. His face was brutally damaged by Park. He pondered the reason behind his relentless training, feeling as though he had become an open book for Park to read. He comes to the understanding that the main character possesses true brilliance. He refused to back down, skillfully evading Park's strike as he pressed onward, determined to defeat him once and for all. Relentlessly unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, aiming to maximize the impact of each strike. He picked up his pace, throwing down a challenge for Park to match his speed. His face lit up with a smile as he declared it a checkmate, watching the chaos unfold around Park. The protagonist teased him about being slow before delivering a powerful uppercut that knocked him down. The villain had a sudden realization about his brother, who had always aimed to shield the ones he cherished, even if it meant sacrificing his own pride. He thought that the most wretched person would be the one who could not safeguard those he cared for. Park continued to cheer loudly for, who stood his ground, suddenly recalling how his brother had once begged for Park's favor. He dismissed it as nonsense and ridiculed his cowardly brother for bowing down. In stepped up, determined to defend Inchan's reputation on his own. Had faced a significant setback in the past, but in the present he stood resolutely. His followers began to worry about him. One of them inquired about his lack of action. Felt his senses slipping away, and in that moment the realization dawned on him. He now understood the reason behind his brother's act of kneeling. The young man recognized that no one could stand up to a creature as formidable as Park. A wave of fear washed over him, making him long for the chance to escape, yet he understood that the fate of his entire gang rested heavily upon him. And the rest of his gang rushed forward, intent on taking Park's life. The guerrilla commanded his followers to demolish Park, confidently promising that he would accept full responsibility for their actions. Shouted at them, urging them to cease their actions. He dropped to his knees and declared that Park was the victor. Experienced a deep sense of humiliation as he watched the man he once regarded as his superior drop to his knees, pleading for mercy. He finally grasped the weight of the burden his brother had carried while kneeling alone, without anyone to support him. He discovers that the true burden on his brother was not Park, but rather his own companions. Felt a surge of frustration and commanded his leader to rise. The group criticized him for kneeling, demanding that he rise back to his feet. Acknowledges his loss gracefully. Stepped closer and urged the goons to think for themselves. He explained to them that was taking these actions to safeguard their sorry selves. He contemplates whether they would consider it a triumph if they all teamed up against Park. He referred to them as a group of fools and made it clear that true men achieve success by safeguarding what they cherish. The goons experienced a deep sense of shame about their actions. Urged to raise his gaze, with a determined expression he gathered saliva and spat onto his clenched fist. Felt the sharp sting of a blow as he was struck for having kidnapped the other person. Felt a sense of satisfaction, believing he was worthy of appreciation for not immediately sending them off to jail. He declared that they were square and mentioned the debt their gang owed to Nexus. He understood that the thugs were also responsible for repaying the substantial amount their former leader had stolen from the troublesome gang, all for the sake of their families. Surprised everyone when he announced that he had settled all his debts. They looked at him, puzzled, unsure of what he was implying. As stepped away from the location, he couldn't help but wonder why the other person was being so generous. Revealed a self-serving motivation behind his actions, but he quickly reminded everyone that there was a catch. He instructed them to look at their phones for a message and disclosed that he had covered their entire tuition. He wished for them to put in their utmost effort in their studies, and in the future work tirelessly to repay him. Understood that they had been making efforts to settle their debt with the earnings from their legitimate work. He recognized that they were doing everything within their means to achieve that goal. He disclosed that the sole motivation behind his actions stemmed from the determination displayed, even in the face of numerous challenges. Teased him about his overly kind nature, causing him to feel embarrassed. In response, he firmly instructed her to be quiet. Lowered his head in a gesture of thanks, expressing his deep appreciation. He assured everyone that he would repay every single cent eventually. Commanded him to remain silent and started to walk away. Expressed his regret to his men, then turned away, bowing his head as he realized he had tarnished their honor once more. He firmly declared that he would not allow himself to experience such humiliation again. From that day onward, they decided to sever all ties with Nexus. He inquired whether they were prepared to join him in pursuit of a brighter future. The gang erupted in agreement, shouting their willingness to stand by his side. The following day, expressed his admiration for his team, acknowledging their success in handling. Park felt a sense of curiosity about what might be troubling. She received $40 million from Juno that year. The girl burst into laughter, overwhelmed by a sense of euphoria. She secretly wished that he would be abducted daily. Felt a sting of insult wash over her, yet she managed to apologize, admitting that her joy was too overwhelming to hide any longer. Observes that the protagonist possesses broad shoulders. She was convinced that he would look fantastic in a nicer outfit, so she inquired about his availability for the upcoming weekend. Wearing a playful grin, asked Park if he would accompany her on a shopping trip. Burst into laughter at the mall, playfully insisting that the protagonist put on a ridiculous outfit. Noticing the fury etched on his face, she resolved to suggest an alternative for him to try. Insists that he put on a costume resembling a worn-out rock star. As she snapped a photo, she couldn't help but notice the fear etched across his face. Suggested to her that it was time to pull herself together and stop hesitating. Came to a resolution to put an end to the playful antics, prompting her to suggest to the protagonist that they wear something more laid back. After changing, he stepped out, looking absolutely stunning. Felt a warm flush creep across his cheeks, but he quickly masked his embarrassment and shifted his focus to something else. A group of men glanced at and recalled that she was the popular they had encountered previously. The blonde-haired boy made up his mind to step forward, while his friends doubted his chances of success. The guy remarked that she was associating with such troublemakers, suggesting that her standards might not be very high. He desired to show her what it truly meant to be with a real man. The young man referred to influencers as nothing more than exaggerated playthings of fantasy. His friend began to lose focus on him. With unwavering confidence, the young man walked up to, attempting to charm her with his words. He suggested they go out together for a date. She pondered about his true identity, wondering who he really was. The oblivious blonde seemed unaware of the signals being sent his way. In an attempt to persuade, he placed his hand on her shoulder. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, struck him across the face. She commanded him to keep his distance, making it clear that she had already overheard his earlier conversation. In a public setting, she brought great embarrassment to the young man. He struggled to cope with the rejection, and, in a moment of anger, attempted to hit her in an effort to teach a lesson. The protagonist stepped in and unleashed a flurry of powerful blows against him. The blondie's friends suddenly arrived, but Park, unrelenting, swiftly took him down without hesitation. The man pleaded for mercy, tears streaming down his face as he desperately tried to persuade Park to spare him. Offered him additional encouragement, relishing the performance unfolding before them. A worker stepped forward, warning them that he would contact the police if they didn't cease their actions. Acknowledged that they would halt, but the woman pointed out that they were also responsible for covering the cost of the damage. Park and fixed their gaze on, their eyes intent on the money he held. Frustration welled up inside him, yet he made an effort to keep his emotions in check. In a bustling casino, discovered that had suffered a serious defeat, he expressed his lack of surprise at the foolishness of the team. Meanwhile, he admired's boldness, realizing that had taken it upon himself to handle debts. Faced off in a game against a woman whose expression revealed her growing frustration. He confidently told his leader not to worry about Park, as they were prepared to start the battle. Ended the call and directed his attention back to the game. With a sly grin, he commanded the woman to examine her card. With a mix of anxiety, she turned it over and came to the disappointing realization that she had lost once more. Conveyed to her that she had hit her debt ceiling of $120 million after the outcome of this round. He described it as an enjoyable game and instructed his team to escort her away to begin her new life. In desperation, she pleaded with them to halt their actions. After shedding some tears, the woman comes to a decision to take action. Pauses in his tracks, catching the sound of her voice as she affirms her readiness to obey his commands. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he inquires whether she is truly certain about taking such a step against someone she considers a close friend. The woman found herself with no other options and decided to agree. He passed her the photographs of, silently wishing that she would honor her promise. At the hospital, a nurse discovered Dong engaging in leg presses. Concerned for his well-being, she insisted that he immediately stop, reminding him that he had not yet fully healed. Approached the guy with a friendly smile, inquiring about the progress of his recovery. Expressed his appreciation, vowing to repay every last cent. Offered reassurance, telling not to be concerned, and even encouraged him to make his own choice. The young man expressed his gratitude, but was adamant that he would triumph over Nexus. He was determined to achieve victory solely for his own sake. Wore a mischievous grin, wishing for a swift recovery. In front of the massive structure, shared details of his conversation with Park. The protagonist experiences a sense of joy. Returned to his work, confident that everything was unfolding as they had anticipated. He anticipated that their upcoming adversary would be the individual who had lent money to Tai, along with his chapter. Questioned whether Park was aware of the guy. He disclosed that served as the financial backbone of the gang, describing him as a greedy scoundrel who profited from loan sharking. Decided that his first priority would be to eliminate his chapter. He also hoped that Park would have the opportunity to meet someone special. They both arrived at an unfamiliar warehouse. Expressed his appreciation for the teamwork. The individual started a conversation with a nervous oddball. The young man wished for their protection following this incident. After a bit of persuasion, he discloses that is, in fact, a real incarnation of Satan. He started to share his story, revealing that he received numerous compliments every day in the past. His friends believed that he had the potential to become a prominent influencer, and he appreciated their encouragement because it aligned with his own aspiration to achieve that goal. Despite his relentless efforts, he faced the harsh truth that achieving fame eluded him. One day, he received an invitation to a glamorous party hosted by celebrities who had thousands of fans. He believed it was a chance bestowed upon him by a higher power, which led him to start attending their gatherings. The celebrities he encountered were there to lend their support. In just a matter of days, he saw a significant rise in his followers. He began to experience a sense of euphoria. However, this newfound friendship was short-lived, as his celebrity companions soon revealed their true colors. They took him along to a casino, pulling him into their world of glitz and gambling. Despite his cautionary words, they continued to place their bets. Before long, he found himself expelled from the group. His followers quickly began to fall behind. Despite all his efforts, he found himself unable to reclaim it. In his desperation, he made an attempt to return to his group of celebrity friends in hopes of regaining his lost followers. He began to gamble, quickly falling into addiction and losing everything he owned. He realized that if he didn't reclaim what he had lost, he was finished. It was at that moment that he encountered Tai. The man offered him a substantial loan, and without a moment's hesitation, he accepted it, revealing his lack of foresight. He found himself in a difficult position, struggling to repay the debt. The source of his anger stemmed from the realization that Tai was the very person who had pushed him into a terrible addiction. He knew that the blame rested on his shoulders, and that realization was driving him to the brink of madness. He felt deep remorse for the choices he had made in the past. With a serious expression, rose from his seat and reassured the young man that he bore no blame. Those despicable individuals had taken advantage of his aspirations, vowed that they would soon bring down. The following day, the odd figure with green hair stormed into the casino. He commanded the men to fetch him some chips. He recalled instructing him to step into a Nexus casino alongside Park and try his luck at the games for a while. The young man felt a surge of frustration wash over him, as he realized that he never intended to get involved in this situation. Believed that was precisely what they would end up doing. With unwavering resolve, he proclaims his intention to dismantle every gambling parlor associated with Nexus. The unusual occurrence leaves the green-haired individual taken aback. The casino workers inquired about what he could bring to the table. He recalled that Juno had promised to keep him safe. The young man displayed the bag brimming with cash, exuding confidence, had permitted him to wager his money, and he could even keep any winnings he earned from the gamble. The strange man commanded the casino staff to fetch him the chips. They believed he lacked intelligence, yet they led him to the table. Earlier that day, he had been puzzled about how the plan was meant to function. Confidently stated that he planned to win it all, determined to drive them into bankruptcy. Exuded confidence, fully aware that he had a strategy to come out on top in every bet. The dealers typically experience a few losses. Had gathered enough information about the casino beneath Nexus to form a strong belief. The games were designed to ensure the dealer always won without fail. The implication was that they were finding a way to gain an unfair advantage. The green-haired oddball was already aware of this fact, yet he pondered how he could possibly triumph over individuals like them. Proposed a strategy that would turn the cheating to their benefit. In the bustling casino, a man decided to bet everything he had. The dealer was astonished by the unexpected turn of events. He chose to go along with it and attempted to deceive his opponent. Park exclaimed that he had been caught in the act and, in a fit of frustration, broke the window to gain entry. Meanwhile, the dealer attempted to silence him. Park leaped onto him, delivering a powerful strike that left his face battered and bruised. The odd character believed he had emerged victorious, convinced that they were playing unfairly, and he assumed that the money now belonged to him. Understood that the casino would not surrender it easily. Suddenly, a group of men emerged, ready to handle the situation. They directed threats toward the man with green hair. Park stood ready to eliminate them once and for all. They rushed toward him, but he effortlessly subdued them all, teaching them a lesson they wouldn't soon forget. The odd player started his second game, and Park focused intently, hoping to spot any signs of the dealer's dishonesty. He overwhelmed another dealer when he noticed the man trying to cheat. Contemplated that they might resort to violence this time, but he felt it was justified since he had no intention of deceiving anyone. At the central base of chapter, a man provides him with all the necessary details. The guy felt a wave of frustration wash over him, as he conceded that Juno was demonstrating exceptional skill in the game. As she sat across from, she felt a wave of disappointment toward her friend, despite the other girl's attempts to express her remorse. Apologized for his earlier rudeness, expressing his hope that she would listen to him, as he had a proposition that could be advantageous. His curiosity piqued, prompting the young man to keep talking as he asked about future intentions. He promised her that he was ready to offer 3 times the amount that Juno was providing. The girl quickly nodded in agreement, finalizing the arrangement without hesitation. The revelation takes the guy by surprise as she forwards him the account number. The guy stayed vigilant, making it clear that any deception would not be tolerated. He was determined to show no mercy. She chuckled dismissively, acknowledging that she was a terrible liar, accepted the payment, and started to clarify what they had been concealing. Began counting down, leaving perplexed. She revealed that the plan to demolish his headquarters was, leaving him in shock once more. The door burst open, and Park strode in with the fierce presence of a wild animal. The individual with green hair trailed behind him as he entered, plotting his sweet revenge. The men hurried forward, intent on attacking Park. He effortlessly overpowered them in an instant. His heart sank as despair washed over him. He understood that no strategy he devised could ever lead him to victory against such a formidable creature. His trusted advisors inquired whether taking a life was permissible. He gave them his blessing, which made them beam with excitement as they tore off their clothes in preparation for an intense battle. Comes to the realization that there is nothing he can do in this situation. He began to sprint with all his might, fully aware that the men he had employed were nothing more than mere scarecrows, lacking any genuine power. Park effortlessly overpowered the 2 men, leaving them defeated in his wake. Made an effort to steady his nerves, fully aware that he lacked the strength to change the situation. He always found a way to navigate his finances and wield his influence effectively. He was confident in his ability to overcome Park. The protagonist completed the task of tidying up the entire headquarters. Expressed his disappointment as he revealed to him that the fool had escaped. The following day, discovers the story of the rat that had escaped. He complimented Park and instructed him to remain prepared. Juno felt a flicker of annoyance, knowing that it wouldn't be ready in time. His revenge was anticipated to be poorly conceived, as he believed it would lack any cleverness. In a dubious building, one of Tice discovered that he had miraculously managed to get away. He considered it a clever decision, recognizing the foolishness of confronting such a formidable creature. The goon placed an order, and confidently reassured the leader that there was no need for concern. Instructed him to put it up. The man placed a staggering bounty of 2 billion on Park's head. His true strength and authority stem from his involvement in online gambling, where he has garnered a loyal following of 87,000 users. Men throughout Korea become aware of the substantial bounty, yet some recognize that taking on such a significant reward could come with considerable risks. Understood that this could cause some people to hesitate or withdraw. He implemented a unique system that recognizes and rewards individuals for their minor contributions as well. As the bell rang, students started to filter out of the school, eager to track down Park and claim the bounty. A growing number of individuals began setting their sights on eliminating Park. This extraordinary plan was set into motion. As Park made his way home, a girl called out to him, but she quickly apologized, offering an excuse for her interruption. Park remains oblivious to the danger, unaware as the audacious girl stealthily retrieves a knife and attempts to strike from behind. Park had no trouble seeing right through her. He notices that she is not affiliated with Nexus. The girl looks taken aback and brings up the topic of money. Another assailant swung a bat at him. Park swiftly intervened, halting the man in his tracks before forcefully bringing the bat down onto his head. The boy commanded the girl to expel everything from her mouth. Feeling a wave of fear, she disclosed that an event was taking place on the platform she frequented. Park discovered that was the one responsible for this. He felt a surge of anger, but then he spotted more everyday people approaching him. His minion began receiving updates, discovering that the people were putting forth their utmost effort. Initially, the young man had reservations about Ty's incentive system, but he now acknowledges that it is functioning flawlessly. Was aware that his system could lead him to financial ruin, yet he remained optimistic about a positive result. He disclosed that he selected the gambling market because it has a way of bringing down those driven by greed. The wealthy man, upon being presented with the same sum of money, would regard Tai with disdain. The individuals who had seen their lives shattered by gambling showed no hesitation whatsoever. Individuals like that are ready to sacrifice their sanity in exchange for wealth. Park held his ground against the advancing tide of bounty hunters, determined to repel them. He spots a child and quickly steps back to avoid a collision. A car suddenly crashed onto the street, only to find itself trapped. The assassins discovered a method to launch their assault. Park managed the situation and received a call from. He ensured that Park was safe. After discovering the situation, he decided to send some men to assist Park. The determined protagonist firmly rejected the offer, insisting that the other person simply needed to find a way to disclose whereabouts. He believed he could manage everything else on his own. Considered himself to be quite careless, prompting the man to instruct his security team to move in. Park confronted each of his attackers, taking them on one at a time. A man attempted to take his life to settle his daughter's hospital expenses. Without any hesitation, Park struck his head with a powerful blow. He leaps into the air to seize an object that he can use to hang onto. He hurriedly dashed away, escaping the chaos, even though he was overwhelmed by the crowd. The protagonist found refuge by stepping into an unfamiliar store. He was taken aback when he discovered a vast army of men waiting inside. He came to the unsettling realization that they had tricked him into coming closer, revealing their connection to Nexus. Park experienced a sense of relief as he realized he no longer needed to restrain himself. Park started to overpower each of them one by one. Regardless of the number of opponents that advance, the protagonist stands resolute and unyielding. He took down a man with incredible force, leaving the other thugs in a state of disbelief. Park remained vigilant as he answered a call from. The person disclosed the whereabouts of the scumbag. He made a quick decision to tidy up the area, eager to pursue Taisu. The men surrounding him felt a surge of fear and began to retreat. Observed the world around him through the lens of a camera. A grin spread across his face as he believed he had trapped Park, knowing that the young man had only taken down a small portion of his. A different gang arrived, ready to confront Park. Subordinate proposed that they should also take care of while they were at it. Admired his wicked intellect and quickly elevated him to a higher position. The goon made an attempt to break into his camera as well. As soon as he begins to make a move, his image begins to show up on every screen around him. Believed that this was a part of his henchman's scheme. The despicable lowlife made it clear that they were completely finished. Felt a wave of confusion wash over him, prompting to step in and explain that it had all been a trap. A sinister laugh escaped his lips as he reveled in the revelation. The leader felt a surge of terror wash over him. Despite his goon's best efforts, the broadcast continued to play, and his team had successfully infiltrated the inadequate security system. Expressed that their scheme had utterly collapsed, and revealed that he was merely trying to impart a lesson to them. The man modified the bounty on Park, making a target in the process. The young man was filled with fear. With a mischievous grin, encourages him to let loose and enjoy himself. The Nexus received the notification, and it dawned on them that they had been defeated. The entire group swiftly pulled back. Tai felt a wave of despair wash over him, just as an unexpected knock echoed through the door. He commanded his incompetent subordinate to retrieve the cash from his safe. As they prepared to descend below the surface for a period of time, the men started pursuing, but he remained calm, focusing on preserving his life rather than chasing after wealth. He felt assured that creating a new gambling website would be a manageable task, allowing him to preserve his wealth in the future should he continue to live. His eyes widened in shock as he watched one of his goons get utterly demolished. He tumbled onto, bringing him to a halt. The leader's heart raced with fear as he realized that Park had closed the distance between them. The protagonist found himself questioning the reason for his frantic pace, his face reflecting a look of fear. The unfortunate man came to the unsettling realization that his entire body was shaking with fear. Attempted to bluff, cautioning the protagonist to keep their distance with a series of weak excuses. Park delivered a powerful kick that struck his opponent squarely in the face. He seized the opportunity and aimed to teach Tai a valuable lesson. The rat swiftly evaded the danger and away in a hurry. Park was not inclined to let him off the hook without a struggle. Issued another warning, recalling the last incident to Park. With a sense of desperation, he kept trying to persuade the young boy. Park relentlessly pounded his face. The man attempted to use money to persuade Park, but Park remained completely unfazed. Presented an offer worth billions, but Park retaliated by forcefully stepping on his face, leaving him utterly defeated. The miserable coward slinked away, attempting to plead with Park for understanding. He hurled every bit of cash he had toward Park, only to come to the disappointing realization that it was futile, as Park was behaving like a wild beast. The protagonist felt a surge of anger upon hearing those words. Park finally halted when he noticed the man pleading for his life in a pitiful manner. He felt a strong desire to show the lowlife a lesson he wouldn't forget. He took a step back, allowing the gambling addicts to take control of the situation from that point onward. A massive surge of men rushed toward, all driven by the desire for $2 billion. Though he protested, they struck him on the head to silence him, intent on taking his life for a sum of $2 trillion. Let out a cry of agony as he found himself overwhelmed by the gambling slaves. As the bounty approached its deadline, Saturni delivered grave news. Tai had only a few weeks left in the ward before his life would come to an end. The lawyer confidently promised that he would handle all the necessary arrangements. Admired the incredible work he had done. He stood up, pondering whether this would be sufficient to drive to madness. At the hospital, arrived to see his subordinate. He wore a forced smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He pondered the reason behind Tai's apparent attempt to overlook him. Tai finally replied, reassuring him that he was fine. The intimidating man brought up the subject of money. Tai felt a surge of fear wash over him, while tightened his grip on his hand. The young man let out a cry of agony. Reassured him, expressing confidence that would persist and not back down. He instructed to rectify the error he had made. The nurse expressed her congratulations to Dong for his recovery, wishing that he would refrain from getting into any fights. The young man smiled and mentioned that he would consider it. As he stepped out of the hospital, he caught sight of several Nexus followers picking on a boy who was sobbing. The group of guys insisted on receiving money and attempted to forcibly remove the poor student's front teeth as a form of compensation, rather than simply letting the matter drop. Took a step ahead to address the problem at hand. The group of thugs taunted the student mercilessly. The group observed the redhead as she prepared herself for the upcoming challenge. In an effort to intimidate him, they attempted to drive him away, but responded with a fierce kick that launched the goon through the air. The group of thugs rushed toward him, declaring their allegiance to Nexus. Dong effortlessly defeated both of them, showing no signs of struggle. He sensed something was amiss, and discovered that a complete recovery would take longer than he had hoped. As he contemplates the idea of lifting heavier weights, he decides to head out. The goon rose to his feet, finally realizing that he was facing. He pondered whether both he and Park had returned to their prime once more. And Park had gained nationwide fame due to their extraordinary strength. Individuals once displayed a significant fascination with the tales of their resistance against Nexus. Nexus had recently suffered the loss of 2 chapters due to their actions, and as a result, the 2 legends found themselves in the spotlight, receiving an unexpected surge of attention. The videos were being uploaded to the internet for the purpose of entertainment. Some individuals were filled with fear, while others found a sense of hope as they watched the videos. Stepped into the martial arts building, the atmosphere buzzing with energy. He disregards everything around him and strides directly toward the rooftop. A young man approached him with a friendly greeting, discovering that the news was indeed more than mere gossip. Realized that Park had returned to the competition. The young man rose to his feet, believing that had arrived to assist him in battling the beast, as he felt he couldn't conquer it on his own. Moon Young's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he listened intently to what had to say. The leader of the Nexus disclosed that he required a partner of equal strength to confront Park. Brings to his mind the memory of their previous encounter. Nods, acknowledging that the memory is clear in his mind. 2 years prior had been treated like a mere punchline by a guy, and now that same person had the audacity to return, approaching her with a ridiculous request, full of misplaced confidence. Concocted a flimsy excuse, confidently promising the man that he would be compensated for his efforts. Presented him with the promise of fulfilling any desire he had. Moon Young proudly flexed his bicep upon hearing those words. The atmosphere shifted as the man's demeanor changed to one of seriousness. He inquired whether would be prepared to give up his throne in exchange for it. The two of them fell quiet for a moment. Inquired with a fearful look on his face whether Moon Young was capable of managing Nexus. The muscle head comes to the realization that his leader still exudes a frightening presence, even after all the time spent on gaming. He retracted his previous statement, realizing that it was not a request but rather a command. With that understanding, he promised that he would act swiftly. Felt assured that he could defeat Park just as he had before, so he informed and that he anticipated a rewarding outcome for his efforts. Later that night, reflected on their previous encounter, feeling certain that had no trust in him whatsoever. The young man speculated that his captain intended to eliminate both of them simultaneously. His henchman struggled with his choice as an unsettling sensation began to creep in. Pondered about the man's intentions and instructed his subordinate to eliminate the unfortunate individual if he remained silent. His trusted associate sensed an unsettling feeling about the situation. He despises the victim's face and has absorbed all the information he required, yet an unsettling sensation lingers within him. Instructed him to complete the task. Lee, his loyal assistant, was filled with anxious curiosity about how the earlier encounter had unfolded. He believed that was targeting Park, prompting him to inquire whether he should inform their friends. His face lights up with a smile as he notices the confidence radiating from his partner. He came to the understanding that he had been backing down without justification. Now that he had the opportunity to reconnect with his old friends, he felt a surge of confidence. However, he also recognized that Park would not go down without a fight. Moon Young took the victim's life, providing an impressive spectacle for his men. He declared his intention to pursue as soon as he finished handling matters with Park. In his office, recorded a video of herself, expressing her heartfelt congratulations for his recovery. His frustration boiled over as he demanded that she stop with the nonsense. She referred to it as a discharge party, but he shifted the conversation toward business matters. Erupted in a childish outburst, further irritating. He believed that their sole aim was to seek revenge. She began to criticize him for it. Watched intently, pondering the reason behind Park's choice to associate with such foolish individuals. The protagonist explained that their shared adversary was the reason for their alliance. Received an unexpected phone call, discovering that had been destroyed. Leaned in to see how his gorilla friend was doing. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he took in his unfortunate state. Made an effort to soothe him, pondering over what might have occurred. Thinks it would be best to stay uninvolved, yet he feels a strong resolve to seek revenge for his gorilla friend. As the man walked away, started to talk, asking for Park's assistance. He pretended to be asleep, hoping to prevent from getting into a fight, fully aware that his impulsive friend would dive in without thinking twice. Juno knew that Nexus was responsible for the situation, yet he found himself pondering who had carried it out. Disclosed that Moon Young was the mastermind behind everything. Dong notices the dark mark on his leg. He recognized it as the handiwork of the same person who had injured his knee previously. Encountered an individual and expressed her gratitude for his assistance. He acknowledged the other man's contribution to their achievements and felt confident that he could move forward with his plan now. He assured everyone that soon, all high school students across the country would be immersed in the game developed by his company, eagerly awaiting the moment it would rise to the top of the charts. was determined to significantly boost the share prices, despite the lingering skepticism of the other individual, assuredly declared that he would turn the possibility into reality. The man made the decision to place his trust in regarding his plan. Within the elevator, a man whose identity was entirely concealed thought the games were not impressive, yet he had already made his move. Grinned and referred to him as a reliable subordinate. The enigmatic figure referred to as Lion cut through the nonsense and began to inquire about Park. He thought that launching a counteroffensive with was rather foolish, as it could lead to numerous complications. Offered a strange analogy, and instructed the man to relax and take in the spectacle of their battle. Took a look at the example, and then moved on from the question. At the gym, pushed himself to the limit, lifting heavy weights in his squats to enhance his strength. Chooses to overlook the actual exercises, and instead concentrates on capturing photographs. She proposed that they create a video together. Looked at her intently, sensing that something was troubling her, and inquired about what was bothering her. Wore a playful grin as he brought up Moon Young, urging Dong to share the events from the past. He referred to the man as an absolute genius, mentioning that in his entire life, he had only encountered 3 individuals like him. The first 2 individuals were identified as Park and the final name mentioned was. He revealed that he had taken over their district 2 years prior and that he shared the park with others. No one had the courage to oppose them, not even Nexus, who felt a sense of fear. A few months later, Dong discovered that a student from the U.S. had transferred to his school and outperformed everyone on the very first day. He found it difficult to accept. Moon Young soon transferred to another school to join the district. He transformed numerous aspects of the schools around him, instigating rivalries among them. The institutions that fell short in these competitions found themselves in his sights. Found amusement in his actions, treating them as a mere joke. His behavior suggested he was not the best of people. A few days later, Dong's school caught his attention and became the next target. He received an invitation to resolve everything at a nearby park. After enduring hours of anticipation, realized that had outsmarted him with his cunning schemes. The scumbag vanished for a time, but one day, a boy found himself in a brutal situation once more, as Young plotted to take down his opponent gradually, employing a series of clever but ineffective tactics. Felt a wave of frustration wash over him. One day, he found himself with the opportunity to face the despicable individual. This moment marked the beginning of his battle against the worthless person. Felt a wave of disappointment wash over him when he noticed that the head of the school resembled a twink. Swiftly demonstrated his mistake by delivering the first kick. Felt a rush of surprise, yet he skillfully avoided the incoming threat without breaking a sweat. The redhead wondered aloud why he had spent so much time fooling around when he truly desired to end his life. Persisted with his offensive strikes, yet stood unharmed, smirking as he admitted that his antics were meant solely to frustrate him. The young man finally decided to stand his ground, delivering a powerful punch. The force of the impact nearly broke ribs. The redhead's anger intensified, but it only worsened when he was struck by a forceful punch. He understood that Young was just as capable as the main character. Park was a powerful force, while the scumbag was like a cunning viper, slithering into the minds of his foes before overpowering them in battle. As events unfolded, found himself sinking into despair, questioning whether he could ever achieve his revenge after being thoroughly beaten. Despite his dire situation, he worked to maintain his composure and gather his thoughts. The redhead swiftly halted the viper's movements and ensnared him with a firm leg lock. With a powerful blow to his face, he delivered a crushing head smash that ultimately allowed him to break free. He acknowledged that he had underestimated, but the suffering he endured had finally brought him to his senses. Moon Young made up her mind to take things seriously, and as the battle raged on, in a dramatic turn of events, they both unleashed their final attacks on one another, resulting in a simultaneous knockout that left them both sprawled on the ground. The surrounding them were taken aback. The two relentless creatures rose once more, determined to resolve their conflict once and for all. A sudden wail of police sirens pierced the air, prompting everyone to flee in a desperate bid for safety. Acknowledged that was far from an ordinary fighter. He expressed a desire to postpone their confrontation for another occasion and cautioned to prepare himself, as he would soon face defeat. After several days had passed, Park discovered all the details and inquired if Dong wanted him to confront the individual and teach him a lesson. The redhead understood that Park would inevitably confront the scumbag, but he instructed Park to keep his distance when that moment arrived, as he preferred to resolve his issues with the man on his own. Under the cover of darkness, they found themselves lingering beneath a bridge. Found it hard to believe that victory was possible, especially after witnessing get soundly defeated by someone he considered weaker. The determined individual brushed off the discouraging remarks and resolved to find a way to make it happen. He instructed his subordinate to recruit 100 agile men from the schools they controlled. Questioned whether the two beasts stood a chance against such a formidable group in combat. 2 years prior, in a dining establishment located in. Praised the food for its deliciousness and questioned why seemed to be holding back. He discovered that the man had a selective taste when it came to food, prompting him to choose to enjoy Xian's meal too. He unexpectedly mentioned, who seemed to be confronting Park for some unknown reason. Expressed that his men were beginning to lose hope, despite being on the verge of seizing control of the entire nation, and all of this was due to the protagonist's actions. Offered a smile, encouraging the guy to continue speaking. Discovered that Moon Young had nearly triumphed over Dong Young, leading him to consider that they might be able to use Dong Young to eliminate Park once and for all. Commanded him to rise and let go of any thoughts about Park. They had more pressing matters to contend with. He noticed a crowd of soldiers assembling outside. The gang leader felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he watched them eat. He commanded his soldiers to eliminate the despicable individuals. The entire group started hurling furniture and shattering the glass in the restaurant. Felt a wave of irritation wash over him, his anticipation for the delightful meal of balls for lunch now dashed. He instructed his men to prepare themselves. Both gangs surged forward, ready to clash in an all-out assault. Gazed at the gruesome scene before him, finding a twisted pleasure in it. The gang leader advanced, but swiftly knocked him out with a single punch. He started to ponder the idea of using as a pawn against Park in the future. In front of the school building, assembled a group of 100 men and revealed his goal. Fear washed over the men as they were all aware of Park's formidable reputation. Captured their focus as he conveyed his objective of tracking down Park. Observing their frightened faces, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, recognizing that they were all nothing more than cowards. He sensed their exhaustion from holding back their true selves. Attempting to inspire them, he urged them to realize that Park and were merely human, regardless of their intimidating appearances. He challenged them, asking whether they truly believed that 100 men would be weaker than Park when he was standing with them. He persuaded them to track down Park, promising that they would have the freedom to act as they wished afterward. Moon Young pressed on, revealing the self-proclaimed gang that was actually frightened of Park. Having triumphed over the beast, his sights were now set on dismantling Nexus and ascending to greatness. He urged everyone to rally behind him, envisioning a future where they could all reach the pinnacle together. The men felt a surge of energy, fueling their resolve to defeat Park once and for all. Without warning, the protagonist burst through the door with force. With a fearsome look on his face, he conveyed that even 100 wouldn't suffice to bring him down. Park prepared to face off against the crowd, striding confidently toward the stage to challenge their inadequate leader. Felt a surge of happiness at his choice to show up. The protagonist commanded him to advance, intending to impart a lesson to the guy. Moon Young wore a wicked smirk as his men scattered glass shards across Park's body, causing him to bleed. Moon Young didn't allow him a moment to understand the situation before she launched a punch. Park managed to intercept the blow, but in doing so, he suffered a severe injury to his arm as the audacious troublemaker employed sharp splinters in his assault. Declared it was merely the start, as he commanded his troops to eliminate Park. The protagonist firmly held his position in defiance of the men. Suddenly, it dawned on them that everyone had been showered with splinters, was employing those methods to dismantle Park's defenses and wear him down. He managed to handle several men at once when suddenly, a bat struck him from behind. In response, Park sent the attacker sprawling through the air. He ripped his shirt into pieces to wrap around his arms. The malevolent leader commanded his troops to advance and launch an assault. As the beast stood alone against the crowd, the battle stretched on for several hours. In the face of unfavorable circumstances, Park rose to legendary status, single-handedly taking down Moon Young and his gang. The wicked villain was in disbelief as he faced defeat, having never allowed anyone to triumph over him, regardless of their strength. He had even managed to defeat the top-ranked player in the nation. He found himself on the receiving end of a beating from Park. He found it hard to comprehend how anyone could possess such immense strength. The protagonist brought an end to once and for all. He commanded him to keep his head lowered at all times. He humbled the man and ensured he would remember this day, warning that if he didn't, he would face defeat once more. Moon Young's frustration boiled over as she let out a cry of agony. The following evening, Moon Young found herself puzzled, unable to grasp what had gone awry. Moon Young found it difficult to comprehend that one man could defeat 100 opponents and leave him in ruins. He finally came to terms with the fact that he might never reach the same level as the protagonist. Suddenly appeared, her brow furrowed with concern as she inquired about the source of his gloomy demeanor. He took a moment to remind his leader of his legendary status, as expressing his unwavering belief that he would ultimately achieve victory, regardless of the sacrifices required. Finally stood up and expressed regret for behaving in a cowardly manner. He allowed his feelings to interfere with his judgment. Following the event, Moon Young and his crew vanished without a trace. The clash that erupted quickly drew the gaze of the crowd. Everyone was astonished to discover that the hero had managed to defeat 100 thugs. The news spread rapidly, leaving many to speculate whether he had become the nation's top contender. Doubts lingered about Nexus's ability to triumph over Park. Felt a surge of desperation, and made an attempt to obliterate Park's territory. And Park were unstoppable forces, akin to wild beasts in their relentless pursuit. The story commenced with and. As the story progressed, the protagonist gradually overcame every challenge, leaving the chapters defeated in their wake. As news spread across the country, people began to think that Nexus had reached its end. Proposed that they could all team up against Park, but dismissed the suggestion, considering it foolish. He was unwilling to tarnish Nexus's reputation by turning into a lowly thug. Wished to overpower the man with sheer force, aiming to instill fear in all those who supported Park. His heart raced with enthusiasm, believing that the moment had finally come for him to step up. Declared his intention to handle the situation with Park on his own. Opposed the idea. Lion stepped in, expressing his concerns as he believed his plan jeopardized the entire gang. He labeled it as a dangerous move. Believed that Lion was subtly implying he would not succeed. Expressed his trust in, acknowledging the gravity of their circumstances. However, he believed that the minor district was not worth the potential danger. He reminded that their true objective lay elsewhere, urging him to consider the advice of his men for a change. The leader was convinced that if they united against Park, Nexus would forfeit its power. Lion devised an alternative solution and disclosed that he was aware of the ideal person to confront the beast. He was confident that this individual would handle the troublesome situation with ease. Inside the martial arts building, persevered in his training, putting in relentless effort to strengthen himself. Despite his dedication, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered regarding the pace of his improvement. Strolled in, a playful grin on his face, and revealed that he had a strategy that could speed things up. He then suggested that the guy join him in this endeavor. Understood that Nexus was struggling due to the actions of the protagonist. He believed that no one could defeat Park, especially since he had been defeated himself. Grinned and referred to it as an issue. He wasted no time and instructed Moon to eliminate Park. In exchange, he promised Moon the district as his own. Found it amusing, thinking it resembled an invitation to become someone's servant. was indifferent to his opinions. The guy's frustration grew, prompting him to test whether was genuinely authentic. Stepped forward, ready to deliver a punch. The leader of the Nexus effortlessly halted the progress. Was convinced that their objectives were in sync, and since he possessed both the funds and a strategy to eliminate Park, he simply needed someone to execute it. With the support of Moon Young, was confident that his scheme would unfold seamlessly. The young man nodded, indicating that he was willing to listen. Regarded him as wise, and understood that he would be fond of the plan. On a dreary, rainy day, Dong was going about his own affairs when, out of nowhere, a large group of thugs closed in around him. As they rushed toward him with the intention of overpowering him, he launched his counterattack. Had faith that Nexus would adhere to the rules, so he was taken by surprise when things went differently. The red-haired fighter remained relentless, pressing on with his battle against the gang, unleashing a series of powerful kicks. His closest friend had turned against him. Taking advantage of the moment, skillfully maneuvered to trap him, determined to eliminate the threat he posed once and for all. Came to the unsettling realization that he found himself trapped in a terrible predicament, one from which escape seemed impossible. Upon seeing the text, Park felt a surge of frustration and hurried to his location. This marked the beginning of his downward spiral. Park noticed who was injured and bound tightly. This was set to be their final confrontation, a culmination of events that had begun 2 years earlier. Park's face twisted into a frightening grimace as he brought up the events of their previous encounter, catching his attention. The relentless scoundrel made it evident that he would continue his pursuit until Park removed his own eyeballs. Grabbed a metal rod, but instead of aiming it at Park, he unexpectedly brought it down on Snee. The protagonist was consumed by a fiery anger, driving him to charge at, with the intent to put an end to his actions once and for all. The villains brandished chains, effectively restraining him and preventing any forward movement. The group started tugging on the chains in an effort to lower Park. As Moon Yang's trusty companion swung a metal rod, he struck their friend with force. Park seized the metal chains with determination, channeling his immense strength to yank them forcefully. As a result, the men were propelled through the air. Let out a cruel laugh, suggesting that he should take a moment to share his final thoughts. The men skillfully fastened the chains, rendering Park completely immobile. Felt a surge of frustration as he referred to individuals like Park as bothersome. He found it exasperating that they behaved like heroes, making a fuss over rules and friendships. In his eyes, the despicable scoundrel prioritized victory above all else. In a moment of overwhelming frustration, he struck his leg with force. The antagonist dared the young hero to rescue his beloved friend. Park summoned all his strength, determined to break free from his constraints. He overpowered several opponents, astonishing everyone as he shattered the metal chains with his bare hands. The goons began to pour petrol haphazardly all around them, their anxiety rising as they witnessed the incredible strength of Park, resembling that of a beast. Leaped ahead, determined to intervene, wielding a metal pipe in her hands. He struck Park's head with such force that it began to bleed. The protagonist felt a rush of warmth as blood poured from his wounds, and he collapsed to his knees, his body no longer responding to his commands. Moon Young felt a sense of pride wash over him, even though his tactics were far from honorable. He proclaimed it as his triumph and began to stomp on Park. The goons made it clear that he needed to leave at once, having already set the fire ablaze to emphasize their warning. Moon Young had unfinished business, as the events from their last encounter were vividly etched in his memory. The despicable villain echoed Park's words with a sneer. The others observed him with worried looks on their faces. Moon Young's men repeatedly urged him to evacuate, yet he chose to disregard their pleas. Several men pulled him out with considerable force, yet the obnoxious villain continued to shout, claiming he was the mightiest in the nation. Dong found himself filled with self-reproach for the hardships that Park had endured. He was convinced that if he hadn't been such a hindrance, the main character would have taken down the villain. The weight of guilt pressed on him as he recalled how he had pulled Park into his troubles 2 years prior. Park managed to release his friend from their predicament, and together they escaped the burning building unscathed. Once they regained their composure, the police suddenly appeared, leading them to understand that the entire incident had been orchestrated in advance. As a result, both individuals found themselves facing consequences for the events that unfolded in the building, and numerous witnesses stepped forward to testify against them. The actions of the police also seemed unjust. Later, it was revealed that the structure that had caught fire belonged to his family. The man employed a powerful law firm with the intent of ruining their lives. The parents found themselves shelling out substantial settlements, and just when they thought they couldn't take any more, the unscrupulous individual insisted that both of them offer a public apology. As Park stepped out of the shower, he caught snippets of his dad's conversation on the phone. The young man attempted to request some money from his friend, but he received no assistance. Meanwhile, his father dismissed the situation with a feigned smile, while his friend suggested that he should instill some discipline in his son. The young man concluded his phone call. He stepped outside and noticed that Park had already departed. He thought it was only to be expected after the events that had unfolded. Park stepped outside, making an effort to rein in his anger. With his fists tightly closed, he struck the tree with all the strength he could muster. The protagonist came to the unsettling realization that his way of thinking had been misguided. He had believed himself to be invincible. However, when confronted with the realities of wealth and influence, he found himself powerless. This was the moment that marked the conclusion of the conflict. The gang summoned the young boy. Faced off against him, relentlessly pummeling Park, while Park made no attempt to defend himself. He came to realize that relying solely on brute strength wouldn't secure victory in every battle. The protagonist found himself kneeling before. The terrible leader ridiculed his petty schemes, guiding Park to grasp the realities of life. He cautioned the protagonist to avoid confrontation in the future and to remain inconspicuous, as if he were invisible. Referred to this as a consequence for Park's actions. Park found himself compelled to comply with the poorly conceived schemes laid out before him. Commanded his men to assault Park, wanting to see if he had truly grasped the lesson of never retaliating. Dong completed the story at last, assuring himself that he had shared all the information he possessed. Experienced a wave of sadness for him and took a moment to clarify that this was why he had attempted to pull away. He trusted Park entirely, but still feared that he could once again become a burden. Gently patted the boy's head, attempting to offer him some comfort. She expressed that she didn't view him as a burden in any way, and reassured him that this time, both she and were there to support them. The girl revealed that she had faced her own share of difficulties. Dong experienced a surge of motivation, fueling his determination to arrive at a different conclusion this time. In his office, he reflected on the events that had transpired. He recognized that Tai was merely a source of income, while In Chin's crew were nothing more than pawns for Nexus. Understood that none of the adversaries they had faced were truly a part of Nexus' fighting strength. He held a similar opinion about Young, believing it was foolish to think the man could outmatch Park given his current abilities. Reached the conclusion that was deliberately stalling for some purpose. Out of the blue, Park received an unexpected text message. He attempted to check his surroundings, but then he caught sight of a car speeding towards him, threatening to take his life. The protagonist managed to narrowly avoid the incoming threat. Without hesitation, another vehicle attempted the same maneuver. He had just managed to scrape by. A picture was tossed out of the car. The boy bent down to retrieve the item and discovered a photograph of Dong taken at the gym. He swiftly understood the situation and suspected that was responsible for it. Instructed Moon to assist Moon Young. The unexpected announcement caught the guy off guard. The leader explained that he wouldn't require any underhanded tasks. Instead, he instructed to simply send his team to support. He requested that provide all the resources at his disposal. The man dismissed the suggestion, having personally trained each of them. He had no intention of allowing an unsavory character to boss them around, so he resolved to confront Park on his own. Expressed his confidence in Moon, yet he noted that with pressing matters at hand, it was an inconvenient moment to handle such a personal issue. Considered his plans to be of greater significance, and believed that Moon Young was capable of handling the task. He instructed Moon to concentrate on the crucial issues at hand, and managed to persuade him to pay attention. This agreement brought a sense of relief to his leader. Meanwhile, at the gym, stepped into the shower, hoping to feel revitalized. A man quietly slipped inside and managed to unlock his locker, discovering his phone inside. The young man employed a unique device to gain unauthorized access. He received assistance in setting up a tracker. As time passed, the redhead made her way back. Without warning, a biker lunged at him, but his quick reflexes allowed him to narrowly escape the danger. As he watched in disbelief, the unexpected assault continued, and he noticed an air conditioning unit plummeting from the heavens. Successfully evaded the attack as well. The bikers hurried toward him, preparing for a second onslaught. Dong leaped ahead, startling them and causing them to flee. They handed him a picture, and this time it was one of Park. The redhead felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Feeling a wave of frustration wash over him, he questioned what kind of trick was attempting this time. And his companions assembled at the designated spot. Lee pushed the door open and stepped inside. He acknowledged the despicable man before him and extended his hand for a handshake. The arrogant individual dismissed the suggestion as foolish and commanded him to simply follow his instructions. Started to ridicule the goons, knowing they had already been defeated by the protagonist. He labeled them as ineffective, but secretly wished they would improve with his guidance. Lee clenched his jaw tightly upon hearing the hurtful remarks. Kept moving forward and noted that Park would be arriving shortly, giving them the chance to observe the chaos from a distance. Outside the gym, worry began to grow, prompting him to swiftly reach for his phone to call Park. However, his call went unanswered. As Park was busy with his tasks, he unexpectedly received a deceptive image along with a location tag, and it turned out to be sent from Dong's own phone. He took it for granted that it was genuine, and anger surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the scene, determined not to waste a single second. Arrives at a spot he discovered through Park's phone. He hurriedly closed the gap between them, soon coming to the realization that everything had been a deception. Frustration welled up inside him as he silently wished for history not to repeat itself. Felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing they had managed to handle using their clever tactics. He held a confident demeanor, convinced that a person like Park didn't require any assistance. Meanwhile, couldn't help but label the guy as utterly shameless. The thugs gestured towards the entrance gate. The despicable scoundrel unexpectedly broke into a grin, feeling a surge of happiness at the sight of Park once more. He extended an invitation to the guy, encouraging him to come up and face defeat once more. Brings up the topic of the redhead to anger Park, adding more details to the conversation. The protagonist gazed ahead and noticed a vast army of soldiers blocking his path. One of the young men moved ahead, ready to challenge Park to a duel, his gaze fixed upward at him. The protagonist paid no attention to his words and quickly brought him down. Without hesitating for even a moment, Park lunges into the ranks of the army, cutting through them with sheer force as he overwhelms his opponents. He dashed toward the school building, urgency driving him to rescue his friend. Felt a surge of excitement upon realizing that Park remained incredibly strong. He referred to Lee's army as dreadful, since they were unable to touch Park even once. Unveiled the latest members of their team, expressing his desire for them to confront a creature like Park, believing it would be an extraordinary experience. Reassured him, insisting that there was no need for concern, as things were about to take a serious turn. Park hurried into the room, discovering two men who were already there, waiting for him. The others labeled him as arrogant for believing he could easily pass by them. Park urged everyone to move aside as he surged ahead to launch his attack. The guy effortlessly the attack and seized Park's arm. With a forceful shove, he brought the protagonist to the ground, offering a stern warning against delivering such pathetic punches when facing the elite force of Nexus. Park collided with the wall, but made an effort to rise and confront the men. The member of the elite force labeled him as delusional. He acknowledged Park's strength, but questioned whether he could triumph over a gang like Nexus, relying solely on raw power. He informed the protagonist that a war was unnecessary to handle the situation, as Nexus had now ascended to an entirely new and unfathomable level. Park pushed himself up and hurried forward, ready to launch an attack. The men cautioned him, stating that they had no intention of holding back. They both criticized his fighting style as utterly worthless, using their weight and technique to dominate the protagonist, choking him in the process. The elite men disclosed that they followed orders without question. They pondered who truly held the central role within Nexus. They were sure victory was within their grasp, believing he stood no chance against genuine talent. In a desperate move, they attempted to choke Park into unconsciousness. He attempted to break free by crashing his back against the wall. The men deemed it worthless, and one of them employed a fresh approach to persist in strangling the protagonist. The young man referred to his method as the lion killer. Park felt a rush of warmth trickle from his mouth, as the man revealed that humans could triumph over even lions by using this technique. The protagonist dashed toward a wall, while the men dismissed it as pointless. He disregarded their pleas and, in a decisive move, crashed one of their heads against it, sacrificing his own safety in the process. They managed to maintain their composure as they continued to suffocate Park. His eyes started to blur, drifting away from clarity. Park's determination did not waver as he executed the same move once more, forcefully slamming both his head and that of his opponent into the ground. The two of them fought hard to restrain him, yet they clung on tightly, determined not to let go. Park struck his head against the surface for the third time. The elite force member's head is struck with such force that he finally collapses to the ground. The protagonist breaks free and swiftly overpowers his opponent. Before the confrontation, emphasized that victory against Park was impossible for them. They deemed it unjust, having already endured grueling training to arrive at this moment. Although he grasped their intentions and recognized the fierce determination shining in their eyes, he was aware they would believe victory was within their reach. However, it wouldn't be long before they discovered the truth of their situation. The members of the elite force came to the shocking realization that Park was not just a nickname. He was truly a beast. They felt it was unjust to send them into such a situation when he clearly lacked faith in their abilities. The man deemed it essential to acknowledge that no one from their team stood a chance against Park. This realization didn't signify their weakness. Rather, it highlighted that Park was simply a unique individual. He had faith in his team and encouraged them to harness their strength to hinder him. Instructed them to wear Park down as best as they could, and when he began to show signs of fatigue, the protagonist would need to confront the quickest boxer available on their side. A fresh elite fighter approached Park with a greeting. He was struggling to catch his breath after the recent battle. Lifted onto her bike, but with a hint of disappointment, explained that even at its fastest speed, their journey would still take an hour. She brought up a few guys, but abruptly paused mid-sentence. His eyes widened as he spotted the men from. Confidently announced that he had already dealt with the hackers. The man commanded the group to start moving. Flashed a grin, prompting the entire group to sprint towards Park's position. At the school, Park initiated his confrontation with the swiftest student, yet not a single blow landed. The young man effortlessly anticipated every one of his moves. Just moments before the confrontation, Moon urged his swiftest teammate to take on Park when he showed signs of fatigue, convinced that Park would rush in to rescue his friend. Anticipated that Park would make a hasty move, one that would be straightforward to anticipate. The fighter received instructions to continue deceiving Park while staying at a safe distance, aiming to prolong the encounter as much as possible. The young man found the situation foolish, yet managed to persuade him against doing anything rash, especially with Park as their opponent. Despite the apparent certainty of their victory, advised him to exercise caution and restrain himself. The young man grew increasingly impatient and delivered a quick jab to Park. He was aware that the protagonist was completely unable to comprehend the situation. Unlike most martial artists who rely on their entire body to launch an attack, he stood apart with his unique approach. He initiated the attacks, with his body instinctively moving in sync with his actions. Using his technique, Park was unable to foresee when a punch would be aimed at him. The young man delivered another wild punch, sending Park stumbling backwards. He resolved to eliminate the protagonist, but then a recollection of his instructions struck him unexpectedly. He took a step back, clenched his jaw, and pondered what was so extraordinary about someone like Park. The excitement surrounding Park baffled him, leading him to deliver a swift kick to Park's abdomen. The protagonist, overwhelmed with fatigue, pressed on with his assault. Despite every effort he made, the opponent skillfully evaded each attack, taunting Park by dismissing him as an unthinking beast. He grows overconfident, believing that victory is within his grasp. The man unexpectedly collided with the wall. He stayed composed, yet he acknowledged that this tactic to force him back was quite ingenious. Park lunged forward, but he skillfully the blow, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he demonstrated that he didn't require any room to unleash a wild punch. The guy made an effort to deliver a 1-inch punch as he dared Park to endure it. The protagonist absorbed the powerful blow and was propelled backward. He rose to his feet again, springing toward the man with determination to finish the fight. The fighter concluded that he lacked any sense, so he swung at Park with the same punch once again. The young man chuckled, questioning whether Park had never heard of such a well-known punch. He inquired about how terrible Park was feeling. The protagonist kept his composure and launched himself at the man once more. Frustration washed over the man as he realized his strikes had failed to hinder Park in the slightest. He taunted Park, daring him to withstand yet another attack. He launched a flurry of punches, striking repeatedly without pause. In a sudden move, Park seized his arm and firmly commanded him to cut the nonsense. Filled with fury, the protagonist launches into an attack on the guy, unleashing his anger. Received the news that the second floor had already collapsed. He had anticipated a far greater performance, leading him to believe that the fighter had likely forgotten his instructions and acted foolishly. He resolved to put the matter behind him, still convinced that his companion must have inflicted some harm. Meanwhile, had prepared the next levels for confrontation, leaving Park with no choice but to battle again, even in his injured state. Felt certain that this time Park would begin to falter. The informant rushed forward, urgently revealing that the third floor had already collapsed. The leader was taken aback, pondering whether the fighter from floor 2 had truly failed so spectacularly. The young man assessed the situation and concluded that with 2 floors already collapsing, a chain reaction had started. Soon enough, the 4th floor also suffered significant damage. Couldn't help but chuckle at the sight before him. For some inexplicable reason, a surge of happiness washed over him, and with a mischievous grin, he admitted to himself that it was due to witnessing's cowardly behavior. The guy's frustration boiled over as he commanded the lowlife to start taking things seriously, knowing that Park would soon be arriving at the rooftop. The arrogant young man dismissed words, suggesting he should consider his thoughts more carefully before speaking. He instructed the other guy to relax with his friends and watch as he brought an end to Park's miserable existence. The informant reveals that Park is nearing their location. On the 4th floor, a goon lunged at the protagonist, brandishing a knife menacingly. He effortlessly dealt with the guy. A second attacker rushed towards him, brandishing a weapon. The beast, displaying no mercy, shattered his arm and brought about his downfall. At last, he arrived at the rooftop, where Young and his gang awaited him. The protagonist wasted no time and inquired about his friend, his face reflecting a look of sheer terror. Let out a sinister laugh, exposing the truth that the image was completely forged, leading him directly into a deadly trap. Was propelled towards Park, who noticed the impending motion. It was already too late for him to evade the attack. The protagonist found himself cornered as the goons advanced, ready to deliver a brutal beating. He clenched his jaw tightly and let out a furious yell. Was abruptly startled by the sounds of bicycles approaching. As he watched in disbelief, a wave of fear washed over him upon spotting a massive biker gang approaching the school alongside. The redhead urged to let him go. With a smile, she assists him in executing a remarkable landing. He started to pound the men mercilessly. The men from Incheon gathered around him. In urged Dong to press on and rescue his friend, reassuring him that they would handle the situation with the men below. The red-haired girl expressed her gratitude before dashing off, felt a surge of frustration, and referred to the redhead as a cunning little rat. Mounted his bike and maneuvered it skillfully, creating a barrier that forced the army to retreat, allowing the redhead to sprint towards his friend without any obstacles. The goons labeled him a traitor, yet the bikers paid no mind to their accusations and pressed on with the battle. Yang's loyal assistant enlisted in the army and began overpowering several men. However, Dong swiftly landed a kick to his face, shattering his arrogant demeanor. Meanwhile, As-in was preoccupied with directing his troops. An attacker attempted to kick him, but he narrowly evaded the blow just in time. Li approached him with an air of arrogance in his demeanor. Without warning, launched an unexpected attack. The young man instructed the red-haired girl to concentrate on rescuing his friend instead, emphasizing that there was no need for them to clash. He disclosed that his true intention was merely to teach a lesson. He prepared himself for a confrontation, telling Dong to keep going while he handled things on his own. As the redhead headed toward Park, felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing he finally had the opportunity to unleash his frustration on In. The man known as Scarface agreed to the idea and began preparing himself to throw a few punches. The two of them started to clash in a fierce battle. Above them, on the rooftop, Moon-young watched with frustration as she observed their struggle. He suddenly relaxed, reassured that the plan would unfold flawlessly. He commanded his to take care of Park, and they began to strike him with wooden bats. Park nearly tears the net apart as he consumes an excessive amount of damage. Derided his as useless before advancing toward the protagonist, swinging a bat menacingly. Park managed to liberate himself at last. The unpleasant man believed that the opportunity had slipped away from him. With all his strength, he swung the bat, yet Park skillfully landed a hit on him in return. The thugs lunged at him, attempting to restrain him on the ground as Moon-young's frustration boiled over as he retrieved a screwdriver from his pocket, prepared to take Park's life. He charged ahead, intent on blinding the boy who dared to disrespect him. Finally appeared, delivering a swift kick that landed squarely on his opponent's face. He felt a twinge of disappointment that Park was struggling against such inept thugs. The protagonist offered a smile, revealing that he had tried his hardest to set aside some for the redhead. United, they effortlessly dismantled the army of goons, turning the battle in their favor at last. Moon-young's frustration boiled over as he clenched his teeth tightly, struggling to maintain his composure. He felt a surge of determination to exact his revenge, and with that resolve, he began to wrap a rope around his wrist. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged at Dong, pulling him down as he leaped off the rooftop. He forcefully pushed the man to the ground and seized the rope. The redhead successfully clutched his foot with a firm grasp. The wild man started to behave like a beast, striking his head in an attempt to break free from his hold. He referred to this as a punishment, cautioning the redhead to never raise his gaze again, insisting that someone like him was only deserving of crawling on the ground. Dong climbed onto the wall and exerted all his strength to push against it. He ridiculed the pathetic villain before shattering the window to make his entrance. As Young collided with the wall, he struck it head first, leaving his face battered and bruised. As he was yanked back onto the rooftop once more, fear gripped the heart of the inept villain. Park was observed as he tugged on his rope. The protagonist, consumed by anger, resolved to impart a valuable lesson to him. Struggled to break free, but Park yanked him with such force that he was sent flying back towards him. The protagonist delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's head, sending him crashing back once more. He yanked the rope again, determined to eliminate the despicable villain once and for all. Dong stepped into the scene, bringing his movement to a halt. He recognized the fury within Park, yet he was determined to address his own grievances too. The protagonist allows him 5 minutes, and a grin spreads across his face. He approached, ready to resolve their past issues. The trash scumbag, filled with frustration, attempted to resist, pondering whether the others believed there were heroes alongside him in their narrative as the villain. He struck and insulted them, labeling them as failures who lost due to their weakness. The young man felt it was unjust for them to seek such a petty form of revenge for past events. Scowled, his frustration evident as he interrupted, demanding that the other person stop talking nonsense. He kept kicking Young, making it clear that he had never lost a fight against him. The redhead labeled his actions as cowardly and emphasized that he considered him to be a despicable scoundrel. In a moment of frustration, Park delivered a swift punch to Moon. The red-haired girl felt a surge of irritation and instructed him to move away, explaining that his 5 minutes had not yet elapsed. Park expressed his regret, acknowledging that he had lost control of himself. The two of them joined forces to confront the man, launching a synchronized attack against him. Felt a surge of fear as he attempted to halt their actions. However, it was already too late. They had both utterly devastated his body and shattered his teeth in the process. Seized the leg of the redhead. He started pleading for his life, assuring them that he would never oppose them again. In his desperation, he implored them to grant him mercy just this once. Park recognized the absurdity of the situation. He reluctantly offered a metal rod, signaling that there was no chance he would be allowed to escape this predicament. Dong picked it up, ignoring Moon Young's persistent pleas. He clenched the rod firmly, nearly striking his own leg. The pitiful refuse wailed and howled in despair. He suddenly became aware that he had not been struck. The redhead cast a disdainful glance at him, yet in her mind she concluded that it was sufficient. After all, he had no desire to sink to the level of that despicable villain. He glanced over his shoulder, observing as Park unleashed his incredible strength to shatter Snee. His eyes burned with anger as he trudged home, a sense of dissatisfaction gnawing at him for leaving the scumbag's life intact. The men gathered outside the school spotted Moon, Young's lifeless body dangling from the rooftop. Smiled, thinking that it was finally finished. He and his crew lifted their hands, acknowledging their defeat. With a burst of enthusiasm, the guy announced that he would pick this up again another day. Paused to catch his breath, signaling to his men that it was time to cease their fighting. On the rooftop, the red-haired individual pondered who their next target might be. Park announced his intention to confront the leader next. In the hospital, Moon Young sat in his wheelchair, looking quite miserable, his body wrapped in bandages. In another part of the school, a group of men assembled, armed and ready, determined to hinder Park's progress. As the protagonist stepped into the school, the leader instructed everyone to prepare themselves. The men felt a wave of fear wash over them, but their leader made an effort to inspire and encourage them. They held their position firmly in opposition to Park. The group began to falter, much to the leader's frustration. In an unexpected move, Park lunged ahead and defeated him in just a few seconds. The thugs felt a wave of fear wash over them, yet he pressed on, overpowering each one and leaving them battered and defeated. Park sent a picture of the goons he had taken down to. She chuckled and remarked that he was finished with the school troubles. She was taken aback when she received encouraging reports from both and paid no attention to her remarks, his mind consumed by his thoughts, which frustrated the girl. He requested a bit of space, mentioning that he was close to arriving at a conclusion. His eyes grew wide as a realization struck him. He had finally solved the case. He leaped to his feet, filled with excitement as understanding washed over him. Feeling a wave of frustration, finally opens up to her and admits that he understands the trick is attempting to play. The Pascal was a game that quickly soared to the top shortly after its launch, achieving remarkable popularity within just a few hours. He considered it strange that traffic continued to flow even after an entire week had passed. The game's shares had skyrocketed, experiencing a remarkable increase of 600%. Found himself puzzled by the message being conveyed. Pointedly revealed that Nexus was the mastermind behind everything happening. In his office, Moon disclosed that he had discovered the protagonist and his crew were systematically taking control of each school, one after another. Many people thought that Nexus was staying under the radar because they considered the gang to be weak. If things continued on their current path, it seemed inevitable that they would gradually lose all their power. was convinced it was time for them to take decisive action against this situation. Grasped what he meant and inquired of Lion about a certain matter. He responded that their plan would come to fruition exactly 7 days later. Instructed Moon to step back for a week and to steer clear of any conflicts with the enemy. He assured him that everything would be resolved within that time frame. Aimed to steer clear of confronting insignificant individuals. He firmly believed that within a matter of days, they would possess a fortune of 100 billion won. And expressed his unwavering belief in Moon, leading the guy to think that his leader was strategizing a more effective way to undermine Park's advancement. He decided to place his trust in N. In's office designated several schools for N Park to manage. Made the decision to assign a school overseen by. She clarifies that there is nothing special about the situation. The guy simply has a background in MMA. However, she believes it will be a breeze for. Wrapping up for the day, she offers them a cheerful smile as she wishes them a good afternoon. As everyone began to exit the location, Dong picked up on strange demeanor. As she prepared to depart on her motorbike, a voice called out to her, halting her in her tracks. The guy questioned her certainty about her previous statement, pointing out that the person she referenced was a student from her own school. She couldn't help but feel astonished that he actually seemed to possess a functioning brain. The girl offered him the helmet, extending an invitation for him to join her for a ride, unless he had other commitments. As they arrived at a new location, she started to share her story, bringing up an individual who had once been involved with Nexus. Reflected on her own history, discovering that her father had been a worthless man who abandoned their family to be with the woman he had betrayed her mother with. His mother found herself toiling both day and night to provide for the entire family. As circumstances continued to deteriorate, found herself increasingly filled with disdain for her life. She longed to break the habit of frequently skipping school, yet she felt completely helpless in her situation. Her brother shared her worries, feeling a sense of concern about all that was happening. Started spending time with others who faced equally tough situations. In this new company, she experienced a feeling of acceptance and discovered individuals she could genuinely consider friends. Although their activities often seemed unusual, she relied on them to support her through it all. Found himself in the hands of the police one day. The teacher arrived to collect her. She told him it would be pointless to argue since she planned to leave soon. The man showed little interest in her plans for the future, yet he couldn't help but find it strange that she was achieving such excellent grades despite her reluctance to pursue further education. He suggested that she should dedicate herself to her studies even more. She dismissed it as mere luck and attempted to downplay the situation. The teacher shook her head in disagreement, reminding the student that it was nearly impossible for most kids to achieve an 80% score purely by chance. He returned the books she had discarded earlier, but made it evident that he held no attachment to them. He permitted her to make her own choices, recognizing that it was her life to live. However, he insisted that she maintain her composure until she officially made the decision to drop out. As he turned to leave, he warned her not to do anything foolish in front of the police again, took his advice to heart. Later that evening, she found herself perched on a bench close to her group, lost in thought as memories flooded her mind. The commotion from the nearby activities drew her gaze. A burly blonde boy had just struck another kid, all because of a dispute over money. Fear took hold of them, causing their bodies to tremble as they vowed to improve their actions. The man was filled with rage, determined not to let the matter rest. The man casually unzipped his pants. The character started to urinate on the unsuspecting students. A cruel laughter escaped his lips, but had reached his limit with his nonsense. With determination, she stood up and tossed her helmet in the direction of the blonde-haired individual. She referred to them as irrational for taking things too far with actual children. In her opinion, they had definitely overstepped their bounds. The blonde boy felt a surge of anger as blood trickled from his head. The rough thugs seized her hair and began to close in around her. One of them struck and commanded her to stop talking nonsense. The blonde girl felt a wave of frustration as she questioned her own motives for trying to play the role of a hero. She experienced a sharp pain in her cheek, But then her attention was drawn to a lone figure who was taking on the group single-handedly. The man wielded a bat, skillfully incapacitating several of the attackers. Realized that he was her younger brother, which left her feeling bewildered. The rushed toward him, intent on giving the man a harsh lesson. He remained undefeated, effortlessly triumphing over the subordinates. The brother donned his helmet and easily overpowered the blond boy. Surprising everyone in the room, he stood up and coolly declared himself the new leader of the district, introducing himself as. And her younger brother seemed to be worlds apart. While she often embraced her rebellious nature, he consistently strived to be the ideal son. He ultimately found himself in the crosshairs of Nexus. A member of the gang started pummeling him mercilessly. The trash goon noticed the brat retreating, prompting him to reiterate his comments about sister. The guy continued to babble on. His anger surged, prompting him to step forward and aim a punch. However, the gang member effortlessly the blow. He delivered a punch too, determined to teach him a valuable lesson. Felt the weight of his circumstances, realizing that he would never experience a typical school life. Deep down, he understood that no one would come to his rescue. The boy sprang forward, launching himself at the Nexus goon. With no other options available to him, he resorted to using his teeth to tear the scumbag's nose away. Completely lost his temper, and boldly warned everyone not to cross him again. The group of thugs rushed toward him, yet he stood his ground with unwavering confidence. Whispers about his brawls quickly spread across the school. Suddenly, a member of the Nexus appeared and extended an invitation for him to become part of their gang. He became a member of Nexus, and from that moment on, nothing could stand in his way. One day, however, everything took a turn, while he was making his way home. He noticed his partner, who had cautioned him about a potential trap. The guy remained poised and self-assured, even as he watched several men rush toward him. He destroyed one, and made it evident that he had no intention of fleeing. The battle raged on for what felt like hours. He eventually collapsed against the lowly thugs. The assailants forcefully pressed their feet against his face, rendering him immobile. A wave of frustration washed over him as the stark realization hit that he was done for. Arrived just in time to rescue him from his predicament. The leader praised for his remarkable endurance in the face of daunting challenges. With a grin, he instructed to set aside the formalities. A surge of inspiration washed over him as he noticed the fear in the goons' eyes upon seeing. They made the choice to bring him down too. Had always held a deep disdain for the sight of people's backs. He viewed his sister and parents as terrible individuals. To him, everyone he encountered in life seemed like a cowardly rat. However, everything shifted the moment he laid eyes on standing before him. As everyone lunged forward simultaneously, effortlessly outmatched them all. Felt a familiar fire of determination igniting within him once more. He resolved to pursue, believing it to be his true calling in life. Later faced him regarding his choice, but he seemed indifferent to her concerns. He disclosed that it was who had selected him, emphasizing that his presence was solely to carry out's commands. He asserted firmly that she should never interfere with his intentions. He declared that he would take matters into his own hands and end the person's life himself if it came down to that. At the pool club, expressed his frustration about a large group of foolish kids who seemed unaware that they should be afraid of Nexus. He thought their ignorance stemmed from a complete lack of support from the teachers. The young man referred to them as cowards for their lack of cooperation and questioned their reckless behavior. He resolved to put an end to their foolishness and instructed them to comply with any plans he would propose. The teacher raised her voice, clearly indicating that the educators had no regard for his frustrating commands. Inquired with a chilling tone whether they were facing any issues. The teachers acknowledged his actions as right, and without any hesitation he seized the snooker stick. With a swift movement, he struck the teacher and jabbed at his leg, leaving everyone else in a state of shock. He challenged the others to confront him, cautioning those who lacked courage not to underestimate his determination. Was filled with sorrow over her brother's predicament, yet she found herself powerless to change it. The teachers found themselves facing daily torment. Continued to wreak havoc in their lives, doing so in a careless and unpleasant way. The majority of educators in the district decided to abandon the schools and move on. His homeroom teacher couldn't believe that other teachers would abandon their posts for such a reason. He felt prepared to step in and handle the situation himself if it ever came down to confronting the student directly. He thought that if the teachers resigned, they might sidestep all the problems. However, concern for his students weighed heavily on him, especially since they were receiving constant death threats from the gang. With a strong resolve, he made up his mind to safeguard them at all costs. The teachers who refused to back down found their lives utterly shattered by the guy. His homeroom teacher was ultimately taken to the hospital. He reassured the girl that he was okay. Experienced a fresh wave of guilt, her cheeks flushing with shame. The girl discarded her ring, severing her ties with Nexus once and for all. She took it upon herself to eliminate the scoundrels. She concluded her story, holding the belief that people were not so easily changed. Therefore, there was no reason for him to waver simply because was her brother. Resolved to put forth his utmost effort in persuading the man. In a local grocery store, Park searched for the school's leader, ignoring the pleas that echoed from him. The guy displayed no compassion and completely demolished him. He finished his work too, and as he did, laughter filled the air between them. They exchanged curious glances, both pondering the unusual behavior of Dong. The red-haired boy labeled them as foolish and clarified that his school was simply located quite a distance away. As he stepped into the snooker club, he was taken aback to discover it completely empty. In another location, made her way toward her goal. As she listened closely, a woman's voice reached her ears, pleading for assistance, paused in her tracks and inquired about the problem. The woman deceives her, exposing her true nature. Was initially puzzled, but she quickly grasped the situation as she noticed the group of men around her. The goons commanded her not to resist. Swung her helmet, making contact with one of them and forcing him to stagger back. The woman attempted to take action, but struck her in response. Without warning, a bat struck her and she collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. The men reported to their boss that she had been taken captive. Found herself trapped behind a locked door. In her frustration, she pounded on the wood and shouted at her brother, demanding that he free her from her confinement. Finally arrived on the scene, only to discover that she had been shouting for hours. With a swift kick, he slammed the door and commanded her to remain silent for at least 5 days, hoping to avoid any need to resort to violence. He explicitly stated that if she persisted in her actions, he would take it as a sign that she was obstructing, and he would ruin her life. She started to smile and then settled down to relax, following his advice. She echoed his warning with a laugh. In's building informed him about the current situation. He understood that Park and his crew were fixated on loyalty, which meant they were unlikely to take any reckless actions that could jeopardize life. Smiled, filled with optimism about their ability to maintain their momentum. He disclosed that the plan was nearing its final stages. In his office, the man resolved to proceed with caution, knowing that their adversaries had taken captive. He expresses his disappointment, revealing that if they do not take action, will become a multimillionaire whom even would struggle to overcome. He acknowledged the danger of the situation, but instructed them to continue dismantling the gang piece by piece. Pondered a troubling question. He recognized that defeating Nexus was possible, yet he knew it wouldn't hinder the leader from achieving his ambitions, as the stocks had already surpassed all forecasts. In his heart, felt they had already faced defeat. Chuckled, realizing the significance of his words, but he pointed out that they were overlooking something crucial. He was resolute in his quest for victory, willing to resort to underhanded tactics if necessary. He reassured them, urging them not to be concerned, and disclosed that they still had a strategy that would turn the situation around. Informed that he was right, and disclosed that Nexus had raised the game's shares to 8 times their initial value, although the stocks had yet to be sold. He speculated that this delay was due to their strategy requiring additional time to yield results. With a sinister grin, anticipated true intention of selling the stocks short. Park completely missed the explanation. Explained that had initially borrowed the shares, and was now intending to sell them off entirely. The man planned to purchase only the required amount of shares, so he could return them to their rightful owner whenever the time came. Pressed on with his explanation, foreseeing that the leader intended to drive the price into a complete collapse. With the redemption date looming, detailed how the leader would likely leverage his power to annihilate the share prices. Park and were prepared to intervene and put an end to everything. Experiences a sense of worry regarding. Juno confidently reassured him that they would bring her back. He disclosed that he had located her several hours earlier, meaning she could be rescued at any moment. Felt a surge of anger as he struggled to understand why the secret had been kept from him for so long. Noticing the fervor in his expression, speculated that the redhead could be experiencing feelings of love. The guy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, quickly thought of an excuse and started to walk away, determined to help first. Commanded the rest of the group to rise to their feet alongside him. Both of them continued to feel puzzled. Set aside the sophisticated language and clarified to Park that their focus should be on taking down a few more thugs. Let out a mischievous laugh as he instructed his companions to handle the goons while he focused on sorting out the financial troubles. Park arrived at the site and forced the door open. They spotted a group of thugs concealed within. The men expressed their astonishment at being tracked, yet they quickly charged ahead, determined to overcome the beast and his companion. Park made up his mind to handle the goons and instructed his friend to advance and shield. The girl with fiery red hair hurriedly made her way toward the defenseless girl. Told that they were under attack from the protagonist. Insulted her brother, calling him foolish, and disclosed that she had secretly placed a tracker on him all along. She warned him that he was in for a serious punishment. Pushed the door open and, wearing a frosty expression, referred to her as the one who had messed everything up. Dong and Park at last arrived at their destination on the floor. Both of them came to an abrupt halt when they noticed the scoundrel holding his own sister captive. Cautioned them firmly, insisting that they should simply walk away. The redhead felt a surge of frustration as he shot a glare at the guy. Found himself unexpectedly thrust to the ground by his sister, landing with a thud. She reminded him that her appearance did not reflect her strength. Seizes the moment and steps ahead. He unleashed a wild punch, propelling the man backward. Began to feel a wave of regret wash over him. He recognized that he had misjudged his sister's capabilities. Yet, unwilling to let anyone interfere with his ambitions, he resolved to take down the guys responsible. Hurled a window in the direction of the redhead. The young man scoffed at him, ridiculing his petty tactics. Seized his face and clarified that it was referred to as strength. He came dangerously close to smashing Dong's face. His punch was skillfully evaded. The attacker relentlessly launched strikes in rapid succession, yet the redhead effortlessly anticipated each movement, emerging completely unharmed. He delivered a powerful kick, questioning who had the audacity to label this situation as strength. Speculated that it must have been their incompetent leader who made such a claim. He attempts to clarify that the man is merely taking advantage of, for his own benefit. His brother continued to glare at him, his frustration boiling over as he struck the wall with his fist. Made up his mind to show the guy a lesson. With determination, he delivered a sharp kick, sending the man tumbling backward. The redhead referred to him as the biggest glazer. He understood that had faced many challenges, yet he realized this wasn't the identity aspired to hold. With a heavy heart, he unveiled the stark reality. Likely held no concern for, his purpose for being there was merely to stall for time. Made an effort to rouse him from his slumber, puzzled by his unwavering infatuation with. Remained puzzled, and in a frantic bid to secure victory. With a surge of determination, he lunges ahead, but the redhead swiftly overwhelms him, leaving him defeated in an instant. He was uncertain about what had perceived in his life, yet he felt convinced that he was heading down the wrong path. The young man found it difficult to accept this truth, for he had no option but to become a fierce creature in order to survive. His leader guided him in discovering an appropriate direction to take. Was fully aware of the terrible choices he was making, yet that realization held no weight for him. He had made up his mind to follow, embracing the journey regardless of how difficult or disheartening it might be. For the joy of walking this path for someone who had entered his troubled life and brought him the hope he had always longed for outweighed everything else. Intervened, his voice rising in a furious shout that echoed through the air. Clenched her teeth as she observed the desperation in his expression. Her brother lunged ahead, ready to strike. Dong felt a sense of frustration as he overwhelmed his opponent, wishing desperately that they would cease their actions, as the situation was becoming increasingly disheartening. Grasped onto him tightly, relying on his support to remain upright. The redhead delivered a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious. With the last of his strength, he clutched onto his leg, desperately attempting to halt their movement. The man found himself on the receiving end of a powerful kick to the face. Felt a rush of memories flooding his mind. Her brother stood up despite enduring so much punishment. Experiences a twinge of irritation, but intervenes, stepping up to the forefront. Without hesitation, she delivers a sharp slap to her brother. With tears glistening in her eyes, she urged him to awaken. Pointed out that Nexus had been responsible for the damage to her friend's knee. Park's life unraveled due to a series of outrageous lawsuits, while Juno mourned the loss of his dear friend and family. She explained to him that her troublesome gang would eventually turn against him, leading to the ruin of his life. With sincerity, she expressed her regrets about the past and pleaded with him to reconsider his choices. Stood by the girl, convinced that he needed to make a greater effort to improve his own life. The redhead extended his hand toward, expressing that he still had the opportunity to change and begin anew. The anxious man grasped his hand tightly. Without warning, she yanked him closer and launched an assault. He started behaving wildly, making it clear to everyone that he would never turn his back on his leader. Leaped through the window, making his daring escape. His frustration was palpable, yet reassured her that the punch had missed entirely. He was genuinely more concerned about her brother. Once lost control, his entire life would crumble once more. At the building belonging to, the leader watched as his men engaged in short selling, noting that their progress for the day had reached 20%. Watched in astonishment as the numbers plummeted at an astonishing rate. A sense of sympathy washed over him for those who were watching their fortunes vanish. Remained completely indifferent. He commended everyone for their efforts and decided to call it a day. As he was preparing to depart, a trader suddenly erupted in excitement, shouting with joy at the sight of a 6% increase. As they started to incur losses, the leader was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The men in his group were convinced that an outside force was pulling the strings of the market. In another part of the world, quickly understands their entire plan and deftly turns the situation to his advantage. A sinister grin spread across his face as he ominously declared that would meet his end if the price started to soar. His men started to feel anxious as they watched the price climb to alarming heights. They secretly wished for it to reverse and start dropping instead. They finally reached their breaking point when the price soared past 18%, causing the trade to come to an abrupt end. His complexion drained of color as he began receiving calls. The traders struggled to fathom how anyone could exert such control over the price. It seemed inconceivable to them. Standing in his usual spot, manages to create possibilities with a smile. His anger manifested clearly on his face. His patience finally snapped, and in that moment he noticed attempting to make his way inside. The man reached out to, requesting additional support and assuring him that he would handle the situation. He felt a sense of relief knowing that his leader was attentive to his needs. Delivered a swift kick to the man's stomach, treating him like a personal punching bag. The force of his blow propelled through the air, and he scorned him for being useless, criticizing him for not battling to the bitter end to secure the crucial time they desperately required. Firmly directed to pay attention, confessing that the only path to victory required him to personally get involved in the situation. He instructed the man to assemble all the leaders of the chapters. His eyes lit up with excitement as he grasped the situation unfolding before him. Acknowledged the correctness of the statement and prepared to confront the protagonist directly. The following day, Trader was taken aback upon discovering the news of Pascal's collaboration with Corporation. The trend continued to gain momentum, unfolding exactly as had anticipated. Struggled to suppress his laughter, all the while pondering over what actions his adversary might take next, assuming they still had any strategies remaining. Stood outside the school building, welcoming his elite force from Nexus with a proud demeanor. The leaders from each chapter assembled before their chief. Opting for a straightforward approach, he reflects on how it took just 2 years to dominate all of Korea. During that time, they managed to establish a reputation and accumulate wealth. However, he realizes that the news of Park's return has already spread widely. Due to the protagonist's influence, an increasing number of individuals are attempting to obstruct Nexus's path. Considering the gang's fearsome reputation, with an intimidating look, instructed his subordinates to ensure Park was brought to him before the day's end. He aimed to utilize Park as a means to demonstrate to everyone the capabilities of Nexus. The men vociferously expressed their resolve. Suddenly, the group collectively became aware of a vehicle speeding directly toward the structure. The creature smashed through the doors with ferocious energy, its sights set directly on the leader. In a frantic attempt to avoid the oncoming threat, the goons dispersed in all directions. The vehicle came to a halt directly in front of. Emerged from the meeting, chuckling at the absurdity of their insignificant gathering. He referred to them dismissively as merely a band of hooligans, and reminded of what they had discussed previously. His lips curled into a mischievous grin as he reveled in his triumph, having successfully taken away the insincere smile that wore. The leader confessed that he had not anticipated such a whirlwind of events, and he labeled as reckless for orchestrating such a wild scheme. Chuckled, acknowledging that he had already realized this was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. He feels a wave of disappointment wash over him, as he realizes that his backup plan amounts to nothing more than assembling a group of thugs to unfairly outnumber Park, resembling cowardly behavior. In an effort to prevent chaos, proposes that they engage in a 3-on-3 battle instead. Remains skeptical of his claims. Quickly adjusts his statement, making it clear that this situation is far from being a mere child's game. In the world of adults, resolutions often involve something known as a deal. Was prepared to hand over the rights to the game, accepting the potential loss. He assured that should win, he would cease any plans for revenge. Demanded that if he emerged victorious, must dissolve the troublesome gang for good. He articulated his conditions with clarity, convinced that if struggled with such straightforward terms, it only underscored cowardice. Feeling slighted, reluctantly agrees to the arrangement in an effort to preserve his dignity. However, he insists on an additional condition. If he emerges victorious, Park must be handed over to him entirely. Fueled by his foul mood, is determined to ruin Park's existence completely, refusing to be content until he achieves this. Wearing a fearsome look, challenges Park to give it his all. As the agreement was finalized, took the opportunity to clarify the rules. He revealed that the team would face defeat if all their fighters were incapacitated. He selected his trio of warriors, while opted for Moon and as his choices. The leader of the gang won chapter. With everything hanging in the balance, declared the start of the battle that would decide their destiny. When the chosen ones stood before each other, couldn't help but question why he hadn't been selected. He was convinced that he possessed all the qualities of the gorilla, yet he felt slighted by the decision. Acknowledged that strength surpassed both of theirs, a revelation that left the other individual taken aback. Despite the tension, advised patience, suggesting that an extraordinary display of strength was imminent. With a sense of anticipation, moved ahead to take the lead. Declares that he is the opponent must confront. The muscular individual experienced a sense of unease. He had expected to have a better understanding of weight categories and questioned whether his own judgment was clear. Comprehends the rationale behind his point, yet he proposes a challenge to determine if that reasoning holds any significance after achieving victory. Surged ahead, leaving everyone astonished by the unbelievable swiftness of his movements. The muscular individual reluctantly acknowledged the truth, enduring significant harm in the process. Threw a punch at the man, who, instead of retaliating, commended his determination. A powerful force propelled him backward through the air. Felt a wave of surprise wash over him as he observed Sn's ability to accomplish so much, even with the noticeable difference in their weights. As he took off his shoes, the goons stared in disbelief. Realizes that the gorilla is preparing to unleash its full strength. As the anticipation builds, he grows increasingly excited at the prospect of witnessing an intense and thrilling battle. As prepared for an attack, warned that he would be doomed if he got caught. The young man understands the situation, yet as he continues to talk, he inadvertently allows his defenses to slip. The muscle-bound adversary managed to catch him, expressing his admiration by declaring his intention to give everything he had in the encounter. The individual was forcefully thrown to the ground, causing his back to suffer from the impact. Advised to proceed with care. The group observed intently as the gorilla lifted him once more. With a forceful motion, he hurled to the ground not once but twice. Before the confrontation, informed that his likelihood of victory was exceedingly slim. He described as someone who fought with the ferocity of a wild animal. Rumors circulated that he had torn a massive tree asunder using nothing but his extraordinary strength and skill. Had remarked that he was superior to, which led the guy to contemplate whether he should simply exhaust him. Frustration coursed through as he rose to his feet, determined to give his all despite the seemingly insurmountable odds against winning. Puzzled over the reason behind his agitation, anticipating that would secure the win given the substantial amount of money he was spending. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, suggested that despair was unnecessary, and he was confident that a determined person could find a method to overcome even the mightiest of fighter bulls. In the present moment, delivered a swift kick to the man's stomach, successfully breaking free from his grasp. The goons grew increasingly frustrated, their anger flaring as they observed struggling to maintain his composure. The young man experiences a vibrant sense of life, understanding why he had described it as nearly unattainable. He acknowledges that if he were to face the same attack once more, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The muscular individual surged ahead, eager to bring the game to a swift conclusion. Wore a smug expression, convinced that the moment had come for it to teach the boastful one a lesson in humility. The young man raised his hand to obscure his face from view. The muscular individual mistakenly believed his vision was being obstructed. With ease maneuvers around the obstacle, employing a technique known as. Observed the figure approaching once more, acknowledging to himself that he would have to employ a greater number of clever tactics to secure victory. He chose to link his punches together, striking at the muscular opponent while carefully keeping his distance. Effortlessly deflected the attacks, pointing out too that his punches were utterly ineffective. Without any JSON data provided, I can only work with the sentence you've given. Here's the rewritten version. In an unexpected turn, the opponent shifted tactics to close combat, delivering a powerful blow that shattered his jaw. The gorilla quickly regained its composure and launched itself at him with renewed determination. Despite cautions, he remained steadfast on his course, ultimately meeting with a devastating blow as wild punch shattered his face. After enduring a powerful strike, the gorilla still stood firm. His poor attempts at trickery left him bewildered. As they both rushed toward one another, commanded him to remain silent while skillfully evading the hands reaching towards him. Narrowly avoided the punch, having recognized the familiar tactic just in time. Continued to outmaneuver his opponent, landing another powerful blow to his face. The goons began to feel a rising wave of anxiety, yet Moon calmly reassured them to remain at ease, confident in the belief that stood no chance of winning with punches lacking any real strength. He was convinced that time was still on side. Thus, despite continuing to inflict more harm, a truly decisive strike was necessary to finally conclude the match. Staggered backward, the force of a powerful punch sending him reeling. Felt a nagging sensation in his gut, suggesting that something wasn't quite right. Without warning, he caught sight of Smile and urgently called out to his man to halt. It was already too late for Snee had already connected with his nose, delivering a brutal smash. His face broke into a wide grin, as events unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Acknowledged his error, and at last grasped the strategy that had devised. His eyes filled with concern as he observed the muscle-bound figure seizing his knee with a firm grip. Witnessing the unexpected maneuver couldn't help but be impressed, yet he felt compelled to remind of the truth. This opponent was no ordinary individual. Grappled with confusion, unable to grasp what had gone awry. He fought to break free, but was forcefully slammed again. His friends began to worry. Despite the circumstances, maintains his belief that he is still doing fine. Relentlessly continues to overpower his opponent, showing no signs of restraint. Unexpectedly, swiftly scooped up a handful of dirt and flung it towards her opponent in an attempt to distract him. Having finally managed to liberate himself, he stood tall and unwavering, leaving the goons puzzled at his resilience. One of the individuals sensed something unusual and observed that appeared to be completely distracted, yet he remained upright. The man advanced and skillfully maneuvered his elbows, slicing through skin with precision. Without hesitation, he kept moving, inflicting significant damage in the process. His frustration grew with each blow he endured, feeling the weight of every attack. In a fit of anger, he swung his fist, but the strike landed before his could. The onlookers, a group of thugs, found themselves perplexed by the unfolding events. Observing his behavior, they realized he was behaving wildly, almost as if he had transformed into a feral creature. Addressed his, acknowledging their accuracy. He unveiled that had transcended his previous boundaries, reaching a heightened state where instinct guided him rather than thought. Had transformed into a creature driven solely by reflexes and primal urges. Marveled at how only a combatant with extraordinary mental fortitude could achieve such a transformation. The fact that the man who had once turned against his gang was now the source of his admiration left astounded. Style transformed dramatically. His stamina soared to new heights, and his elbow strike became capable of obliterating anything it encountered. Faced with a dire predicament, acknowledges that he must take a gamble to overcome his challenges. Otherwise, defeat is inevitable. Fueled by intense fury that burned brightly in his eyes, he surged ahead and seized firmly, despite her efforts to break free. Once more, found himself forcefully driven into the ground. As the smoke dissipated, looking pitiful, felt a surge of madness as he came close to collapsing. Despite suffering from severe injuries, summoned the strength to rise to his feet and ultimately emerged victorious, having defeated. The audience fell into a hush, and it was Lee who chose to intervene. The goons grinned with confidence, convinced that someone as important as Moon, a founding member, could never be overcome. In a determined manner, positioned himself ready for battle. Moon delivered a powerful punch to the man, sending him hurtling backward, allowing Moon to finally take a much-needed rest. Park watched intently as the punch unfolded, memories of the special combatant executing the same maneuver against him flooding back. Issued a challenge too, suggesting that there was no reason to have two redheads in their midst. He proposed a wager where the victor would earn the right to keep his distinctive hair color. Reaffirmed this once more, pointing out to the young man that regrowing hair of such length would be a challenging task. Was already aware, yet he felt assured of his impending victory. He dashed ahead with urgency, initiating the confrontation. The goons erupted into screams of excitement as they watched them depart. Each of them skillfully evaded the other's strikes. Managed to strike forcefully, propelling the opponent backward through the air. Was taken aback when he realized the movements were unmistakably those of Chinese martial arts. Delivered a series of powerful strikes, clearly demonstrating his dominance in the fight. Found it unjust that such elegant techniques were employed in a street brawl. However, clarified that while certain Chinese martial arts might not be practical in real battles, there were notable exceptions. Struggled to accept that had mastered such a skill. Believes that such a situation is only natural. As the successor of a renowned martial arts lineage, he found himself entangled in a legacy tarnished by corruption, as his family had twisted their skills for dubious endeavors. Delivered a powerful kick too, yet remained steadfast and charged ahead. The onlooker who had anticipated a more thrilling battle found himself let down by the encounter. Regarded his abilities with disdain, deeming them pathetic, and proceeded to obliterate his face. In a frenzy, his composure shatters, culminating in a decisive kick. Acknowledges that the kicks possess an extraordinary amount of power. He started to grin with excitement as struck him with the same kick twice. Admitting to himself that victory was unlikely, resolved to relentlessly target the same area until his opponent finally collapsed. Easily discerned his opponent's intentions, dismissing them as utterly pathetic. With a swift and devastating blow, he shattered Dong's jaw, conveying through his actions that such predictable tactics were futile, all while delivering a sharp slap to Dong's face. Dong dismissed the advice and repeated the maneuver. However, Moon deemed it a simple and elementary tactic. With a punch fueled by sheer madness, he utterly shattered the man's collarbones. He experiences a sense of letdown, having anticipated a genuine battle after hearing stories of abilities. The man delivered another powerful blow to his opponent's face, leaving him thoroughly defeated. In his childhood, the red-headed boy often faced bullying wherever he went due to his slender appearance. One day, Park found himself irritated by the relentless taunts of his bullies, and in a sudden turn of events, he unleashed a formidable strength that left his tormentors defeated. Stood by, awestruck, as he watched the incredible display of power. Seeking to enhance his own strength, he approached Park and requested guidance. The young man advised him to retaliate whenever someone struck him. From that day forward, Dong dedicated himself to relentless training, fully aware that the guidance he received was utterly worthless. Realizing that improvement was possible, he acknowledged the harsh truth about his lack of fighting talent. His slender physique presented an unchangeable hurdle, confirming he could never match Park's prowess. While some labeled him as persistent, he found no satisfaction in the term, as he never aimed to be so. In reality, persistence was his only available option. Upon regaining his composure, rose to his feet, fully aware of his limitations and the fact that he wasn't exceptionally talented. Yet, a sense of determination surged within him, compelling him to continue resisting those he deemed as troublemakers like. The young man demonstrated his determination by persistently kicking his opponent, an act that eventually became a skill he possessed. Upon regaining his senses, he boldly declared that it was now his opportunity to confront. Collapsed onto his knees, the sharp crack of bone ringing in his ears from the impact of the kick. In that painful moment, clarity dawned on him. He realized the reason behind the repeated use of the seemingly simple maneuver. Attempted to move, but his legs refused to cooperate. Meanwhile, showing no mercy, started relentlessly striking his head. The character relentlessly continued to pummel the man, daring him to utter his offensive words once more. Ridicules the arrogant attitude he had displayed earlier. Moon found himself growing increasingly frustrated, but Dong remained steadfast, refusing to release him. With swift and brutal precision, he drove his knee into the man's face, delivering a forceful blow. In a surprising turn of events for the watchers, skillfully deflected each punch aimed at him. Eventually, he spotted a chance to strike back. In a display of impatience, he shoved backward, weary of the monotonous nature of his opponent's actions. The man derisively referred to as worthless and lacking any skill. He struggled to comprehend the possibility of being bested by someone such as. The redhead remained silent as he launched yet another attack. Shoved the man away, yet he charged forward once more, ready to strike. Both individuals relentlessly traded powerful and intense strikes. The onlookers felt a growing sense of unease. Repeatedly struck the same spot until he fractured his arm. In the confrontation, utterly demolishes his opponent. Despite the overwhelming evidence, he remained in disbelief that he was on the verge of losing to someone he deemed talentless and insignificant. His renowned lineage had endured for many decades, owing to the skills and methods that had been handed down from one generation to the next. Chosen to be the next ruler, he devoted his entire life to rigorous training. Upon reflection, swiftly understood that he possessed no unique qualities. Lacking any noteworthy skills or talents, he failed to meet the expectations set by his family. Consequently, he became a source of embarrassment and disgrace for them. Despite the overwhelming challenges, he was resolute, immersing himself in grueling training that would intimidate anyone else. After dedicating so much effort, he believed he was at last ready to take charge of the family. One day, he discovered that putting in effort was merely the baseline requirement. The boy's father introduced another youngster to take over his position as the leader. Stood there, struggling to comprehend the harsh reality. His father calmly explained that their family's survival depended on talent, a trait sadly lacked. With a heavy heart, the father attributed all their misfortunes to previous life's failings and harshly instructed him to leave while his younger brother was prepared to assume his role. Felt a surge of frustration as he opposed the decision. The effort he had put into changing was too significant to overlook. He pleaded desperately for an opportunity to redeem himself. His father issued a challenge, urging him to defeat the other kid if he wished to maintain his cherished position and honor. Acknowledged the situation, recognizing the inequity it posed for him. Upon confronting the young boy, he came to the stark realization that someone without talent, like himself, held no value. This revelation was difficult for him to accept, yet he found himself with no alternative but to walk away. Fueled by a fierce desire for revenge, Moon resolved to demonstrate that sheer dedication could triumph over natural talent. His determination was driven by a need to show this truth to the world. Moon encountered, marking the moment he faced his second insurmountable challenge. Driven by frustration, he decided to provoke into a confrontation. Dispatched him with ease. In an attempt to assert himself against the other guy, he quickly realized that was yet another brilliant but eccentric mind. He contemplated whether this moment indicated that he should concede. The young man, overwhelmed with frustration, lunged toward in a last-ditch effort to claim victory, his foot swinging in a reckless kick. He was thoroughly defeated by the brilliant strategist. His face bore an unusual scratch, a rarity for him. He acknowledged his effort with a compliment. The man, now even more agitated, stood up once more and charged ahead with renewed determination. Upon hearing words which described him as strong, he halted his punch halfway through. Extended a hand with the hope of forging a friendship. For the first time in his life, experienced the unexpected sensation of being referred to as strong, despite his usual perception as weak. He started his journey by working under. Through persistent dedication and the passage of time, progress was made. Having grown even more powerful, he ascended to his current rank. The risks were too great to consider retreating at this point, so he continued trading punches with the red-haired opponent. As the battle between the two individuals unfolded, the observers grew increasingly worried. They were convinced that regardless of who claimed victory, both fighters would emerge from the conflict with injuries. Juno clenched his jaw, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Filled with frustration, instructed him to restrain Dong to prevent him from getting hurt once more. However, Park intervenes, convinced that the issue is something they need to resolve between themselves. Only they possess the power to halt the unfolding events. The fight seemed to have spiraled beyond control, leaving her in a state of persistent concern. In a constant struggle, and found themselves locked in a relentless battle against one another. Both individuals came to understand that the driving force propelling them forward wasn't any inherent talent or strength. Instead, it was sheer determination and concentration, born from the various experiences they had each endured throughout their lives. Stood firm, unwavering in his resolve. Both fighters gave it their all, landing simultaneous punches on each other. The audience watched in astonishment, as both individuals seemed to have entirely lost control of their own movements. The two opponents dropped to their knees simultaneously, and the match concluded with both being knocked out. Carefully lifted Moon's frail body, conveying through his actions that he recognized Moon's true strength. Park confidently takes charge, telling Dong that he will handle everything. The two characters rose from their places, determined to bring the chaotic scene to a close. At last, the hero of the tale and the antagonist stood eye to eye, confronting each other directly. Immediately, commanded the protagonist to kneel, just as he had done 2 years prior, if he wished to receive any mercy. Felt a wave of disrespect wash over him, as the goons erupted into laughter. Found himself puzzled by several matters. He noted that Park had managed to acquire some money and had even formed friendships. Yet, Park's fixation on Nexus remained unshaken. Pondered whether Park envisioned himself as a hero destined to endlessly pursue something greater. His anger simmered as vivid memories flooded back to him. Nexus had forced him to endure unimaginable torment, leaving him with deep hatred and wounds that required a long time to mend. Park's face was contorted into an expression so fearsome it could send shivers down anyone's spine. Interprets their actions as a method of releasing their pent-up frustration. The protagonist acknowledged the correctness of his opponent's stance and surged ahead to deliver an attack. Referred to him as a muscle head. As the fight commenced, the goons grew animated, eagerly watching the decisive showdown unfold. Deftly evaded the incoming punch, and with a swift backward flip, delivered a kick to Park. As the kick flew towards him, he swiftly evaded it, relying on his quick reflexes to steer clear. His glasses seemed to suggest that his speed is unparalleled by anyone. Park harbored suspicions that it wasn't just speed that was concerning. There seemed to be a more frightening secret lurking beneath the surface. The hero suddenly felt the impact of a fist landing squarely against them. Relentless in his determination, continued to unleash a barrage of strikes without pause. Struggled to grasp how anyone could possess the strength to defeat Park. Clenched his teeth, his frustration evident. In the past, as he brainstormed strategies to oppose, he consistently received identical advice from everyone around him. The observers disclosed that engaged in battle with an uncanny sense of anticipation, as though he was aware of his opponent's next action. However, it was not merely a matter of predicting. It seemed as if he had the ability to glimpse into the future. Dismissed the claims as nonsense, convinced that they were exaggerating the man's abilities. Now that he was witnessing the events unfolding before him, he began to entertain the possibility that truly possessed the power of foresight. The protagonist continuously endured a barrage of punches. Struggles to come up with any other reason, knowing that battling Park is a serious challenge. Forcefully shoved Park backward, acknowledging Park's impressive skill. Conveyed to him that relying solely on his strength and adaptability would not suffice to secure victory in this battle. Demonstrated his uncanny ability to perceive everything about the protagonist with remarkable clarity. In another location, answers a phone call where a voice inquires about the ongoing situation. The young man was acutely aware that the situation was rapidly deteriorating. A mysterious woman held the belief that he tended to complicate matters rather than adhering to a straightforward path of progress. Another stranger inquired about. Lion responded that he had not yet completed his task. However, he expressed confidence in, stating that was a remarkable partner who deserved another opportunity to demonstrate his worth. As rain began to fall, the protagonist stood steadfast, confronting the ultimate villain with unwavering determination. As saw the punch coming, he recognized it as a predictable move and effortlessly evaded it. The fighter demonstrated his ability to perceive the weaknesses of any adversary and swiftly sent Park flying with a powerful kick. The main character dropped to his knees, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of attacks directed at him. Delivered a powerful stomp to the man's face, effortlessly sending him tumbling backward without suffering any harm himself. Consistently reminds the individual that he lacks any extraordinary qualities, despite the frequent admiration and praise he receives from those around him. He pointedly implies to Park that he is insignificant and unimportant. Dong understood that after nearly facing defeat, he was not in a position to assert himself. Although he felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, he hoped the protagonist would succeed. Park let out a sudden scream, startling the goons around him. He takes off his jacket, signaling his readiness to become serious, all with the intention of putting in his place. The leader of the Nexus sensed an unusual energy emanating from him. The protagonist lunged forward, aiming a punch at. However, the attack with ease, inwardly criticizing himself for his earlier judgment, realizing that Park's actions remained predictable. Noticed a left punch heading his way and braced himself to counter it. The protagonist's efforts were met with a reminder that they would ultimately be in vain. Park let out another piercing scream, shattering the defenses of With a swift motion, he delivered a blow to the man's stomach, finally inflicting some damage. The balance began to change as found himself increasingly trapped by Park's relentless pursuit. The protagonist could still decipher Park's movements, yet something inexplicable prevented him from launching a counterattack. Realized that the main character had been restraining himself all this time, now finding himself unable to manage the situation any longer. Was taken aback, his mind racing as he tried to comprehend the unfolding events. Mentioned that Park had been restraining himself to prevent any fatal harm to his opponent. However, it now seemed as if Park had lost interest in maintaining that restraint. The protagonist's father owned a gym, and trainers frequently approached him with requests to have his son join them. However, he consistently turned down these offers. One day, a young man inquired about the reason for halting Park's training. His father dedicated his entire life to martial arts, frequently finding himself in peculiar circumstances that compelled him to engage in combat. At times, he would become impatient, and his mind would flood with countless ways to defeat his adversary and ruin their existence. Understanding the immense power his son possessed, the father chose to never involve him in any form of training. He recognized that Park was an extraordinary child, blessed with incredible strength. One minor error could easily lead to a future trapped behind bars for life. Was taken aback upon discovering the extent of Park's hidden power. However, she was puzzled about how he could have achieved such a level of strength without undergoing formal training. Smiled as he conveyed that even without formal training, Park had grown stronger through actual combat experiences. His adaptability was remarkable, turning him into a formidable force. The protagonist confronted, driving his knee into him with enough force to mar the opponent's features. Found himself transported to a time from the past. Upon realizing that blood was trickling down from his head, his eyes grew wide with an unexpected thrill. The protagonist, wearing a cold expression, silently dares him to predict his next moves. In both the virtual realm and the real world, the situation was the same. Effortlessly overpowered anyone he faced in combat, as he possessed the uncanny ability to anticipate his opponent's actions with ease. All the people started to trail after. He decided to embrace the experience because it brought him a sense of fulfillment. Despite his genius, he found himself unable to outwit the influence of money and authority. Aware of this harsh truth, he harbored no resentment towards those who wielded real power. Instead, he was consumed by intense jealousy and aspired to attain their level of success one day. One day, he seized an ideal moment to form his own gang, aiming to ascend through the ranks. In his mind, guilt and regret were absent, as he believed the world was already teeming with individuals pursuing the power he longed for. His sole aim was to acquire wealth and surpass those he. With relentless determination, he put in countless hours of hard work. Gradually, he inched nearer to achieving his objective. Unexpectedly, he found himself witnessing Park's punch heading straight towards him. The young man couldn't comprehend why a seemingly insignificant fight stirred such excitement within him. Experienced a sense of vitality unlike anything before. Observed the laughter and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. For the first time ever, felt an intense urge to bring someone down, disregarding the usual concerns of wealth or influence. A sinister laugh escaped his lips, and oddly enough, even with his schemes crumbling around him, he experienced an unexpected sense of satisfaction. This unfamiliar sensation was something he couldn't quite comprehend. He observed a noticeable shift in his demeanor. The leader decided to take matters into his own hands, surging forward with determination and launching a kick directly at Park. His followers experienced a sense of relief upon witnessing him finally taking the initiative. His perception sharpens, allowing him to discern things with greater clarity. He becomes adept at identifying the vulnerabilities of the protagonist. Struck Park with great force and unleashed a relentless series of attacks. Observing the scene, he began to think victory was within their grasp. Advised patience as they observed the intense battle. In his mind, his full-throttle effort suggested that Park possessed the power to challenge him to such an extent. Assessed that the two fighters were evenly matched, and he knew that even the tiniest error could completely alter the course of the fight. continued to trade powerful strikes with the protagonist, as the battle between them escalated in intensity with each passing moment. Took the blow to his face and conceded that Park was a formidable opponent, despite being somewhat predictable. He experiences an overwhelming rush of excitement, making him feel truly alive. The situation provided him with a compelling justification to unleash his full potential against Park. And Park exchanged blows with fierce determination, each striving with all their might to emerge as the victor. The confrontation escalated into a relentless clash between two equally driven combatants, each desperate to claim success. Both of them struck each other squarely in the face, yet neither faltered. Instead, they stood their ground and persisted in their ongoing battle. Unexpectedly, a voice commanded them to halt. Felt a surge of irritation as he pondered the identity of the mysterious figure. Lion informed Park that the situation had already concluded. Instructed the other person to step aside, emphasizing that the battle was not yet won. The man dismisses him, insisting that he has already been defeated the moment he sunk to such a pitiful state. Park realized it was imperative for the stranger to cease his actions immediately. He found himself questioning the man's identity. With a daunting look in his eyes, Park demanded the man to retreat. Brushed Park's hand away. Despite the frustration welling up inside, they declared that the gang had been disbanded. The unexpected event left everyone, Park included, utterly astonished. Rejects the outcome, finding it unsatisfactory and incomplete. He remained unsatisfied, defying the decision and letting out a scream of frustration. Lion simply chuckled at the situation. He assisted in realizing that his true goal had already been achieved, as the gang was dismantled just as he had wished. Is confident that this will suffice to fulfill his needs. Found himself at a loss for words. The goons stood in disbelief as they faced the reality of their group being disbanded. Meanwhile, pleaded earnestly with Lion, hoping for another opportunity. The man instructed him to simply do his best in the future, suggesting that such efforts might eventually earn him an opportunity. Found himself standing before the group, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He confessed to the others that he had been swept up in the moment. Despite this, he remained resolute in his desire to earn recognition for his efforts. He chose to retreat slightly, lowering himself onto his knees. He believed that this new development would eventually aid in his future progress, so he came to terms with his defeat. The unexpected event left the protagonist and his friends in a state of shock. Demanded that he rise to his feet. The disheartened leader received a sharp slap, followed by a dismissive claim that everything was nonsense. His frustration boiled over as the other guy belittled them, making them seem insignificant. In a burst of anger, he commanded to stand up, insisting that should be showing respect to them instead of some unworthy person who had interfered. After enduring a harsh beating, remained on the ground, unable to rise. The actions intensified the discomfort among the others. In a sudden turn of events, driven by their own fury, Nexus and the hapless leader vanished entirely. Yet everyone knew that this was far from the end of the conflict. The meticulous plans, Pascal's intricate plot, and its involvement revealed that Nexus was merely a puppet controlled by a greater force. Lacked any concrete evidence regarding their identities, yet he remained convinced that they had not yet attained success. The war had only just begun, and Juno confidently promised that he would soon uncover those orchestrating events from the shadows. After everything that had happened, they found themselves with no option but to return to their previous school routine. The tranquility of the present days created an illusion, as if the battle they had faced was merely a distant memory that had never truly occurred. As time swiftly moved forward, an entire month slipped away. On a certain day at the local convenience store, a young girl curiously inquired whether the worker was planning to propose at last. He advised her to focus on her own affairs. Without any prior warning, made an unexpected entrance into the store. The young girl expressed her hopes for his well-being before vanishing from sight. Upon noticing, the awkward young man began contorting his face into a series of peculiar expressions. He struggles to maintain his composure, feeling his heart pound more intensely. After a moment, he manages to steady himself, recalling the extensive preparation he has for this pivotal moment. Each day he noticed her approaching, leading the foolish romantic to believe she was attempting to make an advance. Observing her belongings, he resolved to take action himself. Summoning his courage, he allowed her to take a piece of along with her meal at no charge. Begins to question what might be amiss with himself. The young man felt remorseful about his choice of words, even though he had put in a lot of effort to get them just right. Expressed her gratitude with a radiant smile. A gust of wind swept through, carrying away every concern that weighed on his mind. Upon realizing it was love, he found himself jumping to the wrong conclusion. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Suddenly, Inchan made their entrance, riding in on their bikes. As the gorilla stepped into the store, it promptly reminded that there was no time to waste on frivolous activities. She thought he was out of his mind, and felt irritation rising as she wondered how they managed to discover where she was. The store worker watched the heated exchange with growing anxiety, feeling a surge of anger as the muscular man spoke disrespectfully to the person he cherished. He believes that his partner is caught up in some sort of strange predicament. The gorilla consumed thee and gestured for her to quicken her pace. A forlorn lover watched helplessly as someone else devoured the cherished gift he had given. The portly figure exited the store after issuing a caution too. Feeling a surge of irritation, she inquired of the romantic young man whether there was a rear exit she could use to make her getaway. He completely misunderstands the entire situation. Swiftly, she gestures towards the rear exit, which promises an escape to the outdoors. She expressed her appreciation, yet internally questioned the reasons behind his unusual behavior. Made his swift exit through the door at the back. The peculiar individual displayed a sign indicating a pause and stepped outside to face the gorilla. He unveils his astonishing physique that was hidden beneath a seemingly unremarkable exterior. The character demanded that Ban immediately expel the bop he had offered to his cherished lady, threatening to resort to physical confrontation if his command was not obeyed. Inside a bustling barbecue restaurant, received news that had been abducted once more. However, stepped forward, claiming responsibility for the incident. The man becomes so engrossed in cooking his meal that he pays no attention to the information his henchman provides. Outside the store, a robust individual attempted to land a punch on the young man known for his romantic escapades. The forceful punch has no effect on the man. With a swift and powerful kick, he effortlessly overpowered Fatty, defeating him with just one decisive blow. The eccentric individual finally grasps the reason poets describe love as madness. The gorilla tumbled to the ground, a question forming in his mind about the identity of his opponent. He speculates that the peculiar person might be one of the tigers who vanished following the destruction of Nexus. With Nexus having come to an end, numerous fighters began emerging unexpectedly, all driven by the ambition to claim's vacant throne. Once hidden powerful warriors, along with several fresh gangs, were now making themselves known. These groups were referred to as the secondary shocks. Dong made a sudden entrance and struck the strange individual, his actions fueled by exasperation as he demanded information about. Meanwhile, the enamored young man mistakenly believed himself to be in charge. Gritting his teeth in simmering anger, he commanded them to stay away from his beloved princess. Cautions about the power behind the man's kicks. The redhead launched an attack, only to find countering with an identical kick to block the move. Both of them retreated a step, and Dong recalled the news about a surge of new fighters emerging. He continued to puzzle over how he had overlooked someone so powerful until now. His assumption was that the man wasn't a student. Adopted a combat-ready posture, his expression revealing astonishment that anyone in Korea could match his skills. The boy swung his fist with determination, but the red-haired individual skillfully evaded the attack. Acknowledged his strength, and as the situation started to box him in, the redhead delivers a swift strike to his knee, forcing him to retreat. Neither of them held back any longer, and as they started trading punches, showed up and shouted at them to cease their fight. Once the confusion was resolved, the peculiar individual lowered themselves in front of the group and offered a heartfelt apology. Was irritated, thinking he could have simply inquired instead of resorting to using his fists. She found herself unable to place much blame on him, and instead directed her frustration towards the chubby individual responsible for the confusion. Put on a facade of innocence, yet she attributed the entire mishap to his intimidating appearance, convinced that anyone would have misinterpreted the situation. As they departed, the peculiar individual persistently expressed apologies. Tears streamed down his face, his heart heavy with uncertainty about when he might see his beloved princess once more. In his heart, he acknowledged how deeply he cherished every aspect of her. The following day made his way into Park's classroom. With a mischievous grin, he reveals that he has at last uncovered the true masterminds lurking in the shadows. Consequently, Park realizes there is a significant amount of work awaiting him. The main character stood up, his face set in a determined expression. Upon seeing them, he pondered over their identities. At his apartment complex, once the entire group gathered, he revealed that he had at last discovered the identities of those supporting Nexus. He is convinced that they are responsible for every crime Nexus has perpetrated up to this point. From Park Learn was merely a pawn in the grand scheme. He decided to target the leaders first, aiming to set an example for. Comprehends his point, yet discloses that without financial resources, victory remains out of reach. The individuals standing behind were the fourth-generation successors of the San Group. The gang was taken aback by the revelation. It was unveiled that Lion was actually the second eldest son, and standing behind him was Lee, the eldest. Recalled the name and instantly recognized it, thinking about how wealthy they were. So rich, in fact, that within a few years, they might just have enough money to purchase the entire planet. She failed to comprehend what they hoped to achieve by associating with a troublesome gang like Nexus. Continued to feel bewildered. Aware that their opponents are formidable, he understands that victory will not come easily. Consequently, advises everyone to brace themselves for the challenges ahead. In a different location, Dong-ho Lee declared his intention to take over all of Korea. He explained his ambitions further, expressing his wish to become the most unrivaled and unmatched figure, just as their parents had been. He aims to ensure no one obstructs their path, leaving others in the dust when it comes to wealth and influence. The man conveyed his deep disappointment over his brother's squandered opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, as instead of succeeding, his brother ended up making a fool of himself. He expressed his regret on behalf of his brother. The blonde-haired character found amusement in Lion's demeanor, expressing disbelief at how distinct he was, despite their shared family ties. Lion felt frustration welling up inside him as the sound of their laughter reached his ears. The blonde-haired person dismisses him as inexperienced and doubts his readiness to take on a leading role. Meanwhile, the man voices his disappointment at its apparent disregard for the well-being of the nation's citizens. Exuding confidence, he resolves to handle the situation caused by the other person's mistake. The woman chuckled, expressing her skepticism about his chances of achieving anything remarkable. Resolving to face the situation, she confidently informed Dong-ho that she had already devised the ideal plan. Found it amusing, noting it seemed as if they had anticipated Nexus's downfall all along. Both individuals attempted to dismiss the situation with a smile. However, Dong-ho remained mindful of the fact that a time would come when he needed to establish the hierarchy within their group. The blonde-haired individual speculates about whether he is attempting to initiate a conflict involving 4 different factions. Declared him correct, stating that the victor would have the privilege of guiding the generation's future through both wealth and influence. The blonde-haired individual was astonished by the display of confidence before them. The woman considered it a promising opportunity. Dong-ho declared that their game was about to commence. At the detention center, Yang was eventually granted permission to depart. The other prisoners were taken aback by the revelation, their surprise evident in their wide eyes and murmured conversations. They began to express their discontent, buzzing with whispers about the injustice of it all. One of the inmates caught his eye, calling out to bid him farewell with a somber tone. Meanwhile, another prisoner scoffed at the situation, tauntingly suggesting that wouldn't be gone for long and would likely return in a matter of days. Cuban's gaze blazed with intense fury. The guard seized the prisoner firmly, conveying with a cold indifference that the man's fate of rotting away in the cell was of no concern to him. The understanding dawned that he would never return, bolstered by the influential support behind him. The captor forcefully thrust the prisoner onto the metal wires, effortlessly disfiguring his face. The others watched in awe at his strength, secretly wishing for a chance to see him beyond these walls one day. After what felt like an eternity, stepped out of the dingy prison, breathing in the refreshing scent of newfound freedom. A woman shrouded in mystery, her skin adorned with tattoos, urged him to hasten, reminding him that his employer awaited him. A woman named Xiang Ah greeted him with a charming smile. The young man climbed into her car, realizing she intended for him to establish a gang to replace Nexus. Puzzled, he couldn't grasp why she insisted he confront Park first, especially since he lacked an actual gang to support him. She mentions that some students are discussing the aftereffects following the gang's downfall. New contenders and groups have begun clashing over control. Facing each of them individually was both utterly foolish and exhausting. She wonders how a person can reach their objective with such speed. Cuban came to the realization that Park was the mastermind behind Nexus's collapse. He understood that once it became public knowledge that Park had been defeated by someone else, the other gangs would naturally settle down on their own. She acknowledged his accuracy and instructed him to leap into action to defeat the opponent, advising him not to be concerned about the consequences that might follow. Accepts the instructions given to him, yet he expresses a desire to address another matter beforehand. As the day drew to a close and the sun prepared to dip below the horizon, the sound of a fierce argument erupted from within the confines of a house. A voice echoed disdainfully, dismissing the foolishness of quarreling over money. With determined resolve, the speaker forcefully kicked open the door and strode out, intent on earning some money on his own terms. Suddenly, Cuban appeared before him, capturing his attention entirely. A bald man warmly welcomed his old friend, causing the other man to become emotional. Tears welled up in his eyes as he embraced Cuban, all while expressing his surprise at Cuban's swift release. Both of them decided to head to a different location. As they walked, pondered the reasons behind his continued stay in his unpleasant home. He speculated that his friend might also be finding it difficult to break away from his demanding family. The young man attempts to come up with various justifications. Believes it is clear from the look on his face. He dropped the bag to the ground and handed his friend large bundles of money. Cuban disclosed his participation in a significant deal and confidently reassured his friend that they would be able to enjoy their lives once he completed it. The man handed over all the cash to his longtime friend, instructing him to leave the miserable environment behind, as he deserved better than living with such terrible parents. Cuban referred to the man as his brother and offered reassurance, urging him to stay calm. Several years prior, had collaborated with a friend to commit the theft of another person's bag. Amidst their attempt to conceal themselves, his companion stumbled and fell to the ground. He stayed composed and instructed Cuban to keep on running. The relentless pursuer finally closed the distance, seizing Dong and pulling him into a secluded alleyway. The young child attempted to come up with poor excuses. The disgruntled individual refused to let the matter go and attempted to physically assault, hoping to force him into divulging the whereabouts of his friend. However, remained tight-lipped and revealed nothing. Observed the situation with a sense of powerlessness, unable to intervene in any meaningful way. The following day, Baldy was overwhelmed with tears and accused him of being at fault for everything. This fueled his resolve to shield his brother, regardless of the circumstances. Dong reassured the other party that the responsibility did not solely lie with him, acknowledging that they both understood this situation could have occurred regardless. He acknowledged that from that day forward, they would both be considered brothers. The two children bonded and formed a familial connection. In his office, a man detailed the possibility that there could be additional adversaries beyond Lee. He often referred to them as actual rodents, because of their tendency to increase in number so rapidly. Notices that Park appears unusually dejected, and can't help but question the reason behind his somber expression. The protagonist recalled his battle with from the previous month and wondered aloud if thought Park might have emerged victorious. Juno had no doubt in her mind that Park would have emerged victorious from the fight, as he consistently did in the past. The protagonist reflected on the initial battle, which was the moment that first sparked his doubts about winning. The protagonist harbored doubts about the outcome turning in his favor, once more if returned with renewed strength. Juno was taken aback by the sudden decline in Park's confidence. Despite this, he recognized that Park was right and felt strongly that they should put their best efforts into staying prepared. To ensure their victory was guaranteed, Juno believed they needed to come up with new strategies. In another location, approached Lion and sought a truthful response. He wanted to know if, had the battle continued, Lion believed he would have seized the win. Lion, lacking experience in gang fights, avoids giving a direct answer. His instructions were unmistakable. The next time had to secure victory, regardless of the circumstances. The villain felt a surge of determination and began to ponder words with earnest consideration. Dong sprinted toward a group of thugs who were desperately fleeing. The group felt a cold wave of terror wash over them as questions swirled in their minds, trying to understand why he had returned despite their leader's recent detention in juvenile. Without warning, one of the goons was hurled through the air. Upon realizing that had returned, the rest of the group nearly lost their composure out of sheer fear. The two friends closed in around him, forming a tight circle. Silently wished that the man had enjoyed making fun of him during his time in the juvenile center, while the bald man echoed words, intimidating the man further. The unfortunate man collapsed onto his knees, desperately attempting to concoct feeble excuses in a bid to preserve his life. Hurled a brick in the direction of the hapless individual, commanding him to use it as a demonstration of his remorse. He no longer needed to spend his life concealed like a timid rodent. The unfortunate victim found themselves with no other options. In a desperate act to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty, he grabbed the brick and smashed it down onto his own fingers. Afterwards, the young man strolled alongside his companion, made her entrance and brought up the message she had sent, advising against taking any additional work. She wondered aloud if understanding Korean was a challenge for him, but he reassured her that he had simply been preoccupied with personal issues. The man insists on receiving additional money because he intends to settle his friend's debts. Given his dire financial situation, a loan bag brimming with cash simply wouldn't suffice. In a fit of contempt, she hurled more bags stuffed with money at him. The woman assured him that financial concerns were now a thing of the past, yet she made it clear that from this moment forward, he was not to act without her explicit instructions. If he persisted with his side jobs, she intended to show him no mercy whatsoever. Cuban accepted her offer and grinned mischievously. Inside's office, he began to detail the recent events unfolding in Seoul. One piece of news concerned an area typically bustling with noise and people. However, recently the place had fallen silent, with no activities taking place. The speaker shifted the conversation to the district, unveiling a surprising alliance. The schools that were once at odds had now united, forming a new entity known as the League. Is puzzled by the public's varied responses to the sudden appearance of two invincible creatures. Reviewed the reports, and recognized that the same charming young man she had encountered a few days prior was responsible for the incident. Taking control of district, she felt confident she had encountered the man somewhere in her past. Inside the convenience store, the peculiar individual remained consumed by remorse over the events of that day. Since the altercation with the young man's beloved princess no longer frequented the shop for. He acknowledged that someone like him might not be able to maintain her happiness, yet he struggled with the idea of letting her go. The young man abruptly noticed the sound of footsteps as someone entered the shop, and his expression subtly shifted. As soon as he caught sight of his princess making her way toward him, his expression transformed immediately. In a soft voice, she referred to him as a 19-year-old returned to Korea after the conclusion of Nexus, and within a matter of days, he caused chaos in the nearby schools. With a serious expression on her face, She wondered if she had made a mistake. Insisted adamantly that he was innocent of any wrongdoing. He elaborated on how he had been pulled into unusual circumstances and felt terrible upon hearing his beloved daughter accuse him in such an offhand manner. Found herself bewildered, and as she attempted to speak, a large air cooler suddenly came crashing inside. The leader of the League arrived outside, ready to exact revenge for the men whom had defeated. He commanded the strange individual to emerge. Narrowly avoided an accident, thanks to her quick-thinking admirer who swiftly intervened. Despite the relief of her safety, he couldn't shake the disappointment of not being able to reveal his true self to her. He prepared himself to face the men alone, allowing to choose her and savor it in peace. The girl began to feel concerned and suggested her assistance. Calmly reassured her, promising that he would obliterate them in just a few minutes. As the battle with the League commenced, in a swift and decisive move, vanquishes the leader. Despite the impact of the bat, he emerged completely unharmed. In a mere span of 3 minutes, the beast effortlessly overcame every man present. He proudly inquired if his cherished daughter had finished cooking, while experienced a sense of unease. Both of them took their seats, ready to resolve any misunderstandings that had arisen. The man started to explain, attempting to keep his explanation brief. He referred to himself as a student with pure intentions. Found it difficult to accept. He persisted in his explanation, revealing that he had previously been in Thailand. However, upon relocating to this new place, news about him quickly circulated. The other students started picking on him because he was the new kid. He had hoped to blend in and avoid drawing attention to himself, but the persistent bullying from the other guys tested his limits. Unable to maintain his composure, he eventually lost his patience and retaliated with force, leaving them utterly defeated. He shared that his knowledge of Thai came from one of his father's employees, who was a trainer. After emerging victorious against them, he conveys to her with frustration that his life has only deteriorated since. Despite his attempts to avoid trouble, he frequently found himself caught up in violent situations, and soon the news of these incidents reached far and wide. Students from various schools began appearing to challenge him, and even the gangs started inventing silly nicknames for him. The young man felt a surge of anger as he realized that the rumors about him continued to spread relentlessly. Now, even students from neighboring towns were turning against him. In his frustration, he identified as one of these individuals. Carefully considers all that is said, but dismisses it as nonsense. He attempted to persuade the princess of his innocence. Men abruptly interrupted him by suddenly bowing low before him. Felt a surge of irritation as he observed the men, whom he regarded as odd, considering they had been attempting to end his life mere moments earlier. His followers expressed their desire to align themselves with a leader who exuded strength, unanimously agreeing that he should take on the role of their captain. The young romantic pondered aloud about how someone could address another as Sir, when the person seemed to be around 49 years old themselves. The man explained that age held no significance in this matter. Everyone desired to follow him due to his superior strength, and thus they urged him to take on the role of their leader. Felt a surge of anger towards them as they constantly imposed bizarre expectations on him. Couldn't help but burst into laughter. She thought he was a bit of an oddball, yet she still reassured him that she had faith in his earlier words. Observed the man's skillful movements, and recognizing that he wasn't just an ordinary street thug, she smiled warmly and invited him to become part of her team. She passed her phone to the other person, remarking that her boss was an endless source of money. Misunderstood the situation, prompting him to drop to his knees. He expressed his gratitude with sincerity as he courteously accepted her phone. The young man assured her that he would put forth his utmost effort solely for her sake. Initially, men found themselves bewildered. All of them knelt down before, mirroring the actions of their leader. Unexpectedly finds herself taking on the role of the lady boss within their league. Outside the gym, a young student expressed gratitude to Park's father for the valuable training sessions. He assured himself that he would put forth his utmost effort, and then he departed in a taxi. Park's father experienced a moment of surprise upon noticing his son standing quietly behind him. It quickly dawned on him that something was amiss with Park. The protagonist approached his father with a request for assistance in becoming stronger. The young man adopted a serious demeanor, fully aware that this day had been unavoidable. Outside the school, the red-headed boy reflects on the fights he has faced before. After exerting every ounce of effort, he only managed to secure a tie. He harbored doubts about his chances of victory, even if his opponent had been. He was overwhelmed with frustration, directing the blame squarely at himself. Unexpectedly appears from behind, catching him off guard. With a mischievous grin, she suggested he should relax. Offered his greeting, which took by surprise as he realized he knew the person standing before him. Swiftly informed him about the situation, chuckling as she explained that the odd person was now under her supervision. Acknowledged her accuracy, and assured her that he was prepared to do whatever it took for his cherished princess. Referred to him as mentally unstable, yet believed that this trait made him more suited for the role. The young man, known for his affectionate demeanor, sincerely expressed his regret over the previous incident. However, Dong reassured him that everything was fine. With great enthusiasm, the peculiar individual highlighted the fact that was far from being an ordinary fighter. His curiosity piqued. He wondered about the kind of training the red-haired boy must have. Revealed that he had never engaged in any genuine training throughout his life, a revelation that caught off guard. He acknowledged that kicks had an unrefined quality, yet the sheer power behind them was astonishing. In his experience, only a handful of genuine fighters he had encountered had ever made him feel such an intense force. Was labeled a genius by him, yet couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment, yearning for words to hold truth. The peculiar individual expressed that managing frustration became challenging when sheer determination alone couldn't break past the boundaries. He eagerly proposed that accompany him to meet someone who could offer assistance. After school, remarked on their luck, noting that his father's friend was still employed and by chance happened to be in Korea at that moment. He considered this to be fate. Discovered that her father was involved in a business importing mangoes. Believing they were already wealthy, she was puzzled as to why he had been working as a cashier. He thought these accomplishments were the result of his father's hard work, inspiring him to aspire to his own achievements in the future. His attention is suddenly caught by a man who is intently studying his legs. The peculiar individual realized that the person before him was his master. Upon discovering the redhead's remarkable quads, the elderly man is overcome with emotion and starts to weep. Convinced that the young person endured rigorous training to achieve such a feat, he finds himself unable to hold back his tears. The eccentric individual eagerly expressed his agreement with his mentor. Confidently informs the red-headed individual that he is already aware of everything happening. He then inquires if the redhead has any desire to become more powerful. Dong responded with enthusiasm, prompting the teacher to assure him that he would achieve unprecedented success after his guidance and training. Feeling a surge of motivation, the elderly man extended his hand toward, inquiring if he was prepared. The red-haired student is aware that his teacher will face significant challenges in managing him. However, if the teacher is willing to accept that burden. With a respectful tilt of his head, humbly sought the wisdom and instruction of the elderly gentleman. Beamed with satisfaction, declaring it flawless. The protagonists dedicatedly continued their rigorous training at Park's father's gym, showing no signs of exhaustion. The character unleashed their strength once more, reducing yet another punching bag to shreds. His father reassures him of his immense strength, emphasizing that he possesses considerable power even at this very moment. He wanted to verify Park's certainty regarding the training. The protagonist explained to his father that it held great importance. The father chooses to go along with the situation, placing his confidence in his son's judgment. Before commencing, he requests Park to commit to 2 promises. Under typical situations, even when anger surged within him. His father advised him to steer clear of battles where the opponent lacked the will to persist, as engaging otherwise would mean he was not a genuine fighter. His father elaborated on the second point, stating that martial arts were essentially a set of techniques designed to enhance one's strength, enabling them to achieve victory efficiently. When experts thoroughly examine these techniques, they find certain moves to be particularly effective, leading them to become timeless and integrated into the core of martial arts. As a martial arts student, Park would accumulate the experience and wisdom passed down through generations of the human race, which he would need to apply with a logical mindset. The essence of being a true and honorable fighter was captured in those words. His father struck the punching bag with determination, his expression serious as he requested his friend to commit to abiding by the rules he laid out. The protagonist promised him sincerely. Within the shadows of an enigmatic and dimly lit structure, intrigue lingered. Reviewed the reports thoroughly, contemplating the likelihood that his fate would lead him to encounter the tsunami once more. The following day found himself in the company of A, where he revealed his thoughts about initiating something new with. She insulted the man by calling him foolish, and reminded him of her initial request for him to conquer the protagonist before anything else. He believed that regardless of who he began with, they would ultimately triumph over. He also indicates that he has some personal matters to resolve. The woman makes up her mind to allow him to act as he pleases, viewing this as an opportunity to assess whether he has the ability to overcome Park. In an effort to prepare himself, he reached out too. Grateful for the woman's approval, he resolved to reciprocate her kindness by swiftly securing a win. After several hours had passed, Cuban announced to his that their initial target would be the destruction of. The goons were astounded by the generous payment they received for dealing with individuals they considered to be weak. A man, sharp-eared and attentive, caught wind of every word. Without hesitation, he vanished swiftly to alert Park. Urgently, he relayed the news that their rivals' forces were gearing up to pursue ahead of them. The unexpectedness of the situation caught him off guard, yet he acknowledged that Ah had a knack for initiating things. He instructed his subordinate to keep him informed and shared the news with his. He commanded them to intervene immediately if the metal mattered to them. Striov were all accomplished professional athletes. Men came to an abrupt halt. The thugs inquired about the presence of someone nearby, and one of them gasped in surprise upon spotting along with his followers. He experienced a sense of joy upon spotting his old friends. Without hesitating for even a moment, he swiftly knocked them off their bikes, shattering them in an instant. He commanded his soldiers to launch a charge. They joined forces to battle, wielding weapons in their quest to triumph over the gang. Engaged in a struggle with several men, all the while inquiring about. He instructed Inchan's men to contact the leader without delay. Cuban was flooded with nostalgia, yet his friend thought there must be a deeper reason for the decision he had made. Dong questioned whether Cuban would really take such a lengthy detour merely for a warm-up, prompting him to share his curiosity. The bald man helped him remember the moment when he found himself in serious trouble following an accident. Was the group he had been concealing himself behind. Nam's gang transformed into a sanctuary for him. Nam showed great kindness by allowing to stay with them. Despite feelings of hesitation and caution regarding the situation, Cuban initially felt out of place, but he soon discovered that Nam's gang was both trustworthy and devoted. Occasionally, they found themselves in disagreements while sharing the same space, but over time, everything seemed to mend itself. He had finally become a member of a gang that would stand together in battle. During the battle for City, Cuban stood loyally next to Nam, giving his all in the fight. Focused intently on the unfolding story, absorbing every word. Went on to express that he had once believed they were all individuals of loyalty. Despite referring to them as his family, he found himself betrayed. They discarded him as if he were nothing more than worthless debris. He despised them even more than his foes and confided in Dong, the only person he considered trustworthy and regarded as family. Sped towards his group on a motorcycle, determined to rescue his friends. Cuban held a place in the gang's heart akin to that of family. One day discovered that their hidden stash of money had vanished. A fellow gang member was in disbelief, but assured them that it was truly gone. The other person noted that only Cuban had been there the day before. Their focus shifted to the man with a bald head. Feeling a surge of anxiety, inquired whether anyone had noticed someone taking the money, which they had been saving for quite some time in hopes of renovating their home in the future. Frustration bubbled up inside him as he sensed that he was being unfairly held responsible for the situation. Reassured him, clarifying that was not his intention. A member of the gang stepped up and pointed the finger squarely at the bald man. He informed everyone that he had spotted a man rummaging through their belongings the day before. Seized him, fury burning in his gaze. He firmly instructed the man to stop with the nonsense, declaring that he would never stoop so low, not even for a petty thug from the streets. The man continued to hold responsible for everything, harshly referring to the baldy as a snake. He emphasized, too, that he was not considered family, merely a common thug in their eyes. Frustration bubbled within the bald man, leading him to unleash a powerful punch that sent his opponent reeling. He confronted the despicable scoundrel, demanding that he repeat his words while relentlessly pummeling him until he was thoroughly beaten. Cuban, overwhelmed by his emotions, let go of his restraint and hurled a table at him with no second thoughts. Despite the attempts of the others to restrain him, he continued to forge ahead, determined to release his pent-up anger. Nam burst through the door and was taken aback by the sight of his goon, who appeared to be in a dismal condition. He discovered the truth about the events, yet justifications fell on deaf ears. Nam struck the guy with a sharp slap. Cuban put forth all his efforts to persuade him. Nam firmly pushed him away, expressing his skepticism that would ever act that way. He emphasized on numerous occasions that they should treat one another as brothers, considering they were all part of a large family. Nam confronted about his unacceptable behavior, concluding that it was best for him to simply walk away. The baldy stood frozen for a moment, rendered completely speechless. He pushed himself to his feet, ready to depart. His life felt like a complete disaster, and just when he believed he had reached the lowest point, life surprised him yet again. With a final wish for their good fortune, he walked away. In the current moment, finds himself increasingly trapped. Anxiously awaited the arrival of their leader, knowing that without them, their fate would be sealed. In an instant, the roar of a motorcycle engine filled the air as burst onto the scene, crashing into with his bike in a dramatic display. He expresses his regret for arriving so late. The gorilla encouraged everyone to persevere, insisting that victory was finally within their reach. Waved hello to his old friend, but Cuban dismissed the gesture as foolish, pointing out that they had never been that close. Acknowledges that had been set up. Only a few hours after his departure, they discovered that the person he had attacked was actually the true thief. Despite their desire to make amends, Cuban had slipped away from them, leaving the misunderstanding unresolved. Expressed regret over the incident and wished for Cuban's forgiveness. The man chuckled, dismissing the apology as foolish, especially after they had tossed him aside as if he were nothing more than trash. Cuban refused to let the matter go. Instead, he rushed at with the intent to strike. The guy skillfully evaded the attack and retaliated, determined not to let the confrontation end in defeat so easily. Was shoved backwards, as informed him that his brother hadn't thrown him out for money. Cuban had crossed a boundary, ruthlessly eliminating his brother without a hint of mercy. Dismisses it as nonsense, and as he is unceremoniously tossed out like refuse. He lunges ahead, preparing to strike. Launched a punch, but swiftly caught his arms using metal wires to restrain him. In a dimly lit alley that felt a little too shady, acknowledged that Ah was indeed a formidable woman. He pondered whether they intended to eliminate Park that day. Felt a sense of pride in his own boldness, yet it was this very quality that made him place his trust in his team. He acknowledged that he was correct, but expressed that today was not the right moment for it. He conveyed that the true conflict lay within their own group, and when the game concluded, only one among them would emerge as the winner. He believed that the best approach was to begin by taking down the more vulnerable opponents, starting with. His subordinate deemed the plan flawless, recognizing its future advantages. Confirmed that he was right, and together they set their plans into motion. The group pressed on in their battle, fueled by an unwavering resolve to stand their ground. Cuban reached out with a glove on his hand, gripping the metal wire as he drew closer to him. With a swift motion, he delivered a strong punch that propelled the man through the air. Makes an attempt to launch an attack as well. The wire interfered with his movements, preventing him from landing any punches. The metal wire slices painfully into his skin with every attempt he makes to move. He becomes entirely enveloped in the situation, yet resolves to endure the pain and pulls in with him. The skillfully evaded the attack, a sly grin spreading across his face as he made it clear that those pathetic moves would be ineffective against him. He admitted that he chose the left-handed option, since it was clear he struggled to do much with his right hand. Cuban seizes the moment and delivers a decisive blow. Came to the realization that his opponent was merely launching haphazard strikes, taking advantage of the fact that he was restrained. Seized the opportunity to draw Cuban closer once more, determined to shift the balance in his favor for good. He summoned every ounce of his strength to launch an attack. The bald man slid down and yanked the other man with such force that a cry of pain escaped his lips. Cuban remembered the times he had listened to them proudly talk about their friendship and how they always supported one another. Expressed skepticism about his abilities, believing that if couldn't even safeguard himself, he certainly wouldn't be able to handle everything else. In a fit of frustration, hurled an insult at him, cautioning that he shouldn't make empty claims he didn't genuinely believe. He relentlessly overpowered the man, unleashing years of pent-up anger. Baldy had always despised the term family. To him, family members were merely individuals who seemed to complicate his life, leaving him feeling worse simply by making eye contact with them. He thought about those who had betrayed him, and those who would rejoice at the news of his demise. He often watched cheerful families on television, which only deepened his feelings of sadness about his own circumstances. Offered no change, feeling sympathy for his predicament. He pretended to care deeply, but inside he harbored resentment for their insincerity. Once, he had despised them for their deceitful behavior, yet the most unsettling part was how Nam started to instill in him a sense of false hope, which filled him with dread. He gradually adapted to the situation, yet ultimately he faced devastation once more, and everything he had anticipated came to pass. Cuban's gaze ignited with a fierce desire for vengeance. He aimed to obliterate Inchan, and the events that unfolded were sufficient to shatter the remaining flicker of hope he possessed. Faced his father afterward, filled with anger, and attempted to take down the man he despised. In the present moment, inflicted damage upon his own eyes with a powerful headbutt. He offered another apology, but made it clear to Cuban that he had overstepped his limits and attempted to harm his family. He was determined to stand his ground. With a swift, forceful punch, sent the man reeling. The impact of the blow propelled Cuban through the air, leaving him stunned and far from where he had been standing. He understood that he had fallen directly into his trap, which inadvertently brought them closer together. He acknowledged that if things continued on this path, he was bound to face defeat. Consequently, made another attempt to keep a safe distance. Refused to let the man escape without a struggle. With swift determination, he seized the guy and delivered a sharp blow with his elbow. His head was utterly shattered. Kept striking at him relentlessly, but managed to break free and create some space between them. Yanked him back again, delivering another wild punch. Finds himself pondering whether the guy had been training during his absence, as he can't quite grasp how has become so much more powerful. While he was enduring a tough beating, made an effort to stay composed. He gathers his determination and risks everything, driven by the desire to never be defeated by someone who has betrayed him. Cuban attempted to hold in place. He seized the man and leaped off the edge, ensuring that they both met their end. Successfully seizes a ledge. He continued to grip the metal wire tightly, determined to prevent his old friend from meeting a tragic end. Feeling exasperated, commanded him to simply release his grip. Interrupted, urging him to be quiet, worried that he might collapse if he lost his balance. Cuban brushed off his words, indifferent to the prospect of dying, and felt no concern about being rescued by him. shouted at him, demanding that he stop his nonsense. The words caused the young man to fall silent. Recognized the anger boiling within him, yet he commanded the man to calm down for just a moment. He warned that if the guy didn't take a breather, he wouldn't have the chance to keep engaging in his foolish brawls if he ended up dead. Cuban continued to voice his objections, but he abruptly fell silent when he saw blood trickling down. Puts in a lot of effort, but the string snaps unexpectedly. The man plunged into the ocean below, reflected on his life, feeling a sense of contentment, and concluded that this kind of demise was simply unavoidable. The young man gradually descended into the depths. Without a moment's pause, leaped into action. The selfish scumbag was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The two of them finally emerged from the water, reaching the shore safely. Felt a wave of relief wash over him at the sight of his old friend still being alive, but suddenly, without warning, stood frozen in shock as he watched his friend swing a bat and knock to the ground. Commended him for his hard work, but disclosed that he had anticipated the Baldy would back down, and his crew make their entrance. Cuban came to the unsettling realization that his friend had betrayed him. The guy insulted by labeling him an unreliable coward. He reflected on how Cuban had proven to be more useful than he initially thought, and in a moment of gratitude, he expressed his thanks for the chance he had provided. Let out a cry of frustration, struggling to comprehend how his own brother could turn against him. He considers the possibility that the man might be acting against his own wishes. His friend, who was less than supportive, insulted him by calling him stupid, explicitly revealing that his true intention was simply to get money. Cuban initially finds himself pondering his circumstances. She started to laugh and pointed out greedy behavior. The rat fell quiet upon hearing his words, yet in a moment of rage, he lost his composure and struck his friend's face with the bat, causing chaos. The eyes fluttered as he succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground. Dong referred to him as a coward, convinced that he had brought this upon himself for clinging to the hope of family. The following day, the secretary hurried to Ah's room, conveying the news that they had fallen directly into Oh's trap. The boss was already aware of everything. She acknowledged her error, realizing that such high expectations had come from her rival. She experienced a wave of frustration, then gestured toward her fish tank. She remarked to her secretary that she never feeds the fish, yet they still manage to survive without starving. She disclosed that, although they belonged to the same breed, they were not friends. Instead, they existed as mere victims and predators. She likened humans to one another, convinced that they were all participating in the same game. Under the cover of night, indulged in a lavish dinner at a bar to commemorate his triumph. He commanded his men to cease their uncertainty. Dongwoo pointed out that they still had to confront the protagonist and assemble a complete crew for whatever plans he had in mind. Felt a twinge of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that his goon would show such enthusiasm for their objective. He flashed a smile and conveyed the urgency of handling the situation with Park swiftly. The only way to conquer the monster was to confront Oh before anything else. Dong finds himself in a state of confusion, prompting the guy to step in and clarify things for him. The protagonist enjoys the freedom to act as he pleases, free from any consequences. Each time he finishes his dealings, a lawyer appears to tidy up the chaos, thanks to support. Without that support, Park would merely be a wounded lion struggling to survive in the wilderness. Dong contemplates that is not the type of person to take lightly. The man confirmed that he was right, but assured that he would personally handle the situation with Juno. Acknowledged that had jumped in with a fierce enthusiasm, quickly turning into a significant nuisance. However, he felt certain that a clumsy baby wouldn't be able to wriggle free from his snares. With unwavering confidence, he believed that once he truly unleashed his full effort, his career would come to an abrupt halt. In another part of the city, hurriedly approached a building, only to find out that all the distributors were backing out of their agreements for unspecified reasons. This unexpected turn of events signaled that the company's value was unlikely to remain stable for much longer. Pondered the logic behind the situation. The informant revealed his lingering uncertainty, explaining that the distributors were merely offering weak excuses. He suspects that someone is manipulating events to seek revenge against Juno. The young man, filled with anxiety, revealed that they were required to pay a staggering sum of $50 billion by the next day. He urged for a quick decision, emphasizing that time was running out. Came to the realization that he was the first one to be addressed. He instructed his men to find out if the banks could help with the payment. However, his secretary regretfully conveyed that it was not an option, as the banks were inexplicably declining to assist. Realized that he had made a mistake by lowering his defenses. He focused on staying composed while searching his mind for a way to resolve the situation. Xiang-ai suddenly materialized, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she ridiculed him for referring to himself as a businessman, pointing out that he didn't even possess $50 billion in cash. With a confident smile, she acknowledged him and revealed that she had the funds he was seeking. In a different location, thought about how his adversary was likely feeling anxious over the shut distribution lines, especially since he had already run out of resources following the recent expansion attempts. He believed that had been overcome, so he allowed his men to handle Park. The goons prepared themselves to carry out his instructions. His heart raced as he unexpectedly received a video showcasing him mistreating a woman. The young man experienced a surge of frustration, but when he glanced at the sender's information, clenched his teeth in fury upon discovering the truth. The message had been delivered by Ah. He didn't hesitate and swiftly dialed the woman's number. She disclosed that she had used a trap phone to send it, but locating the video that might calm him proved to be quite challenging. She brought up additional offenses he had committed and pondered why he was enduring such a miserable existence. The mischievous girl warned him that she had more videos to reveal. She mentioned having a couple of journalist friends who could benefit from the videos. He felt a surge of anger but managed to keep his composure, inquiring about what she desired from him. The woman beamed with a smile and suggested that they meet up. As night fell, arrived at the construction site. With intensity in his voice, he pressed Ah, questioning whether he was ready to engage in a fight. He echoed his earlier harsh words, emphasizing that he, too, was aware of some troubling secrets. The woman continued to smile, convinced that he had brought it upon himself for obstructing her path. She couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for him, knowing that the guy he had brought along could potentially intimidate him. Emerged from the shadows, his face twisted into a sinister grin. Meanwhile, couldn't help but question what had brought him there. The young man thought they were attempting to show off the strength of their friendship. Reassured him that wasn't true. He explained that had been summoned to present an idea. Was convinced that they shared the same situation. They needed to relax, as both understood that while they were preoccupied with their conflict, someone else could easily slip away. Realizes that is referring to Lee, and he decides to give the floor to express himself. The young man proposed that they take a direct approach, believing it would spare everyone from any embarrassment. Believed that engaging in an all-out fistfight was an excellent notion, but he insisted that the defeated party must acknowledge their loss and exit the game. Recognized feeble attempts at manipulation, and pondered whether the only thing he truly believed in was the power of violence. The man confidently asserted that he was certain about power, wealth, and everything else, dismissing the other person's claims as incorrect. Ridiculed the guy, twisting his words to fuel his anger even more. Consumed by anger, reluctantly decided to go along with the plan. Declared that the fight would take place in 3 days, allowing the other guy to bring anyone he wished to join him. Clenched his jaw in frustration, yet interpreted his silent fury as an agreement and grinned mischievously. In his office, Xiang-ai contemplated his confidence regarding the upcoming battle, aware that his opponent was in the process of assembling an army of his own. She pointed out to him that he would forfeit everything he held if he ended up failing. He was already aware of the situation, and suspected that the man would rely on his strong to secure a win. He believed that the numbers held no value unless everyone could compete at the same level as when facing a monster like the protagonist. Hurriedly arrived and told that she was unable to reach Park. Felt a jolt of surprise, But then he recalled that just a few days earlier, Park had confided in him about his wish to become stronger. He made the choice to search for the man himself, convinced that they would be able to find Park, especially since he had 3 days to get ready. Felt a knot of anxiety as he pondered his next steps, wondering what actions he might take if Park continued to be unattainable. Dismissed the question as foolish, having already made up his mind to engage in the fight. Experiences a sense of uncertainty, not wanting them to achieve victory. Felt uncertain about his ability to fend off the goons alone, especially with Park and unavailable to help. With a grin, the redhead reassured him that they had another teammate ready to step in for this task. Felt a wave of confusion wash over him, while suddenly understood the message behind his words. She arrived at the convenience store alongside. The character asked the charming young man to take part in the battle. The unusual individual nodded in agreement, without a moment's hesitation. Within the confines of the locker room, his representative rounded up the Korean athletes. He emphasized that their opportunity to enjoy remarkable experiences stemmed from the support of SKS Entertainment. The stadiums they played in and the education they received at no cost were all made possible by the company, but he urged them to put in some effort this time. He referred to them as fortunate, as they had the opportunity to demonstrate their value in front of an individual who was investing a considerable amount of money in them. Dong assembled his group of followers, convinced that even though they found themselves in a dire and unpleasant predicament, nothing could hold them back. He declared that the stadium would finally reveal to everyone their real value. The two leaders commanded there to obey their instructions. In the hospital, slowly regained consciousness, only to be startled by sudden appearance. The young man grinned as he revealed that he had come merely to assess his unfortunate condition. Cuban felt a surge of anger, but then a memory flashed in his mind. He recalled the lengths had gone to in order to rescue him from the depths of the water. He fell quiet and urged the man to simply go away. Acknowledges that he is on the verge of making a decision, but then he abruptly halts and extends an invitation to the bald man to grab a beer later. He mentioned that the gang had made significant improvements compared to the past. The members were diligently acquiring new skills and fulfilling their responsibilities at their part-time jobs. Pointed out that they actually owned a house larger than the one he had previously visited, and he added that there was also an unoccupied room available. Extended another invitation for a beer, secretly wishing that he would finally show up this time. Continued to refer to his actions as a performance. Makes every effort to find Park. He arrived at a jungle after discovering that Park had been spotted in the area near the mountain's peak. The young man struggled to reach the summit, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He silently wished that the protagonist had a solid justification for the ordeal he was enduring. Stepped forward and caught the sound of someone practicing nearby. After a long search, he spots Park and picks up his phone to call him, but their friend is still focused on relentlessly striking the pile of bricks he has collected. Finally took a moment to breathe and reminded Park of the responsibilities he needed to address. The protagonist disregarded his words entirely and summoned every ounce of strength to deliver a wild punch. His immense power shattered the bricks into fragments. Stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer force of his beast-like power. Park completed his training at last. In the stadium, Xiang-A started to feel uncertain about whether Park would show up. Revealed that had successfully tracked down the person, suggesting there was still a possibility he could arrive before the chaos concluded. The stadium lights flickered to life all at once. His heart raced as she caught sight of, a nervous smile spreading across her face. A massive army of guerrillas stood ready. Assured everyone that he had gathered the necessary goons, yet he couldn't help but ponder the reason behind Park's continued absence. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, as he realized that all the effort he had put in had led him to confront a gang that didn't seem to care at all. Felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he noticed that the number of men present exceeded his expectations. However, the redhead dismissed his concerns, urging him to stop being so timid. The young man grasped the meaning of the words spoken, yet he held a firm belief that the adversaries they were about to confront posed a significant threat. The expressions in their eyes revealed a lot, particularly those of Dong and the man dressed in the tracksuit. Dong considered it a fortunate day, believing he was finally about to put his strength to the test. With a sense of assurance, he admitted his fondness for punching bags that could actually fight back. Grinned, seeing the guy as a deserving opponent. This sparked a determination within him to compete for affection against the redhead. The two of them assumed a fighting stance, signaling that they were prepared for the challenge ahead. Felt that they were not fully recognizing his abilities. He was eager to discover just how powerful they truly were. The guy dared them to give their best effort without the protagonist's help. They prepared themselves and rushed forward, armed and ready to confront Crew. Dong cautioned his friends, convinced that the brawl could stretch into the entire night. A figure quietly approached the redhead, attempting to catch them off guard. Shouted for him to lower his head. He effortlessly unleashed his powerful kicks, leaving his opponent in ruins, and surged ahead, unleashing their incredible skills on the men, rendering them powerless and transforming into an unstoppable duo. Urged his friend to be careful, warning him that they were under attack from every direction. The redhead confidently declared that he was prepared to face defeat multiple times each time he stepped into battle. Although he was grateful for the support, he firmly stated that had no right to lecture him simply because of that. The young man grinned, wishing that Dong would accept the next challenge without any objections. Ai's disappointment washed over her as she surveyed the feeble group that had assembled. However, she soon let go of her concerns and acknowledged her surprise at their ability to accomplish so much even in Park's absence. Interjected, cautioning her that circumstances could shift in an instant, emphasizing that the true battle had yet to begin. She directed her finger at the gang leaders as they started to take action. Spotted Lee and recalled that had been betrayed by him. People continued to think of him merely as sidekick. To anyone was quietly attempting to prepare a dish. Overheard saying that if they both gave it their all, he was uncertain whether he would emerge victorious. Aimed to blend in, wanting to keep his hands free of any mess. Recognizing his naive nature, he treated him like a throwaway resource. This was how managed to accomplish so much with little effort, all thanks to caution to remain cautious of the dangers ahead. The individual was a self-centered psychopath who showed no concern for anyone other than himself. The lover boy was unexpectedly struck in the stomach, doubling over from the force of the blow. He clenched his teeth, turning to the redhead and requesting that he take care of his own back from that moment forward. Chose to step back, allowing him to handle his own affairs while he focused on dismantling. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed his fury on the rat that had betrayed. He attempted to deliver a kick, yet Dong stayed composed, labeling the man foolish for his excessive confidence. He seized one of using him as a human shield to block's kick, leaving the goon utterly dumbfounded. Taking advantage of the moment, delivered a powerful strike. The redhead started to bleed, making it difficult for him to clearly see what was unfolding around him. Frustration washed over him as he clenched his teeth, yet Donghua felt that he ought to dismiss such nonsense when among those he trusted. The redhead was reminded that he was not part of the gang's inner circle, and if he had come seeking a fair fight, there was no chance he would escape unscathed this time. A couple of thugs seized Dong from behind, while Dong dashed forward, intent on ending his life. With a powerful strike, he brought down the redhead, leaving them defeated. The athlete and his followers were sure that the battle was over, convinced that was no longer in the game. He questioned whether anyone could fill the void left by the redhead. The other athlete chuckled softly, a wave of disappointment washing over them, realizing they hadn't even had the opportunity for a warm-up. And the red-haired individual battled fiercely, using anything they could find to fend off the attackers. As if on cue, the doors swung open, drawing the gaze of everyone present. The protagonist stepped into the stadium, filled with determination to defeat everyone in sight. The mere presence of his fear kept the lowly goons rooted in place, preventing them from advancing even a single step. The group felt as though they were confronting a fierce tiger. Donghui shouted at them, urging them to stop gaping and to take action against him. The men let out a loud cry, summoning every ounce of courage they could muster as they charged towards the park. A few days prior, Park's father had collected the bricks and shared his thoughts with Park. He compared Park's punches to the force of a hammer, noting how Park had been channeling power into them through his body movements and well-defined muscles up to that point. The father explained to him that simply relying on those skills wouldn't be enough to triumph against a formidable rival. He provided Park with a specific example, and then inquired about his strategy for overcoming the obstacle. The father resolved his question by channeling all his energy into a single spot before striking the wall with his fist. With a powerful swing, he smashed his fist through the wall, his strength driving deep into its core with that technique. The father was convinced that this would make him invincible. The protagonist grasped all the concepts his father laid out for him. In the present moment, Park applied the skills he had acquired, effortlessly taking down several goons in one swift motion. The athlete summoned all and delivered a powerful kick to Park. He questioned whether the lackeys were even a suitable challenge for the protagonist's warm-up. Park successfully intercepts the kick, but when he attempts to counterattack, the gorilla athlete leaped into action, attempting to pin him to the ground. The javelin expert leaped forward, propelling Park through the air. The boy managed to land on his feet without harm, acknowledging that the impacts were quite intense. The athlete dismisses everything he has heard about Park as nonsense. He concedes that the protagonist might have an advantage over the weaker. In the presence of genuine athletes who dedicate themselves to rigorous training for every challenge, Park, who appeared weak and unprepared, stood little chance of emerging victorious. The protagonist launched another attack, yet he found himself struggling to match the athlete's incredible speed. He faced defeat once more, and just as his opponent prepared to finish him off for good, Park applied all of his knowledge and skills to deliver a powerful punch. Felt a surge of shock as she watched him struggle against the athlete, who seemed to dominate the fight despite his serious efforts. The athlete taunted him once more by calling him slow, skillfully evading the incoming strike. He struck Park with his knee, relentlessly continuing his assault. The young man skillfully, the final kick, and chose to disregard the rules he had been taught. With a powerful swing, he delivers a bone-crushing punch that leaves the athlete's face in ruins.